Okay, looks like we're live. Fuck's sakes. Dude. Everything made by the fucking Chinese is an absolute fucking scam. They cannot do anything right. They're shit at manufacturing. They deliberately fucking lie, and they put shit together in the most stupid, nonsense fucking way possible. CDG Donatellar's first donation of the day. You donated that twice. You donated before I even started the stream. Hi Richard, how's it going? Saw your video with FedEx Fearless. Did you get out of it what you were looking for, redonating because you took so long, lol? Sort of. Like, I would have preferred to have a debate with him on veganism or something, but I figured he'd probably just kick me off the stream or something, so, you know, just tried to have a casual chat with him. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
I can see you are staring this stream early, most likely to make up for the fact that you never appeared on yesterday like you said you would in the early stream you did. Seriously, what happened? Let me guess, did you fall asleep again? Seriously dude, get an alarm.
Yeah, I fell asleep. I didn't think I'd end up sleeping for like... How long was I out? I think I stopped the stream at like 4. And then I woke up at 5 in the morning. So that would have been... $13 hours? Yeah, I didn't think I'd just fall asleep for 13 hours straight. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
What's up, Janky fam? Today, I'm finally going to answer a question that has been asked a bunch on this channel. That question being, how realistic is BeamNG? If you've watched any of our previous videos, you might have found that this channel straddles the line between sim and real life car content. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I am this amazing driver, because I am not. And you will see that in this video. I would argue that no current simulator is perfect. I think the fact that I've been able to improve multiple aspects of my real-life driving makes Assetto a pretty damn good benchmark to compare Beam against. Now, you might argue that Beam and Assetto are two very different types of games, so let's talk first about the main Forza. These games are generally considered more serious and more focused on realism. The learning curves are steep, and they're usually best played with a steering wheel. As a result, they tend to be less approachable, to be more friendly for casual. It's not really a traditional racing sim, but it's also definitely not a simcade. Instead, BeamNG was originally created more as a physics or driving simulator. That distinction might not be entirely clear. Almost every part of the car can be destroyed. Tanks. You clip a wall or another car and you might get a pull to the left or right in your steering, or you might decrease your engine performance, but it generally takes a pretty significant hit or series of hits to reach a point where
13 hours, my god, seriously VG, get an alarm clock.
Yeah. I should maybe set an alarm sometimes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
At this beast of a horse rolling on top of this woman, and then walking away from her. I said good job horse in the comments, and there is triggered PPA. I think it was on purpose.
Yeah, she's like fat too. She shouldn't be riding a horse with her fat ass. It's probably why the horse fell. She's just too fat and top heavy. What a bitch. Thanks for the donation, Axel. CDG donators, what do you think of this for a push day for someone intermediate / early advanced? Rep 6 to 10 range, 3 sets dumbbell flies, 3 sets dumbbell press, 3 sets dumbbell overhead press. Dumbbell overhead press? Dumbbell side raises, 3 sets tricep press. If by overhead press you mean standing overhead press, it's literally fucking retarded to do that with dumbbells. You can do dumbbell flies before you do a bench press variation, but generally speaking, you want to hit your heavy compounds first. Also, it's... I don't know exactly what you're trying to do or what the rest of your week or whatever looks like, but barbell benching is definitely better than dumbbell pressing. Usually if I do any dumbbell pressing, it's after I do barbell pressing. Barbell pressing is just superior exercise to dumbbell press, so... If I had a day where it's kind of weird, in my opinion, to have a day where you just do dumbbell pressing. Because you could just choose a objectively better exercise. Usually with lateral raises, I'd recommend doing more than 3 sets. Most people can handle at least 4. But yeah, I usually do like 5 or 6, and 3 sets tricep press. I'm assuming you mean tricep pushdowns. The exercise is fine for tricep pushdown. Like, tricep pushdowns are fine. I really like overhead extension variations or skull crusher variations. And you only have 1 tricep exercise. It's probably a better idea to have 2. But thanks for the donation, CDG.
Hello VG. How is everything and what were you up to today? If you fall asleep, you can always hire me as your storyteller. I'm obsessed with my new winter torch.
Let me tell you a bedtime story. Let me tell.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. And, what was I up to today? I, was sleeping for a while, and then I tried getting out of bed, and then, I fell back asleep. And then I was cuddling with Gum Gum. And then I did a workout. It was like a really small workout. I only did forearms and neck. Then I tried doing some foam roller fascial release stuff on my elbow to see if that kind of helped. Then I made some food. And now I'm here. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Elias Stony Tiller's Islamic Fighting.
He asks, are the Shiites or the Shia disbelievers?
The Shia is
generally speaking, is a different faith. Have nothing really to do with the principles of Islam.
أنا شو بنظرك؟ أنا مسلم سني، أنا مسلم سني موحد لله سبحانه وتعالى، شو بنظرك؟ أنا كافر ولا كيف؟
كافر زنديق في نار جهنم وبئس المصير.
لا، أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله.
كافر زنديق ملعون إبليس أشرف منك وأطهر.
Oh my god. That's a hilarious quote. Satan is more honorable and pure than you because you pray like twice a day rather than 5? Oh my god. That's what I mean. Muslims can't even stand each other. It's hilarious.
الجثث كانت ورا يعني دعوسنا عليهم وقربنا والحمد لله رب العالمين. حرقنا دينهم حنرجع نحرق دينهم كل مرة ومرة بدنا نفوت لأوقار بدنا ننزلهم لأولاد الحرام لآخر واحد سني كلب على وجه الكرة الأرضية بدنا نروح.
And yet they complain about the Jews. Like, Muslims are a greater threat to Muslims than Jews are a threat to Muslims. Dude, that is crazy. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Kron donated $2. Let me see.
Whoever keeps a dog other than a dog of a shepherd dog or a dog for hunting or guarding, then each day out of his own good deeds, Allah will erase and deduct.
I mean 13 hours, good God, dude, a panda does not sleep that long.
I have just been sleeping a fuck ton lately, and I've been getting really fucking tired for no reason. I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Would you ever do ayahuasca?
What if
I'm not opposed to it. I don't know what the hell this is. Took ayahuasca and now he thinks he can talk to gods. Okay, I'll give that a watch. Not opposed to it. I'm assuming this guy probably just got psychosis from doing psychedelics. I don't know if it's anything unique to doing ayahuasca, but there's some people who get psychosis from psychedelics. I'm not really motivated to try it anytime soon. There's just not really any particular reason for me to do any hard psychedelic drugs like that for right now. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Deduct the weight of Mount Uhud of good deeds, of hasanat. A friend of mine, a relative actually, who has a chihuahua in his house. So many times we tried to give him advice and he said, oh, it's cute, it's lovely, it's this, it's that. So I said to him, listen, do you have enough good deeds every single day that would equal Mount Uhud in hasanat? He said, not even 1/10 of that. I said to him, then in this case, you're in debt, because every day this is being erased and deducted from your good deeds. And this, my friend, means that you're in real deep trouble.
Imagine spending your whole life being a good person, worshiping God, doing all that is right, but you get sent to hell because you hung out with Fluffy.
You know, I think that more than anything just proves Muslims are pure evil since they don't like dogs. Anyone who doesn't like dogs is worse than Hitler. Let me see.
Police are called to a fight involving a gun being drawn on one party. They don't find any evidence of a gun or further physical.
No apartment. You live at?
I don't stay over here, so I'm good.
I think I've seen this before.
On the street.
Yeah, weren't just like a bunch of crazy black kids harassing them at some point?
Subject to arrest. Yeah, I got it. Be subject. Okay.
People yelling and screaming.
But she don't want to.
Zero victims.
But your witness should be the person that made the phone call, which is the officer.
We exit quickly because this was about to become an even uglier situation. So
Dude, these people are all fucking crazy. I don't even know if the police, like, do anything in these neighborhoods because, like, they're just all crazy. Thanks for the donation, Corinne. CDG donate $2. So based on what you said, would this be appropriate? 3 sets barbell bench, 3 sets dumbbell flies, 3 sets overhead press standing or dumbbell press seated, 5 sets dumbbell side raises, 3 sets overhead tricep extension, 3 sets skull crusher, 6 sets chest, 8 sets shoulders, 6 triceps. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Remember your multi-debate on PWF channel included Ross Jeffries? Old video I saw with him using his techniques.
Oh, is that the guy who was on that talk show who said he stopped being a nice guy and all that?
It sucks. But this is a nice, friendly place. People are off their guard, you know. There.
Yeah.
And it can make
Thank you very much.
work on what
I feel like I'm gonna.
Well, the guy's got game. He's just good at starting a conversation. Thanks for the donation, Sean.
I seriously think you should consider to start drinking coffee or take some form of medication VG just so you can stay awake.
I don't know. I'm drinking an energy drink right now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey VG, is it true that dietary fat intake can change fat soft tissues in face? Some people claim low-fat diets, for example, reduce eye fat pads around eyes and cause tired look. Is this true?
I have not seen any research on dietary fat intake affecting fat distribution. So if you have lower body fat, you're going to have lower body fat in general around your entire body. That includes the face, arms, legs, midsection, like everywhere. And some people just store body fat differently. Some people, when they lose body fat, it really goes off their face very quickly and they can get a like skull face without even really being that lean. So I've never heard of people having a change in their fat distribution from changing their fat intake. Thanks for the donation though, Ultra Ego Vegeta. Oh dude, you're all wrong. Okay, so that chick that guy basically picked up.
Where are we now, Ross?
This is the coffee bean and tea leaf.
Talk to any fucking white girl at a coffee shop or anything like that, like a bar, like not even a bar, like a juice bar or something, a wellness center. They're all into hypnosis, astrological signs, numerology. So if you ever talk to, like, I swear every fucking girl I've ever met believes in fucking ghosts, astrology. I think every fucking single chick, aside from one exception who's atheist, was interested in my astrological sign. Like they'd make guesses like, oh, are you a Pisces or something? Like, so no. This guy might just be, I don't know, lucky with this like hypnosis bullshit, but yeah, chicks are into that. Will Mage and Tellers, this is what they mean by vegan washing. Vegans for Hamas call out vegan washing by Israel. Oh my god. Oh, bro.
So it's basically the Zionist state of Israel is basically using veganism as a tool to appropriate veganism to basically whitewash its genocide. So, for example, they'll talk about vegan armies and vegan boots on vegan soldiers.
What?
Things like
Okay. They've completely lost their minds. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage. Did you bang any Greek women? Well, the one chick, right around after I finished high school, I went out with a girl who was Greek, and the reason I was interested in dating her was because she looked like Velma from Scooby-Doo. So she looked dorky, glasses, big tits, nice ass too. And she was Greek. It didn't really end up going anywhere. She was like very socially awkward and just wouldn't talk. Elias donated $2. Let me see.
Fly? What, about 1 million? This is Damien Hirst's conceptual work, 1,000 Years. In one chamber of the vitrine, flies are born, and in a separate chamber, the flies are killed. The constant zap signaling the end of each life. It's the most emblematic of Hirst's obsession with life and death. He uses
This guy who made this artwork is just a cunt dickhead. You're just a dickhead. Like, gee, who would have... What kind of brilliant visionary would have thought to put flies in a box and put electric zapper where they're gonna fly into it and die? Oh, brilliant. How about I take a shit in my fucking toilet, scoop it out, put it in a bowl, and move it to an art display? Oh, it evokes human emotion of disgust and da-da-da. And also it's like a rare form of art that includes like, you know, a visual and a smell aspect. It's an assault on all the senses. Fuck you. Art's like modern art is like the dumbest, gayest, retarded shit. If you're a fucking dumbass with no ideas, yeah, you're gonna become an artist and put this shit in a fucking art gallery. You actually suck at everything. You can't get a fucking job. You can't work 9 to 5. You can't even start a fucking business. You can't do anything. Like, actual artists, they'll have interesting ideas, they'll paint something, they'll actually improve upon a skill, you know, they'll do something unique in animation or something. This is modern art. This is what fucking retards who can't do anything do. Looks cool. That literally looks like it might be a lawnmower engine or something. It wouldn't surprise me if this literally couldn't go up like a 5% grade. Yeah, I'm not terribly impressed with anything like that. That's like something I'd get a 5-year-old. Bet my cat's toilet is cleaner than yours. Look at all that cat shit and piss. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm happy with Gummy's litter box the way it is. I use the... Since they sell it just at the store now, Purina has the cat litter. Purina, pH, cat litter. What do they call it? Yeah, it's the health monitoring cat litter stuff. Yeah, this is good. It trap smells pretty good, it lasts pretty long, and it's pretty easy to clean up and everything.
Right there. What's with the 3 drinks, man? With alcohol.
And it manages, and you can see your cat's urine pH, and then you can see if they have any health problems.
Alcoholic much?
This is my pain medication.
Oh, fucking course it is. It's your pain medication. Because, he is in pain. Right now.
Make fun of the burns.
Make fun of the, what did you say? Because here's the problem, sir, is it's really dark in here, and, sorry, are you burned? Because I can't make it out. Thanks so much, ma'am, for illuminating him. Thank you. That's, I appreciate that. Oh, those burns.
Make fun of the robot voice.
Sir, I don't know.
Come on, I can take it.
Okay, well, no, you know what? I feel
or
like...
the wheelchair.
Look, sir, there is nothing funny about you being in a wheelchair, and we can all...
But there is something funny about me being fat.
All right, no, all right, fine, I've got it.
Not one of their best skits. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias. CDG donated $2. Would recommend this for your oversleeping. B complex? I don't think that's gonna do anything. Yeah, this thing's just a fucking B vitamin complex. That's literally not gonna do anything. I'm not deficient in B vitamins. Brand is test and vegan. I was oversleeping too, and B complex helped me sleep normally, like 7-8 hours, and waking up without being tired. It's 10 cents a day supplement. I don't see that doing anything. Does this even have... I think this only has B12. No, it has B6 and B12. Yeah, I usually have 2 energy drinks a day now. This has B6 and B12 in it, and I take a cyanocobalamin supplement. And I just get B vitamins too from food. I don't think that's going to do anything. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
You're drinking an energy drink, that's a bad idea. VG energy drinks are bad for people's heatal. They are crazy ectic and are destined to fuck with internal chemistry.
I don't think they're that bad. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Hey VG, do you still have that one skit from the old anti-Christianity video where you made a demon Jesus version? I think his name was Jeebus or something. He said something like, I want you to bring me souls.
Yeah, I can't remember what video that was from. I know which one you're talking about. There was like a skit where Billy had met a kid at school who gave him drugs. And the drugs made you trip out and see a demon named Jeebus. I can't remember what video that was from, though. Thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego, Vegeta. Balls donate $2. Can react to these ments, preferably at normal speed. Also, new ments from Brad's IG story. Let me see. I swear we... This looks familiar. I don't know if we've already reacted to that one before.
Look, good morning. The cat abandoner is in the building.
With 1 cat and 2 dogs.
Hey, just remember, the fat accentuates the abs.
I can still show abs.
Remember that? You on Jason's program or what?
Oh shit, he's large as shit.
Like tub of shit.
The last time
it's
I
good
saw
to see you here, Chuck.
The last time I saw Jason was before the election.
Yeah, considering I haven't been working out in, what, 5, 6
No, we don't want to hear excuses.
Yeah, well, that's how
Put the fork down, Tubby.
Yeah. The sad thing is, I'm now his coach. Yeah.
I just followed him.
Hey, Andrew.
So quick Jason story. The last time I saw Jason was before the election. I was at the Publix where he works, and I was going back to my car, and he was pushing one shopping cart back into the store.
Oh, of
And
course.
we walk past each other. He doesn't say hi, doesn't say anything. He just looks right at me and goes, "The world is going to shit, bro." And then just walk right back into the car.
Mine still says like 180.
So we're going to do a fitness test this morning.
I ain't gonna fit it.
The gap between these two machines is about 10 inches. What do you say, Betsy? Yeah?
Who the fuck cares?
All right, so we're going to see.
It's your size, not mine.
His name is Chunk now, not Chuck.
Chunk.
Videotaping all this stuff? We would never videotape anything, sir. Now, Chuck?
It can't fit.
Come on.
It's not even close. I can't even get a photo going through it.
A belly I can suck in.
That's okay. Well, hey, at least you're here. Maybe if you shave a little bit off that beard, you'll feel a little thinner too.
No, I shamed myself into showing up, man. I was getting too fat, too old.
We have to break his balls.
That's what friends do. I mean, shit.
Pretty soon the rubber bands and chains will come out with the
got it in
swinging
the bag.
kettlebells. Works, doesn't it?
Just gotta get better.
Okay, we might react to this later. I do want to get through the Candace Owens and at least most of the loaner box debate, but I'll try to react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Balls.
My god, first unmade bed, now this.
Unmade bed? I don't know what you mean by that. I never make my bed. What's the fucking point of... Why does anybody make their bed ever? It doesn't do anything. Like you're gonna fall asleep and then your sheets are gonna get messed up. Like, what the fuck is the point of, going through the effort of fucking throwing it over the bed and all that shit? I have a big ass king size bed too, so it's an even bigger pain in the ass. Like, what's the fucking point? It's stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dodo donates $2. What a useless dumb bitch. Do you think she should make a good principal at your middle school?
Unless you are evacuating or have another emergency. Be prepared, food, water, medicine, a bag packed and ready. Again, this is an active situation. But make no mistake, Los Angeles will rebuild stronger than ever. Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL.
As we all know, she probably was supposed to read an actual URL that people who are frantically trying to find support could go to.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Find that support that they so desperately request and desire and need. So that's the first gaffe. We're going to show another alleged gaffe and see what Cenk thinks about it. So the other situation that...
Dude, if you make a mistake like that, you're certifiably stupid, and you should not have the job she has.
That she's under fire for is she was being bird dogged, which is when someone who is trying to interview you kind of follows you around as you're going from one place to another. This is what it looked like, okay? And so we can't play the video from Sky News, but this is essentially the totality of Karen Bass's reaction. She just stood there in silence as a Sky News reporter asked her questions such as, and I'll just read it out to do a dramatic reenactment, do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department's budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor, do you have anything to say? Have you absolutely nothing to say to this? Honestly, it's not much of an exaggeration to say that she just stood there while these questions were asked at her. So, Cenk, between the URL that she did not deliver,
her being out of the city, a lot of people blame her. And what is she doing in Ghana in the first place? Blah blah blah. But I think that's so minor. There's no.
Yeah, she's just a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. And yeah, she's kind of useless and stupid, so perfect for a principal at a high school. CDG donate $2. Just thought I'd share. There's 9 different B vitamins, though, and some of them are hard to get from food, actually. Also, having all of them at once is superior to just taking a few of them because they all work together in the Krebs cycle, which makes ATP. If I keep having this, like, issue where I'm just tired constantly, then, I'll try it. Thanks for the donation, dude. Ugh. So person donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh my god, they are like people. Oh my goodness. They got a watermelon there. Oh wow, they're running around doing stuff. Oh my goodness, those are nice raccoons. Look at them just being silly. Oh my god. Wow. That's amazing. Jesus Christ. Oh. Mountain lion that made school go into lockdown turned out to be a fat cat. What? How do you make that mistake? These look a little different. Can't believe that. Dude, imagine being that much of a fucking pussy that you're afraid of a big kitty. Like, dude, if there was a mountain lion that was wandering around a school, I wouldn't do shit. Whatever. Like, you know, Kid, like, if the cat is mean and wants to eat the kids, they can get some exercise, run away or something. Oh my goodness, is that a fox? Yeah, it's a little baby fox. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a little baby. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my goodness.
I had no idea the deers would eat dog food. But it's plant-based, it's just like a bunch of plants together, so it doesn't matter, does it?
Wow, so majestic. Oh my goodness, look at all these nice animals. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. That's amazing. Prepare for mega pretentious cringe. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna be bad. Dude. Why do they even do this? I really would not care if there was a purge day and we purged these people. They deserve it. There's no reason to have any sympathy for them. They have not earned any sympathy whatsoever. I don't care if they have friends, families, hopes, dreams. You do not deserve to live if you post that shit online and do that to animals. Thanks for the donation, so person. Elias donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, I would not want a chimpanzee. They freak me out. Whoa. Really? Crocodiles in Indonesia pretend to be people so they can eat you? Aw, man, that's fucking based. That is fucking sick.
What is it?
Maniga.
Maniga. Maniga. Where is it?
Maniga.
Maniga. Maniga. I don't have a very.
That's a pretty good prank. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Lots of new Fraken vids. youtube.com/shorts/qfauc_78 youtube.com/shorts/
Okay, I don't know why it's reading out the full link.
Our natural probiotic is now available in powder form in addition to our capsules, so that you may now do a nasal flush or colon enema using beneficial, correct bacteria strains.
He's recommending people put this up their nose? Oh, what a fucking retard. There's literally no evidence that these probiotic supplements do anything beneficial. Fair bit that they're actually harmful. And most of these bacterial strains, the only reason they're in probiotic supplements is purely because they're cheap to make. And they're often contaminated.
You know, if you were using iodine, hydrogen peroxide, or any sort of antiseptic, even antibiotics, to clear out your nasal cavity or colon, you know, you can only do that for so long before seeing negative effects. And this is something you'd probably also want to do even after you flushed out with iodine or whatever you're using, even if it's just water, to put that beneficial bacteria back. So although it is
Yeah, you do not want to put this up your nose.
It's nice to have capsules during meals. This can be used in all types of applications, whether it's to flush out parts of your body or even to, you know, sneak this into some yogurt, give it to your pets. It can even be
You do not want to give this to your pets.
used on the farm for animal feed, organ supplements.
Frank is genuinely retarded.
All right, I didn't realize how many people were considering this, so let me be honest and objective here and explain my reasoning. It takes 10 plus years of medical training just to become a doctor, and then dozens of years of plastic surgery practice and training to become, you know, a good plastic surgeon. This kid did his first procedure several months ago. We're experimenting. This is 100% experimental. Maybe you could argue if he focuses on this and only does this, that 5, 6, 7 years from now, he would have some good results and it's an option. But as of right now, absolutely not. And the main concern I have is the amount of metal, titanium ounces he's putting in people's faces. That has to be removed or you're going to have lifelong health complications. So in future videos,
Right, the medical expert is telling us this.
maybe I'll talk about what I would have done differently and some options, but this is definitely not my first choice.
This is coming from the guy who got a very risky procedure for no
Should
fucking
have
reason.
gone to giant.
What a retard.
Should have gone to giant implants. Yeah, bro, at least I'm still alive. They would have sent me back in a casket from Turkey. So me going to the most famous and well-known oculoplastic surgeon in the United States is a worse option than some 27-year-old kid 3D printing implants in his mom's basement, getting some Turkish butcher surgeons to put them in your face. This is what the morons on these looks-maxing forums promote. Like, it's actually comical. And this guy, Giant Implants, doesn't have any reasonable before and after photos. He's just like, give me, you know, $20, $30, $40,000, come to Turkey, and we'll put implants in your face. No photo or video evidence. The kid is younger than me, not a plastic surgeon, probably couldn't get any American surgeons to do this crazy stuff. I hope these comments aren't serious because I've seen multiple of them.
I don't know why he's making videos
So-
about a surgeon from Turkey, but okay.
If you guys have watched any of my day of eatings, you've seen my white bean puree. We've finally made it, and it's available on frankiesfreerangemeat.com. We might also have it on frankiesfreerangefoods.com. This is all organic ingredients, organic cannellini beans, glass bottle mineral water, organic macadamia nut butter, organic lemon juice, and organic garlic, filtered sea salt, highest quality hummus, puree, whatever you
That sounds like it would taste like shit.
want to call it, on the market, and it's made with the most minimally inflammatory ingredients from the cannellini beans
He really likes to say that all the time. Minimally inflammatory.
being the best for digestion, macadamia nut butter being the highest quality fat, fresh squeezed lemon juice, and the filtered sea salt. This isn't actually $15. I thought we were going to put it in a bigger jar. It's going to be about half that price. It has a very smooth texture because we pass it through a sieve after pureeing it. This tastes like any other hummus. Hint of garlic, nice texture, great with bread.
That is retarded.
Crispy dried beef is now available on frankiesfreerangefoods.com. We've been selling the meat granola for a few years now. This is the meat that goes into that. So if you just want plain beef with nothing added, not even salt, this is a pretty nice snack because the meat is all dried out and it has a low water content. It really concentrates the flavor of the meat, so you don't need salt. It's, you know, it's nice, crispy, crunchy, and
Who the fuck would eat that?
Most of them are vacuum sealed, but
What
whenever
the
you're vacuum
fuck?
sealing this type of product, it usually breaks, but we still have, all the air removed. It's as fresh as possible, and we have plenty of this available for you guys. We might do some type of giveaway on the meat website for this so you guys can try it out, but if you've liked the meat granola and you want something to fit more into your diet, less carbs, less sugar, this is a nice treat on the go.
This guy is just absolutely deranged.
So there were a lot of videos about the migrant crisis in New York City last year, and in one of them, the guy was pointing out everyone. Military-age man, military-age man, military-age man. And it's really sketchy that the government would spend money on anything because of how difficult it is for us to get money for anything. The IRS is like the most ruthless organization anyone thinks of. You can't get Social Security, you can't get disability, you can't get food stamps, you can't get subsidized housing. The government is so stingy, it's unfathomable to think that they would actually give money to migrants. Also unfathomable to think they would give billions of
It's extremely easy to apply for benefits. He's lying.
dollars to like Ukraine and stuff. But I think all this stuff is fake, and these migrants are actually going to be used as mercenaries in the upcoming New World Order scheme. And this is the only reasonable possibility, knowing how the government acts and behaves with its money.
He thinks the government is going to hire Mexicans to overthrow the world?
These evil people that want to control you would not spend a dime on anything unless it benefited them in some way. So these people in power believe in ordo ab chaos, order from chaos.
God.
I'm guessing that's Latin, and this goes back thousands and thousands of years because they've used this technique, essentially a war strategy, to reset civilizations. They bring in the chaos and restore order. None of this is natural, it's all orchestrated. They could use these migrants to terrorize New York City to the point where New York City residents will give up any and all freedoms just to have normalcy, just to have food, water, shelter, safety. They'll give up everything for a police state. Hey, government, step in, bring the military, bring the National Guard, bring the police. Whatever you have to do, I want these people out. So seeing how the government behaves, seeing how society is, to me, this is the only reason why they would bring these migrants in the first place. These migrants are essentially hired weapons of the state, and whatever they're doing, training them, whatever, all these migrants are, swear oaths.
By the way, Frank is Italian. He comes from an Italian family that immigrated.
Secrecy, they're in these groups.
That immigrated to the U.S. Is he part of the New World Order Illuminati scheme? Like, what?
Groups, they're being compensated and paid. Maybe their families are being compensated. They're doing this for a better life for themselves. Imagine. These migrants are living in such poor conditions in their country. They would go to another country, sacrifice themselves, war, whatever, do evil acts, just so that their family at home or their future life has better chances. So it's, I guess it's always a matter of the higher bidder, right? Because people don't have the objective perspective of how life is in a lot of different countries, and that there are people that will do whatever just have a fraction of what you have right now.
Frank is just completely lost it. That's hilarious how he's going insane. CDG donate $2, no problem. Just went through something similar, so I want to help. Also, vitamin D3 is probably a good idea, especially in the winter. Yeah, I already supplement D3. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Let's say in a hypothetical world where Sharia law and Quran enforced veganism, would you consider converting then? Is the reduction in animal suffering worth the trade-off with Sharia restrictions on human freedoms?
Probably not in my view, because without a secular, without like any kind of actual secular reasoning behind it, I don't see anything like that lasting long term. So if you just have a change in culture or a change in the religion, all of that would go away because there's no secular reasoning behind it. So if like some new religion popped up, or if there's large reforms to the religion, then, veganism goes away. Thanks for the donation though, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
Would you rather be with a woman who is your ideal woman who is not vegan, or a vegan woman who is not really a vibe? Both are the same level of attractiveness. Both request you make love to them with this song.
Motivated. Determined.
Rash.
Kool-Aid, fried chicken, soul food. Mentally. Dirty, grimy, ugly, bearded. A yearning itch. Broke ass bum nigga. Giving humans specific labels makes me slightly uncomfortable.
When I say bum, 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 when I say 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 bum, when I trigger the fucking faggot literally beat me due to laugh.
I'm a walking example.
Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now.
I'm a walking example.
Somebody get this spook out of my motherfucking chair, you dumb black ass coon.
Bro, I ain't never heard them ever having sex.
Oh, that's good. I think I'd rather be with a vegan chick. Thanks for the donation, the questioner. Ben donate $2 to Stinger, crazy as fuck. Haha, let me see. What the fuck, dude? Why would you do that? Thanks for the donation, Ben. Alright, Pierce Morgan mints. Let's begin. That was just the intro.
I'm going to bring these two together. Candace Owens, host of the Candace podcast, and Mikhaila Peterson, co-founder of Peterson Academy, both join me now. Welcome to both of you. Happy New Year to both of you. And Candace, you said it's going to be fun this year. Here we go. What was your big objection to what Mikhaila said?
Well, first and foremost, just to be someone that's so new in this country and then to immediately castigate or to cast aside everybody that's in here and say, well, guess what? You're just a bunch of racists. You don't like brown skin, while at the same time referring to us as woke was just mind-boggling to me. Just as Dee Bannon said, it means that she hasn't spent the time to understand who and what the American people are, what the MAGA movement is, and why they have concerns about this program. And so to make sure that everybody around the world understands why this is such a big...
Yeah, Americans, especially, MAGA conservatives, are racist. It's that simple.
Debate. The H-1B visa program is essentially a foreign worker visa that allows employers...
This red pill video is the funniest ever. It's only 5 minutes. Please react.
What's
I think I've seen this one before. I'll react to it anyway since you gave me $10.
What's up, fellas? Just here to make a quick video. I'm gonna let you know something, guys. The reason a lot of you are frustrated at women is because you're taking women way too fucking serious. You're not taking things for the way they are. It'll be better if you just accept things for the way they are. I'm not Mikhaila and I'm not Ipmore, but I do believe in a lot of the principles and the things they say. And one of the things I can tell you is if a woman flakes on you, don't take it serious. They're all sluts. All of them. I mean, all of them. Women are the freakiest. My mama's a slut. Your mama's a slut. My sister's a slut. Your sister's a slut. They're all sluts. She flaked on you probably because another dick came in the picture. She want to fuck that tonight and get back to you next week. They're all, don't take it personally. You text her one night, 6 o'clock, she might not text you back to midnight. What the hell you think she was doing, reading the Bible? Come on. They're all, don't take it personal. She might text you back, hey, sorry I got caught up. You're caught up with that dick in your mouth. I mean, all of them are sluts. A lot of the frustration come from guys, they just don't want to accept that. They accept it. They say, oh, women about games. They're not playing games. That's nuts. Fucking 5-6 guys. Whatever your body count is, as far as sexual partners, theirs is probably double or triple. They're all sluts.
He's remarkably wrong. I think men on average have like 1 or 2 more sexual partners throughout their life. Like, what is it, over a 10-year period or over a lifetime average or something? It's not that big of a difference. But men on average have more sexual partners. I like, the figures are different. It varies from country to country, but I think with like women, the average is something like 6 or 7, and then the average for men is like 8 or 9 or some shit like that.
So if you understand that and you take things for the way they are, just know that if you grasp that, you'll just be a lot more better in the world if you just accept things for the way they are. Trying to fight this thing with women and trying to make them out to be this great, person that we all thought women were till we now are digesting the red pill. Like I said, I'm not mid-top, but I do believe in a lot of the things that they talk about as female nature. They're all.
No, women aren't lying on those surveys. And you can verify this with other research, by the way. There's like really interesting research on STD transmission. So you can look at like HIV, herpes, gonorrhea, stuff like that. And you can look at transmission pathways with these diseases. Usually what ends up happening is there's like a very small percentage of women who are hyper sexually active. And then there's like, 10, 20, 30 men who all have sex with that one woman. And then they end up having sex with their like girlfriend who's not fucking everybody. And then they end up transmitting sexually transmitted diseases to their actual girlfriend. So, no, most women are not fucking like 10, 20, 30 fucking dudes. It's very rare. Generally speaking, most women are slightly less sexually active than most men. And there's a very small percentage of women that are hypersexually active that end up sleeping with, a ton of dudes.
All sluts. She would drop you in a heartbeat for a guy with more money and won't lose a wink of sleep about it. That is true. I'm 37, I'll be 38 next week. That is true. They're all sluts. And
yeah, that is just insane insecurity. That is not true if... Well, for one thing, it's just not true, but I don't know what type of women this guy's dating, but if that is the case, then maybe this has more to do with your dating preferences.
this is not some bitter man that's coming on here trying to, hurt you or change your mind. They're all sluts. Every last one of them. If you're married right now, she's probably cheating on you. If you have a girlfriend right now, she's probably cheating on you. I can't tell you, guys, you know why you get online? You get online, and a lot of the women don't even want to put, give you their number offline. They want you to just keep talking online. It's because that's how they fuck around. They don't want to talk offline because they got a boyfriend or they talking to somebody and they don't want you texting their phone, so they won't give you their number. They'll just keep you online, texting here and there, emailing back and forth online. When I say online, I mean, I had a girl one time, I asked her for a number on Facebook, and she never responded. We was going back and forth. I said, let's meet up for a drink sometime. She said, yeah, that sounds good. And I said, send me your number. She got ghosted. She got ghosted because she want me to set up a date from off Facebook. She don't want to give me her number because she got a boy.
No. This guy sounds like he has boomer logic. Why would you want a random stranger to have your fucking phone number if you could just communicate through Facebook or Instagram? You have no idea if you're ever going to talk to this person ever again. And then you're giving them your phone number, and there are so many ways now with technology that you can like steal people's personal info with their phone number or something, or hack into their account and shit, or like they can stalk you in much more annoying ways, like, track your fucking phone, or just spam message you and shit, whereas like it's a little easier to block somebody on Facebook. So, no. It is the case with dating apps that women will use dating apps as a form of, like, social media. And yeah, they'll just try to waste your time with pointless fucking conversations, literally just because they want attention, but no. If a chick doesn't want to give you her phone number when you're going out on the first date and you're already communicating on Facebook or something, that's not a sign that she's cheating with you with her boyfriend.
Boyfriend, understand what I'm saying? If you meet,
like I personally, if I was doing online dating, I wouldn't give a chick my phone number. Like, if we can just communicate online, why would I give her my phone number when I have no idea if I'm ever going to see her again after that date?
meet a girl online and y'all talking back and forth, and then all of a sudden you say, hey, send me your number. The reason why she got ghosted on you when you asked her for a number, she wants to run the relationship online. So you should have just said, hey, meet me here at such and such online. She don't want to give you her number because she's a slut. They're all sluts. All of them. If you're watching this and you got a girlfriend and she's not by you right now, she's probably fucking. Just accept it. You thought you was the dog. Nah, you ain't the dog, big dog. They the dog. They're all sluts. My mom was a slut. Your mom was a slut. My grandmother was a slut. And your grandmother was a slut. Accept it. Sit there and take it. They're all sluts. Yeah. So, like I said, like, share this video. I'm trying to get this video big. I'm trying to get the word out. Like I said, I'm not MGTOW. I'm just simply trying to help guys understand the nature of females.
Alpha male strategies is one of the biggest frauds in the whole red pill dating space. Like, this guy is just a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, alter ego, Vegeta.
Remember when you said we should stop conservatives into smoking fentanyl for its sleep benefits?
Oh, God.
And I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still and I could read. And I was...
He's explaining how they didn't treat kids for ADHD back then and how he self-medicated after the deaths of his father and uncle. This is the worst account on the internet. I highly doubt heroin effectively treats ADHD. Highly, highly doubtful. I could see... Nicotine definitely helps with ADHD. Some upper drugs like cocaine. It's possible, but I highly doubt it. He's probably just crazy. A lot of people who do drugs like that don't realize what they're actually like on the drugs, and then they have a distorted memory of what the drugs actually did for them. So he might think when he did heroin, he was able to pay attention in school, but in reality, he was like he just wasn't present in class or was like falling asleep or something. Thanks for the donation, retard. Elias donated $2. Let me see.
Holoa, holoa.
That looks like fun. Yeah, somebody already sent me that one. He hit her pretty good. And everybody's mad at him now? What? Thanks for the donation, Elias. Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
Want some airtime? You want some tacos? You got some silhouette action going. Hey man, that's some more palm trees. Hey, you know what that is? That's some POV action right there, man. That's us doing a girl wrong. Yes, put them both in your mouth. Yeah, there you go, girl. Yeah, put them both in your mouth. Now you wanted some twin action. Now take one of the. You know you wanted some twin action with some palm tree action going. Yeah. Some POV action. Oh man. Yeah. Slap them together. There you go.
Hey VG, just wanna tell you that you're my favorite YouTuber / public figure. You seem to be the only one that got it figured out. I watch like 3 of your videos a day to get better at debating about veganism. I really hope you keep going and never stop. Love.
The only way I see myself stopping is if I die in a horrible motorcycle crash. But, yeah, I'm gonna keep doing this for as long as I need to. Thanks for the donation, though, Smile. Appreciate it.
Go. Now take them both out and slap yourself in the face with it. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. This dude in his car, look at us. What the fuck they doing? I'm fitting to bust some nuts. Hey man, we going over there or what? That's a separate video.
Yeah, Hodge twins are funny. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Employers who hire workers into quote unquote specialty programs, essentially for people who have some sort of a specialized knowledge. But to be clear, the program has been around since 1990, so the results aren't up for debate. We were just simply lied to about what we were told it was going to do, which was to source the top 1% of talent globally. Instead, they're using the program to source cashiers, teachers, janitors, PR people. So I'm going to have to believe that the American people are very much capable and willing to fulfill those positions.
So, one, that's not exactly true. There are some companies that have abused the H-1B visa system to do that, but if you actually look... If you look at occupation adjustments, so you only look at people with H-1B visas who've been hired for, you know, some sort of technology work, they actually make something like 8% more on average than, you know, American citizens with the same job. So clearly, if they were just trying to hire, you know, cheap labor, please explain to me why, when you adjust for occupation, they're making 8% more on average. It's just not true. Nonal Kionis, Johnny Tillers, what's with the FedEx Fearless interview? Here's the link.
How's it going, man?
Yes, I was there. I know I talked to FedEx Fearless. I don't know why you're giving me the link. But, yeah, I've just been watching his content lately. I think he's funny, so I just figured I'd try to just chat with him. Thanks for the donation, dude. Riley donated $2. VG, I wonder what's your position on trans surgery for kids? Well, it depends on what you mean by kid. I don't think any children should be getting bottom surgery. You're talking about somebody who's maybe 16, 17, who just wants a double mastectomy, so breast removal. Under certain situations, it might be the right thing to do, if they have, like, really, really bad gender dysphoria. Also, can you please do a dono goal for you to get that Jubilee stuff set up? Thanks. Not gonna bother doing that. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Why is Bart K so arrogant and confident in the BS he says? Imagine claiming LDL doesn't cause plaque buildup when all the data literally proves it. Is he a schizo?
He's just a lying grifter. I'm not convinced he actually believes that himself. He just knows that in order to scam money from people in that community, he has to, you know, go along with that narrative. Thanks for the donation, though, Alter Ego Vegeta.
positions, and that instead this program has been completely abused to get foreign workers here who then have a pathway to citizenship, and it lowers worker wages, and it's harming the American people. So I am not fond of it. And I'll add here that prior to his passing, Lou Dobbs of Fox News looked into the program, and he determined that 7 out of the 10 H-1B positions were being outsourced from Indian corporations to American corporations. So it's not globally looking at the 1%. And 5 of those 7 positions were
yeah, stupid. That's because there's a lot of Indians who are smart, and just as a culture, they care a lot about high education. So the most stable, well-earning jobs are in science and technology. So a lot of them are going to be doctors, computer programmers, shit like that. Like, are you surprised the majority of them are from India? Like, I mean, it's retarded. The amount of people from India that are, going into PhD programs is massive. You're not going to find a ton of people from, I don't know, like the fucking Congo that are getting into fucking PhD programs and, getting degrees in science and technology. I don't even know if they have computers in the Congo. What do you expect?
Category 1, which essentially just means that they didn't require any specialized knowledge. These are the janitors, these are the teachers, and they are just taking jobs away from the American people. So I just found her referring
Yeah, she's just a retard. Candace Owens is just fucking retarded.
to this as an issue with being brown, or Americans having an issue with brown people, to be almost comical, to be honest. And I'd love to hear her further explain that.
Oh, yes, Americans don't have an issue with fucking brown people. Right.
Position.
Okay, well, we're not going to hear it. Mikhaila, over to you.
So I don't know, Candace, if you're seeing what I'm seeing on X, but when I saw the H-1B debate going around, mostly what I saw was racism against Indians specifically. And I'm not saying there isn't a problem with the visa issue in the States in general. Getting top talent here is very difficult. Like, I had a very difficult time getting in, and I'm married to an American, and it was long and annoying, and they don't have a proper way to test people. So there's plenty of...
What? Why would she use herself as an example? She wasn't getting a visa or citizenship based on her occupation. Why would she use herself as an example?
flaws to talk about. But I think right before the inauguration, having conservatives argue like amongst ourselves about an H-1B visa issue when we have an open border is silly, especially when it does kind of dredge up what I called the woke right on X. And I know you've scoffed at the term the woke right, but it encompasses these people that are focused on anti-Semitism, Jews, and are they're pro-America, but their idea of America is this white America, similar to, I guess, what everyone's been arguing about for the last 200 years whenever anybody new comes into the country. And I do think it has to do with race, and I think you can see that from comments on Twitter. I mean, Vivek...
Dude, every single one of these magatards that are complaining about H-1B visas, you can look at all their Twitter posts, and they're ethno-nationalists. They literally just do not want brown people in the country, full stop. If like people from Germany or Switzerland or something were getting these H-1B visas, they would have no problem with it. Like the fact that they bring up India specifically because, yeah, Indians are fucking brown just says enough.
Put up a picture. I don't know if you saw it. It wasn't Vivek. It was this horrible woman on Twitter. What's her name? Something Lucas. She's a doctor. She goes, "Oh, what do you guys think about this? Thoughts?" And it's a picture of Vivek and his brown family. And one of the most interacted with comments was subversive brown poop eating parasites. And that's what flooded my feed. And I think I had some irritation because I'm, aligning with conservatives because the woke left has been a disaster for America and for Canada and for the West for years. And it's just frustrating to see them go at each other over something like an H-1B when there are bigger issues like an open border. And I think people are misunderstanding the H-1B, although it does have its issues as well. There's also the H-2B, which nobody knows about. And that's for people who are paid lower. The average wage for an H-1B visa is $118K. So there was all this talk on Twitter about how these people are underpaid and everything. $118K is pretty good. Companies, I don't think most companies, especially tech companies, are hiring H-1Bs to become more successful, to make more money. You're not making more money by getting H.
Well, you are making more money with H-1B visas. The point is these workers are highly productive, so even though they make more money on average than a comparable American worker, their productivity ends up making the company more money.
I think Destiny and Avi are wrong about private healthcare. In Sweden, Norway and Switzerland, for example, you have doctors and nurses earning good money while also having a universal system. Greedy bastards.
I think they've just it's like a cultural thing, right? Like there's a lot of gay pussy faggot countries like the UK or Australia and Canada to some extent where they think, "Oh, America has such a horrible problem with gun violence. Oh my god, that's what happens when, you have the Second Amendment." But if you grow up in a country that has like these massive, pointless, stupid gay gun bans, and you're told through the media and everything, oh, guns are so bad, they're evil, that's why America has so much violence, like, yeah, you're going to start kind of thinking that. And it's the same thing with like Americans. They've never grown up in a system where they have socialized healthcare and they don't really know how it works or how beneficial it is. So, those people personally have never had any issues with a private system. And they've been told all their lives that, oh, you have to wait like 10 years to get cancer treatment, and then by then you'll die when you're in Canada or something. So I think it's just a cultural bias issue. Like nobody, aside from like the UK maybe, is really complaining about the social healthcare system. And the only reason the social healthcare, the NIH in the UK, is so terrible is because the conservatives in the UK have made it terrible. Every single time they elect conservative leadership, they just take away funding from the NHS and they like massively increase wait times. But yeah, if the social system is properly funded and you don't have conservatives trying to destroy it, then it ends up working out pretty well. Thanks for the donation, though, Vivanco.
Random Gallant Adam Gugimos. No more gaga shit. Here's a better idea.
Let's see punches. Come on, punch. Come on, hit it. When I got Charlie, I used to bring him to the dojo, and within like an hour, I taught this chimp how to throw a left punch and a right punch, and it just sort of mushroomed from there. Kick it hard. Good kick, Charlie. Ready? Next thing I know, he was doing combination kicks. What he's known for mostly is a jump spinning heel kick, which is unbelievable kick. He could probably throw it better than most humans could. Come on, kick it. Good kick. There we go. Yeah. Stand up. There you go. He actually learned faster than almost any human I have ever taught.
Yeah, that's a chimpanzee. Thanks for the donation, the Wandering Mason.
Was surprised to see you on Fix Fearless since he's friends with Austin Dunham and you've critiqued him heavily before. Have you changed your mind about them recently?
Well, I think Austin Dunham is a fucking clown. I don't have much faith in FedEx Fearless's dating advice, because, like, if you watched that talk I had with him, he was telling me to have at least 2 girlfriends that I date for at least 2 years before I consider progressing anything. You're probably not going to be dealing with the most high-quality women that you're going to want a serious relationship with. If they're cool with having a sort of serious thing going on for 2 years with, like, multiple other women in the picture. So, like, that was really weird advice. So, I don't know if I'd really... Yeah, I don't know if I'd really agree with his dating advice overall, but as far as, like, general life advice, like, yeah, telling dudes to get a job, start working out, you know, just improve upon themselves, I really appreciate all that he does. I think him telling like every other fucking person to get a hair transplant is also fucking retarded. And some of his stuff when it comes to like, you know, cold approaching, like just learning to be more sociable, like that stuff's fairly sensible though. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
H-1B visas in. You're making more money by having a successful company by hiring top talent. So I don't think we're completely not aligned entirely, because I agree the visa process in America is ridiculous. And it doesn't test people, like I said, properly. But I think it's silly to fracture the Conservative Party by arguing about 85,000 H-1B visas when we have an open border. And I don't like the racism.
Okay, Candace, I mean, do you see common ground there in what you just heard from Mikhaila? And what do you also feel about the fact that for Steve Bannon and the diehard MAGA group, they look at this as a betrayal when they see Vivek and Elon and now Trump as well, all piling in, enthusiastically supporting this? They say, well, hang on, that's not about making America great again. They're not buying into, we need to get all these brilliant people coming here. They think it's a system that's being abused, and it goes against the spirit of MAGA. So you're seeing a real interesting debate raging about the heart of what MAGA really means.
I think Steve Bannon fully has his finger on the pulse there, so he's completely right. And just to respond to the point about seeing racist comments on Twitter, I've heard this argument a lot of times from people where they'll suddenly pretend that if you take a position of something and they can find a racist comment beneath it, then you're on the side of the racist.
That's not what I'm doing.
That's just called, I'm just saying that literally since the day that I started my accounts on Instagram, I've been called the N-word from left and the right. It's just welcome to the internet. You know, doesn't mean that these are the positions that are represented. In fact, this conversation that we're having is something that I would almost refer to as MAGA 101. This is like a freshman year class in MAGA college. I've been hearing this debate, have spoken about this debate on stage. I mean, I've spoken at more than 100 universities. And to be frank with you, because I can't.
That's pretty disingenuous, by the way. I'm sure there have been some left-wingers who've called her the N-word. I'm sure it's happened at least once, but you want to guess who is more likely to call Candace Owens the N-word on Twitter? Yeah, it's going to be fucking right-wing conservatives. I mean, like, give me a fucking break.
Came over from the left. When I first got into this movement, I thought the same thing. I thought, okay, well, I don't understand what the issue is if it's legal migration. But I then listened to people and I wanted to understand where people were coming from. And I opened my mind to what they were saying and realized that they were very much correct. And I think that's sort of where you get into trouble with the MAGA movement, when you just instantly sweep away and condemn everyone and say, well, some people were saying racist stuff about Indians, and so this entire argument now is based on racism. It simply isn't. You know, Vivek, I personally stumped for Vivek. So if you think that I'm going to be on board with people being racist for him when I went on the ground with him all throughout Iowa when he was running for president, of course not. I'm also brown myself. But I understand that this has nothing to do with the merits of the arguments that are being presented here. And it is just a fact that the H-1B visa, the majority of the people that are coming into this country are not coming in with any extraordinary skills. They're not coming in because
that is not true.
They're part of the 1%. It is being completely abused and jobs are being taken away from the American people.
No, that is not true at all. H-1B visa programs, like any other program, can be abused, but the majority of the time it's not abuse. And that's proven by the fact that when you adjust for occupation, H-1B visa applicants are making 8% more on average. CDG donate $2. Hey Richard, I lean right and you're wrong. I think you're such an nice guy, lol. Alright, well thanks for the donation, CDG.
Conservatives all lie about who they hate. I am a brown-looking atheist vegan from Germany. All my life I was discriminated despite never breaking any laws, speaking perfect German. Alt-right just cares about white skin. I have seen it with Ukrainians.
Well, yeah. If every single H-1B visa applicant was only coming from white countries, like if they're all coming from Germany, Poland, Switzerland, and all of them were white, they wouldn't be having this conversation. So this whole idea that, oh, you're stealing American jobs, like, no, they just don't want brown people here. That's all it's about. Thanks for the donation, Vivanko. R. Kelly, donate $2. You said men are on average more sexually active than women. I disagree, especially in the late teenage to college age demographic. For everyone, one guy getting pussy, 3 chicks are getting laid, possibly by the same man. College, I would say probably not. High school, that might be sort of true. They're like, Yeah, I mean, when you have a lot of dudes in high school who are just starting to go through puberty and they're kind of weird, feminine, simpy dorks, I could imagine that, yeah, you might end up having a bit of a disparity there, but lifelong, especially once you get to college age, no, it's roughly even. Thanks for the donation, though, R. Kelly.
Now, Pierce, to your point about the MAGA rift, I'm glad to see it. I very much agree with Steve Bannon. I mean, the last estimate that was done, by the way, and this speaks to Mikhaila, you saying it's just 85,000 people that are allowed annually. Well, the last estimate that was done in 2019 approximated that 600,000 foreign nationals were here on this visa program, all of them being provided with a pathway to citizenship that doesn't include in 2 years, you can then get out of that program and become a permanent resident. Okay, so that they're allowed to stay in this country from up to 6 years. They don't apply for permanent residency. Of course, we can assume that the majority of them do. And they're allowed to stay up to 10 years if they go to work for the Department of Defense. Again, all of these applicants have a pathway to citizenship. So you just imagine, you're like, yeah, I just went to work in America as a teacher for a couple of years and I became a citizen, or as a janitor for a couple of years and I became a citizen. It's just
There are no people who are becoming janitors on an H-1B visa. Like, this is just a lie.
it's not okay. And I want to be clear, all across the board, it's not just the H-1B. There's a ton of visa programs that are being routinely abused. And like I said, I have faith in the American people. I think that the American people can fulfill those positions. I know they can fulfill those positions. And so I am not on the side of Elon Musk and Trump in this debate. And I think that, Elon Musk has been at Mar-a-Lago for a bit too long and thinks that that is the sample of what MAGA is, and it simply is. And Steve Bannon has been on the ground and spoken to those people for years. He understands what they're saying. And it would be gracious for Elon Musk to kind of step down and recognize that he's simply wrong in this debate.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you actually posted to me on X, of course, owned by Elon Musk. You said we'll have to get together in the new year so you can let me finish what I was going to say about Elon Musk. A lot has happened since I didn't finish that sentence. Exciting dialogue awaits. And we did leave people on a slight cliffhanger about Elon Musk. So now's your chance to finish that sentence and I'll get Mikhaila to respond. But I mean, Musk he's everywhere right now, literally poking his head into every country, it seems, in the world, particularly my country, where just in the last 2 days, he's called for the king to dissolve parliament, which he can't actually do. He's called for Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, to be imprisoned. He's hammered a previous Prime Minister, Gordon Brown. He's called another senior member of the cabinet here, an evil woman, Jess Phillips, who's been waging a rape genocide apology tour, I think is how he put it. I mean, this is inflammatory, incendiary stuff. What do you think his game plan is here?
Well, that was what I was going to say to you. And for people that haven't watched it, we were able to sit down and speak about a variety of issues, but we did disagree on Elon Musk. You said that he was a superhero, and I didn't say that he hadn't done superheroic things. I thought that he was going to rescue speech on X, even that's up for debate now, given the H-1B visa debate. But I was never keen on him essentially buying a seat at the table, which is what he's done, because we don't know what Elon Musk believes. I am a Christian conservative. Elon Musk, of course, is going to be at odds with me and my beliefs because he wants to put brain chips in people's minds. He wants to go to Mars. These things conflict with me theologically. I think he's a transhumanist. What are his perspectives on marriage? He's had how many different women? I think he has up to 13 different children. What is Elon Musk's endgame? And we have not seen people interview him fairly. They're either incredibly hostile to him.
He's a narcissist who just wants more money. That's what he wants.
Like you saw with Don Lemon, or they're too friendly to him, and which they just see him as a superhero. And I would actually like to see someone sit down and flesh out what Elon Musk actually believes. What is his goal? What is he trying to contribute? Because I don't think you can say that you are a conservative if you are not ultimately trying to conserve the nuclear family unit. And I don't think that he's trying to do any of those things. And so we're now seeing that, okay, maybe this is about AI for him. Maybe this is about data collection for him. Maybe this is about him wanting to be the first person and getting a leg into federal governments so that he can do things that are on a larger scale in terms of artificial intelligence. I don't know the answer to that, and not knowing the answer to that made me uncomfortable when people did what we always speak against, which is essentially turn him into a celebrity, that worship him like he's Taylor Swift, and think that because he's got tons of money and bought X, that he's now suddenly allowed to direct us on politics. I just am not into celebrity worship culture.
Mikhaila, interestingly, Elon Musk began following you on X just 3 days ago, and that happened after you complained that you thought YouTube was trying to shadow ban your father Jordan's interview with Tommy Robinson, very controversial figure over here in the UK. What did you think when Elon began following you?
I mean, I'm an Elon fan, so I kind of had a bit of a fangirl moment. And I'm not a fan of celebrity culture, like Candace said either. I don't usually follow that stuff, but I appreciate what Elon is doing. And I think it's totally fair if you're trying to give the world internet and doing what he's doing for the better of civilization, which I totally believe, that he has a seat at the table. He's also brilliant. So maybe some people don't understand what they're doing, but maybe it's...
What Western country is the best for vegans to escape to? I am scared of the alt-right in Germany right now. What Western country would you recommend? I think USA, UK, France, Italy, etc. are all shitholes. Canada is too expensive.
You're kind of seeing like worldwide, there's a big like right-wing sort of push. It's mostly due to people being fed up with the incumbent parties. And especially in countries like Germany, Sweden, shit like that, who've just gone way too gay and retarded with, shit like Muslim immigration. A lot of these far right-wing parties are getting more popular just because they're really the only political parties that are seriously talking about immigration. So I don't know if it's really going to lead to anything. Like, at the end of the day, politicians do want to get reelected. So if they see that there's a realistic possibility that they're going to end up getting pushed out by a far-right party, they're just going to end up kind of appealing to the masses and, adopting, anti-immigration or, just more reasonable immigration policies. So I wouldn't really worry about it too much. Germany kind of just sucks in general. Like, your leadership is just plain stupid. Like, they banned nuclear power for literally no reason whatsoever, and this was at a time when they knew Russia was going to invade Ukraine. So they're just not very smart people running the country. Yeah, Canada's kind of too expensive right now. I don't know if it's... I know when it comes to housing prices, it's certainly more expensive than Germany. Overall cost of living, I'm not sure how it compares exactly. But I can't remember where somebody said... There was a good country in Europe somebody told me to move to. I flat out can't remember. If I had to move to Europe, I'd probably try to go to Switzerland. Switzerland's pretty fucking based. Thanks for the donation, though. Vivanko.
Terry's a new alt-right thing in Germany right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Who the hell are you? What do you want?
Hey, so I'm not actually here to debate you. I just had a question.
Sure.
So, I've been trying to donate to you, but I'm unable to because I'm not 18 yet. And in order to send super chats, you have to be 18. So is there any other way I could donate to you? Because I wanted to paste the video link for you to react to. Because I don't have PayPal either.
So if you're under 18 with a credit card, there's age verification?
Well, it doesn't let me donate.
That's really fucking weird. I've never heard of that. Just send me a message on Instagram and I'll take a look at it.
Okay. Alright, take care.
Alright, take care. What do you want?
Oh, hey, dude.
Hey.
Before I make my point, could you kindly remind me what was the Owens or whatever her name is take on immigration, except stealing jobs?
Candace Owens?
Yeah. The black lady.
Her take on H-1B visas?
I mean, whatever people are immigrating to United States and what except stealing jobs she has against them.
Oh, well, so they're talking about H-1B visas, which is a specific visa program to give high-ranking, mostly technology and science jobs to immigrants where those positions can't necessarily be filled by American citizens. So if you find some like super genius in India who's really good with AI research, they can apply for an H-1B visa and then get a job at like Google or Microsoft. Her stance on it is most H-1B visas are just like a scam where Google or Microsoft or something can just hire cheaper foreign labor and take away American jobs. And she even goes further with it. Like she's claiming they're hiring janitors that are applying for H-1B visas, which is completely untrue.
Yeah, all right. But later on, you said something about there would be no complaints if it was people from Europe coming in.
Yeah.
And like, why? Why exactly did you say that?
Well, you can look at all the complaints that these people who are complaining about the H-1B visas, you can just see what they're saying. All of this goes along with why are we letting dirty Indians into the country? They're pointing out that Indians are overrepresented in H-1B visas, which is something you'd expect because there's just way more PhD graduates coming out of India.
Is it only about Indians or other countries as well?
The focus is on India because the majority of these H-1B visa grants are being given to Indians.
Gotcha. And is it like, I mean, is it no way, shape, or form suspicious that, for example, I live in Poland and you can literally buy yourself in Ukraine. I mean, you kind of used to a certificate that you are an engineer in this or that. You could literally just, hey, here is $200, give me a diploma. Is there by any chance it might also be going on in a poor country like India?
That can happen. That's very hard to do because like if you're getting a degree from a diploma mill, you can just look up the diploma and you'll be able to find out right away that it's a bullshit degree from a diploma mill. Usually when people do that sort of shit, they just want something to put on like their LinkedIn profile or on their like website or something to say they're a doctor when they're not, just to kind of screw with people so that they can get clients for their own business. It's not something that you'd really be able to get away with on a job application. When you're talking about that sort of fraud, what these fraudsters generally do is they find out ways to actually fraudulently claim they've gotten a degree from an actual accredited university. So whatever the equivalent of like Harvard is in India, they'll fake a degree from that university. And there are some people who have gotten away with that for a little while, but usually it ends up catching up with them. So I've seen some people who've been able to spend like, you know, $20,000-$30,000 to get one of these fake degrees that say, you know, they went to a school like Harvard, and it's like really, it's like a lot of corruption that ends up happening from like a specific person within the university that's tied with an organized criminal group, and that's how they get away with it. But again, these people usually get found out.
Well, it's not necessarily a criminal group. You can call it them that way, but in reality, those are legit schools, right? Like Ukrainians go there. It just happens to be that some rich guys just go there and buy a diploma. Maybe
Well, that's what
spend
Elon
like,
Musk
I don't know,
did. So people say Elon Musk is an engineer. He's not. He literally just got a degree from a diploma mill. Like Elon Musk has done that, but you're not getting a degree from something like Harvard to become a doctor by just paying for it. There has to be some high level fraud involved, and it's fairly rare that ever happens, and they usually end up getting found out and caught.
Yeah, well, apparently not here. I don't know if it comes down to discrimination, but like, if you're an Indian, let's say with a so-called fake diploma, and you send your CV to many companies, right? Like, what percentage of each of those companies are gonna be curious? Like, is that school could be a fraud, right? From India. Like they don't know. They
Well,
literally
they
can
would know.
no clue. Yeah, exactly my point. Like
Well, no, they would know. So first of all, if you're a PhD graduate, you're going to offer your PhD thesis to, a company like Google or Microsoft. So they'll be able to look at your PhD thesis and see if you're actually smart. And there are schools in India that are essentially the equivalent of like Harvard or Princeton or something in India. So it's not like,
Right.
it's not like none of these companies know about any good accredited schools out of India. India has good relations with the US for the most part. So, and the tech industry has been hiring from India since, like, very heavily since the 90s.
Yeah, true. Nothing against Indians. Like, obviously, there are many smart ones. It's a huge country. Yeah, okay. Anyway, man, so I guess I was wrong about your statement. I just thought you're thinking about them like they are against brown-skinned people, even though she is black herself. So
Well,
I
Candace
just
Owens
wanted.
is racist, and she's
I
racist towards
mean,
black people.
in what way? Like, could you name the one sentence she said against
Yeah,
black people?
she blamed black people for the American slave trade and said white people have no responsibility.
Overpaying their duties to them, or what?
No, so the American slave trade, which started in like the 1600s,
Yeah.
until Abraham Lincoln came in with the Emancipation Proclamation, she blamed black people for slavery. She claimed America
Well,
is
what exactly she said?
fundamentally she was criticizing people who said America has been a racist country for hundreds of years because of things like slavery and the Native American genocide, and she pointed out that Americans bought slaves from Africans, so she said black people are responsible for slavery, not white people. So she'll
And
say
argument?
shit like that to put the blame for slavery on black people and absolve white people of any wrongdoing.
Okay, and her argument for it was why black people were responsible for
I just gave you
slavery?
the argument. African slave traders would sell African slaves to white people.
Oh, okay, I missed that part. Well, if that was an actual issue, then wouldn't at least she be in maybe 50% correct that it's kinda
She's
could have been
historically,
their fault?
she's descriptively correct that Africans practiced slavery and they sold their slaves to white people. But she's incorrect with the normative claim that white people are not responsible for the slave trade, which they absolutely are.
Yeah, sure.
Especially since they contributed to it. They bought African slaves and they bred slaves. They didn't just transfer slaves from Africa to the Americas. They actually, once they had slaves, they bred them to create more slaves. So the idea that white people are not in any way responsible for slavery is just an insane fucking claim. And she
No, no,
does
no.
this all the time.
Mm, where exactly
She's also a
can I
Holocaust.
find?
Huh?
Where exactly can I find her saying that? Is
I
there a
think
video on YouTube?
I think Piers Morgan might have criticized her on that on one episode of the Piers Morgan show. If you just Google it, you can probably find some video clips and shit of her. She's also a Holocaust denier. She denied that Joseph Mengele performed like insane experiments on Jews. She said that was all made up. So like she's just a massive racist. She particularly hates Jews.
Yeah, I will also need to do my research on her hating Jews and black people apparently. It's just, you know, man, how it is. Like very often people take something out of the context and it makes other people sound racist. It's extremely often here in public TV, even in my own country, the German TV, Polish TV. It happens everywhere, right? Like even in your own country. I mean, I don't know about Canada, but in US, like it happens all the time. Like you quote you even for you right now.
Usually it's not the case that people are just taking something out of context. I'd say 90% of the time it's not taken out of context and these people are actually racist. And then like a small proportion of the time, yeah, you have like crazy woke leftists who think everything's racist and they just lie and make shit up.
Yeah. One more question for you. Have you seen that debate before Trump won the elections between Destiny and I apologize, I cannot remember his name. They were both standing on the stage and Destiny basically at the beginning refused to even shake his hand. And yeah, they were
the guy
basically
with the beard?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was a fucking retard.
And you deny that he had like zero good takes, like
he had no argument whatsoever, and Destiny absolutely annihilated him.
So in your opinion, he literally had no knowledge, no like zero good takes. He was
his
not right
entire
anywhere.
position was based off of misinformation that was easily debunked, and that's why Destiny annihilated him in the debate.
Well, all right. Okay, that's all from me. Thanks for your time, man.
Take care, dude. Hey, what did you want?
Oh no, I'm just saying I sent it if you want to check.
I don't see. Are you sure you sent the message to the right profile? It's vegangains.real.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
I don't see any new messages. It's vegangains.real. There's a lot of fake profiles of me.
Alright, I'm gonna resend it. Alright, I sent it.
What's your profile name?
I followed you?
Yeah, but what's your profile name?
Fernando. Sterling Lopez.
Did you send me a message?
Yeah. Like an invite.
Did you send me a message?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
It's pretty long. You don't have to watch the whole thing, but yeah, I just wanted your thoughts on it.
Best of J Zhang compilation.
And tell me if his voice seems familiar, by the way.
Allahu Akbar!
Okay, I'll check that out in a bit.
Alright, thanks. Love you.
Alright, take care.
Hey VG, I mainly eat oats, sweet potatoes, kidney beans, soy milk, carrots, cucumber, blueberries, walnuts and B12 D3 and iodine salt supplement. Will I get any deficiency? I am a student and don't have a big appetite and don't have much time.
There's a bit of a lack of green vegetables, it seems, in your diet, but I don't know, it kind of depends. I would recommend just getting a blood test to see what your serum levels are like, but you'd probably be fine. It sounds like you've got enough variety in your diet where you probably aren't going to be deficient in anything. But yeah, I'd add in some green veggies like broccoli, romaine lettuce, something like that. Thanks for the donation, Alter Ego Vegeta.
I don't see how white people at least today are responsable for slavery. Don't get me wrong, they're white people back then who owned them definitely were, but no white American today owns slaves. In fact, it's illegal and rightfully so.
Yes, there aren't any white people today in America that own slaves. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Cocaine over vaccines, $20. Hi VG, where can I read and learn about the Israel-Palestine conflict in an unbiased fashion? I see glazers and bots on both sides. I've heard Jewish people denounce Israel and vice versa on the Muslim side with Hamas. Like, how can a subject be so divided? Well, all of this is... there's not really any debate over what happened historically. A good place to start from is Wikipedia. A lot of people shit on Wikipedia, but they do link sources in Wikipedia articles, and this is so well historically documented. There's not really any major historical inaccuracies within Wikipedia articles. So if you want to read about the Israeli War of Independence and everything, how Israel was formed, just start with Wikipedia, and then you can look up some of the resources and references. Basically, Palestinians are like crazy, retarded, Jew-hating babies, and they've been given every opportunity to have their own state, and they just plain and simple don't want their own state, and they just hate the idea of Jews living next to them. They don't care about the stupid bullshit of stolen land. It's all just a cynical ploy to try to exterminate all Jews. That's all it is. Back in the 1920s and 30s, the Mufti, who was the religious leader in Palestine, he was actually in contact with the Nazis, and he wanted to recruit for the SS, and he was actually brought to Germany and was told about the Jewish extermination camps, and he tried to convince the Nazis to come over and kill off all the Jews. He also refused land deals that would have given a pretty huge amount of Palestinian territory and given it statehood, and he had no interest in that. All he wanted was to exterminate Jews. And then afterwards, when, there was the British Mandate and everything, rather than just trying to seek, diplomatic negotiations, Palestinians just tried to kill all the Jews, and they ended up losing the war because they're fucking retards, and Jews had just a way bigger, stronger military. And they lost, and since then they've been acting like retarded babies, acting as if they have some sort of claim to the land, and they were pushed out of their territory by the evil Jews when, again, all they had to do was negotiate, use diplomacy, some deal could have been worked out, but they didn't have any interest in that. All they wanted to do was kill Jews, and they've been acting like retarded Nazi babies ever since. But yeah, just starting off with Wikipedia. and then looking up the sources and going from there is totally adequate. Same with like using Wikipedia as a resource for learning about Nazi Germany. This is so well historically documented, and none of this data is really, up for debate or contested. So just start from there. The only reason you have idiots claiming, oh, Jews were evil and they stole Palestinian land and they pushed out, a native culture and all that, it's all nonsense propaganda. It's not based on any historical fact, and it's just misinformation and disinformation put out by these terrorist groups. That's literally all it is. And the reason this narrative is so popular is because people just hate Jews. It's as simple as that. So people who hate Jews are going to eat that shit up like candy because they hate Jews. That's why there's still, to this day, so many Holocaust deniers. But thanks for the donation, Cocaine Over Vaccines.
Then why do some woke black people use slavery as an excuse to hate all white people even today, despite it happening 160 years ago and the guy who ended it was none other than Abraham Lincoln, a white man?
I think it's because not everyone is particularly sensible. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
How can people be alive in God when some nice people get cancer in childhood and die, meanwhile a piece of shit like Jason Blahu is still alive?
I think the fundamental reason why people believe in God is because they're weak, cowardly pussies who can't accept the reality of the situation they're in, and they have no faith in themselves. So they end up creating these stupid religious beliefs where there's like some sort of God looking over them. There's some sort of afterlife where they'll be able to find some kind of peace that they're not able to achieve in their own life. And they also make up excuses for their own misdeeds by, creating these ideas of like demons and devils that, can manipulate and control your mind and shit when... really, they're the source of their own problems, and they're the source of their own salvation, and they're just too weak and cucked and pussy to, accept that reality, and then they just create these dumbass ideas to cope. That's really as simple as it is. Thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
Okay, say goodbye. Oh, fuck it. Oh, fuck. Yo, what the fuck is up, Pornhub? Today we're gonna be jizzing in my granddad's sock and cream pieing his face and see how long he can last. And today we're gonna see how many dogs he can actually smash tonight. And we're gonna be doing this every day. Make sure to spam the comment sections, just like you spam the granddad's jizz. And also make sure to smash that like button, just like you smash that dog in the car park. Hey, yeah!
If I ever had the opportunity to run into somebody like this, like Johnny Somali, and I could get away with it, I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of breaking every single bone in their body in Minecraft. Even if they don't learn a lesson, which I wouldn't expect them to, that they can't fuck with people like this and act like a complete asshole, at least they would be hospitalized for long enough and probably never truly recover to be able to do this anymore in public. If they had to, you know, roll around in a wheelchair or walk with a cane, I just don't see them really doing this anymore, because they're just not physically able to.
Okay, I'm gonna ask them for condoms, yeah?
I want the extra large condom. Where is it? Yeah. What do you want? I want extra large condom. You don't have it? No, we don't have it. You just said you had it. No, we don't have it. Look, guys, he said he doesn't have extra large condoms. Do you not have condoms for like daughters? What are the other stores? No, we don't have it. You don't have it like 12 inches? 12 inches thick and black? Is there not a 12-inch condom? You just said there was one. We don't have it. Alright guys, so unfortunately we can't like film the red tube tonight, right? Because this fella here he does not have extra large condoms yet. Give me my chicken! Give me my chicken! Why is my fucking order on my fucking telephone? Oh my God!
6 pieces in specific. Let's see if we can do it. I hope we can actually be successful this time. Let's see if we can do it.
Yeah, if I saw a 17-year-old kid acting like this in public, filming everything with his cell phone, I'd know exactly what's going on. And again, like, these kids should just get their asses kicked.
No, you're not thinking. Well, can I get your boyfriend's number then? Well, I'm live streaming. Yeah. Take a knee. You want to take a knee? Okay, so you hate your own kind, yeah? You want to bow down to the white man, yeah? You want to bow down to the white man, yeah? You hate your own race so much. That's why you don't want to take a knee. Otherwise...
Yeah, well, fuck that kid.
It's an IQ difference thing.
Well, okay. I mean, look, I think he's a genius, no question. But I also think he does seem to amplify to his own gigantic audience. I mean, I don't know how many gazillion followers he now has, but well over 150 million, I think it's 200 million. He amplifies all sorts of random people, some of whom are utterly appalling. The worst kind of horrible, extreme right-wing headbangers. And he's giving them this massive platform to spew often complete nonsense. Now, underpinning it, I think he's well-intentioned in that if you take the rape scandal in the UK, for example, he's not wrong that it was a disgraceful scandal. There was an appalling cover-up and there should be a big national inquiry. But when he calls for the king to dissolve parliament, which he can't actually do, when he calls for the prime minister to be jailed, all these kind of things, when he really personally abuses in the most awful way Jess Phillips, who's a female MP, when we've had 2 members of parliament in the UK murdered in the last 10 years, and he's basically putting a massive target on her head for random headbangers to, go after this, as he put it, genocidal rape apologists. I mean, you couldn't think of a worse thing to say about a woman who's actually campaigned a lot in this area for many years. So I think there is a danger with Elon doesn't quite perhaps comprehend his own power on his own platform.
I mean, that's probably true. I think anybody at his level is going to be impossible to comprehend what kind of power you have. Having any type of social media following, it's shocking when people agree with you. So that's definitely true. I don't know enough about Jess Phillips, but after reading what happened to, apparently at least 250,000 girls in the UK.
Well, we don't know how many. I mean, that figure I think is being plucked out of thin air, really. I mean, what we do know.
But then some people have said more, right? And some people have.
I hate it when people film in public without asking for permission. I wish I could destroy their phones and break their nose in GTA 5 online.
Well, I have no problem with anybody filming in public. The issue is deliberately harassing people and being an absolute pest just for a social media following. Like, that's horseshit. You have to allow people to film in public, otherwise you wouldn't be allowed to have freedom of expression. It would violate your constitutional rights. You wouldn't be able to do things like film the police. Thanks for the donation, though, Gohan.
Said less. It's still an alarming.
What we can agree on is that thousands of young girls, very young, mainly underage girls, were systematically raped and abused and drugged and fed alcohol and treated like underage prostitutes by predominantly British Pakistani men in the north of England in up to 50 towns and villages. That is a horrendous scandal, and there was an equally horrendous cover-up from the bottom right to the top of local council authorities and councillors to police who are supposed to be doing their job investigating it to government at all levels. So all of that is true, and it's been a scandal. It's not true that mainstream mainstream media ignored it. In fact, it was exposed originally by the Times in the UK, one of the big-selling national daily newspapers. They ran a campaign for many years. They started it. They had a whistleblower who'd been one of the victims. It's not true that Tommy Robinson exposed this in the way he tries to pretend. And I'm also not sure that people in America fully understand who Tommy Robinson is or what his record is. I mean, this is a guy who's been to prison 3 times now. He was convicted for attacking a police officer, convicted of, as we now know, contempt of court. He nearly wrecked 2 of the cases involving the rapists. 2 of their cases nearly collapsed because he was outside court saying defamatory things. He's been convicted of mortgage fraud, convicted of using a fake passport to get into the United States to avoid them discovering his criminal record. He was a leader of a football hooligan gang in Britain, committing endless acts of violence. This guy is not, I think, the hero that you really want to choose your hill to die on publicly supporting.
STX donate $2. Let me
When
see.
black people get mad, it's like they're talking over a fence. Hey, excuse me. Say it again. When black people get
That wasn't funny. This guy is top 3 of all time. Epic.
They're really pushing diversity in Hollywood. They just signed Jimmy O. Yang to star in the next Home Alone film called Home Alone. They're really pushing.
It's not funny. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And yet many Americans are doing that, which I find quite concerning. I would have thought it should at least.
I did.
Well, it should at least make Americans stop when they see that. And I know you're not American, you're Canadian, but if you take someone like Nigel Farage, who runs the Reform Party in the UK, the fact that he won't have anything to do with Tommy Robinson ought to ring alarm bells to the right in America, I think.
Yeah.
Dodo is dumb. Donate $2. Dodo never heard of the black codes, redlining, gerrymandering, COINTELPRO, etc. Black people blame white people for upholding systemic racism. You dipshit, it's deeper than you had slaves.
Lake Lanier, that shit not a lake. Under it, it was a black community. Most of these lakes made to cover up evidence. Y'all swimming in graveyards, gotta be losing it. Seneca Village, a black town up in New York, where black people own LA property. They tore it down and put up Central Park. They was hating on us the whole time. What the fuck? Cowaliga, black town in Alabama destroyed. Now it's Lake Martin, Susanna, another town.
Yeah, Atlanta is one of the few cities where black people actually got to keep their property and shit because it was a big hub town for transportation and shit. But yeah, this has happened a lot all throughout the United States where a lot of wealthier black property owners were literally forced off their land and their wealth was stolen from them.
Under that lake, those is black Wall Streets, we can never be great. Vanport, Oregon, another black town got flooded. Now that shit Delta Park. Where's our reparations? What the hell? These crimes need a punishment worse than jail. Warren and Baltimore.
Thanks for the donation, Dodo's dumb.
Do you think Alex O'Connor still shits himself? Typical British low-class shove.
British are among the ugliest people in the world. I'm not sure why they're so ugly, but it might have something to do with inbreeding. Like, they're pretty stupid, too. Less than 1 in 8 Britons have been allowed to become members of this website, and only 3 in 20 women have been accepted. The fuck is this shit? I have no idea what the fuck this is. Yeah, they are kind of ugly. But it wouldn't surprise me if Alex still shits himself. He is like a retard. Thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego Vegeta. CDG donated $2. Please don't skip through the video. Can you just go to 9 minutes and watch for like 5 minutes?
Everybody get down! That shit from my video. Hey, I still don't know what these tiny little things are. I think they're bugs or something, but yeah.
Yeah, that looks like cockroach shit.
I don't know.
You don't know what's in your fridge.
I don't know. Hey, not a single person on the planet, unless they're a genius, would know what's in here. Let's look at the bottom window.
Oh! What is that?
This can't possibly be his actual apartment.
What is that?
What, you mean the white stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know. Go to my room.
How you doing? How you doing, Dad?
That's my dad. That's my son.
W Dad.
Yeah.
They actually live like this?
Oh, okay.
So over here, I already got the piss air ready. You wanted to know?
Bro, piss air?
Now that you got a whiff, what do you think it smells like? Uncover your nose, nigga. Uncover your nose. What is my room smell?
Can I step outside real quick?
Why?
I just need to step outside real quick.
Yo, no, nigga, you finna run away, bro.
No. Let me just step outside just real quick.
This nigga, you a coward. All right, go step outside. Go step outside.
This is like the dude who goes on FedEx Fearless and asks, why can't I get any girls? Well, let's see. You live at home with your father, you make no money, you're nasty as fuck, your apartment's disgusting.
No warning?
If you wanna hang out with me, you gotta be ready, you gotta get down. That's how it is. There's no warriors around here. You gotta be a soldier.
I don't think I'm a coward. I think I just want to live for my safety and for whole Texas safety so I don't bring back something. I think I should just protective clothing, you know, suits, something.
Fucking hazmat suit.
Something, you know?
Where are we finna go?
You know, I feel like these people should not be allowed to own a home. If they live like that, they should be forced to be homeless and then allow somebody who isn't retarded to just own that home. You know, somebody who isn't going to let it be infested by roaches and everything. It's only fair. Like, what's the point, right? You might as well just live out on the street.
Walmart and get some hazmat suits.
Hazmat suit, something, bro. Here. Stay right here. Come here, Reed. What the fuck did we get ourselves into?
I could barely breathe in there. But when he closed his door,
But it was. Okay, can we go to Walmart and get some hazmat suits?
I don't got money. I'm finna steal that shit.
No, I'll buy it. But I mean, I think you're immune. You have to be immune to this, and basically make sure we're protected.
Piss is right there. Piss on my table. This is all the trash. You know, I didn't really feel like picking it up, so I'm just gonna.
So what is this?
Oh, that's some. Moldy.
Bro, you're touching it with your.
I don't give a fuck. Oh, that's some moldy bread for my piss pizza video.
There's flies coming off of it.
Hey, if you guys look up my piss pizza video. Yeah, I tried to fuck with the girl when we were hanging out. She said she needed to leave, and then she never came back. And I was like, "What happened?" And she said, "I'm a lesbian." So.
Bro, you changed her sex. What?
Every once in a while, like that. World hunger has.
I'm not sure if this is real or not.
Every now and then, when I open TikTok, I come across an account that leaves me speechless. This is Mr. Pissair.
What's up, guys? Today I'm gonna
Oh no, it is real.
be showing you my piss collection. So first up, we got Jonathan. You know, Jonathan's pretty
Quite some time ago. This is a TikToker whose entire lane of content revolves around living in squalor and doing insane things with his own urine. With an account.
Okay, so he is just crazy. He's like the black version of Asmongold.
Why are white men getting so mad when white women date black or Arabs but they themselves date outside their race in Asia constantly? Most right-wingers in USA, Canada have Asian girlfriends or they are incels.
I think the majority of white dudes who complain about white girls dating blacks or something, they're probably just racist. Or they're, well, I'm sure there's a lot of overlap with the incel and racist communities. But yeah, they're either just racist or they're racist incels, and when they see white girls dating black dudes, they see it as, oh, the blacks are stealing our women, or if they're incels and racist, they see it as, oh, the white women should date a person from the superior race, but they're dating from the black race instead of me or something. But yeah, racists and racist incels. Thanks for the donation, Gohan. Haha, donate $2 to be honest. He kind of reminds me of you when you were depressed with Jasmine and got fat and your living room was a mess. I was nowhere near that bad. Thanks for the donation, though. Haha.
Yeah, I mean, that's all fair. And as soon as I posted something that said free, it said something like free Tommy right now, right? And that gained a lot of support. And I had a number of people reach out and explain all that to me. But I don't think somebody like Tommy would have risen to where he's at now and gained the amount of support he had if there hadn't been so much corruption in the UK covering this all up.
Well, I think that may be true.
Maybe
I think that may be true. And I also think on that point, just to jump in, I also think not only is that undeniably true, but also he has been deliberately amplified as a kind of bogeyman by the other side because they know he's so flawed and so damaged and so in many ways lacking credibility because of his extensive criminal record and so on. They're quite happy for him to be the front man having a go at them because they think it gives him a bit of a pass. I think that can also be true.
Yeah, agreed.
Nope, never donated sperm. I've never had any interest in having children or anything, so never donated sperm.
As for Elon getting involved in it, I think that's probably a reaction because there's been so much jumping up and down about Islamophobia for the last 10-ish years that if people in the UK, especially in the government and police officers, were actually scared to talk about what was going on for fear of being deemed Islamophobic, that's a huge problem. If we can't discuss child rape because we're worried about being called racist. Like I understand where Candace is coming from saying don't throw the racist term around. I do get that. And it's a slippery slope. I completely understand that. But I think what happened and what's going on in the UK is so egregious and so awful. Like I can't think of a lot worse than finding out about something like this, especially given it's been going on for so long. And especially given people haven't been talking about it because of the fear of being called Islamophobic. I can't think of anything worse. So I can see why Elon's freaking out.
I mean, I agree with you. Listen, I've discussed with Candace before this very lazy trait people have of apportioning that kind of label to anybody for absolutely anything to shut down debate. I've got to say, in the case of Tommy Robinson, I think he's an unashamed Islamophobe. I mean, this is a guy who, when I interviewed him, started
There's no such thing as Islamophobia.
Waving the Quran around and just openly abusing everything about Islam. And to me, that is the definition of an Islamophobic person. So it doesn't mean there aren't people who aren't racist or Islamophobes or sexist or transphobes or any of those things. It doesn't mean that
there's no such thing as Islamophobia. Like, here's the thing. When you use the term like homophobia, homophobes will say things like, gay people are why AIDS exists or something. You know, they have to lie and make up nonsense. Like right now, there's a whole thing about gay people being groomers and raping kids. Like, we know that gay people do not have a higher propensity to be, child sex abusers compared to straight people. So they have to lie and go out of their way to lie in order to justify their hatred of gay people. You do not have to do that with Islam. Like, all of these people who criticize Islam and, kind of try to blow the whistle about Islamic immigration, they do think it's okay to rape kids. Not only is it in their holy scripture, ask any fucking Muslim, any random Muslim off the street, what they think of the Prophet Muhammad raping a 9-year-old girl. They'll threaten to kill you, refuse to talk, or they'll, talk to you for, 10 minutes and just spout, child rape apologia, where, oh, well, God gave him permission to do it, so it's okay, or he was the wisest man at the time, so obviously he was right in doing it because, like, he's the Prophet Muhammad. Like, they'll give tons and tons of fucking excuses for why they think it's okay for a 54-year-old man to have sex with a 9-year-old girl. Or, like, Sharia law. You'll find tons of fucking Muslims who will support Sharia law, so killing apostates, killing gay people, taking away women's rights, shit like that. Like, it's all true. Islam is so fucking bad, you don't have to make any of this shit up. And it's not like Christianity either, where it's gone through reforms, where if you ask your average Christian, you know, what they think of the Bible, you know, saying slavery is okay, they'll either... Most Christians have never even read the Bible, so they'll say, oh, well, slavery isn't, like, doesn't promote slavery, which isn't true. Or if they do know about it, they'll say, well, oh, well, that was mostly in the Old Testament. If you read the New Testament, you know, there's only small mentions about slavery, and usually they talk about slavery as a bad thing. There's also so many contradictory things within the Bible where you can point to any passage and pick and choose what you want. Like, they generally, outside of, like, weird Christian pundits that, you know, people like Alex O'Connor end up debating, it's very fucking hard to find a Christian who will apologize for slavery in the Bible. Whereas in Islam, they'll make up any fucking excuse to justify anything in Islam. Like, you know, keeping women as war booty and sex slaves in Islam. Again, they'll make up stupid excuses for it. Like, oh, well, the Prophet Muhammad knew that this is what was best for these women, and, you know, they were kafirs, and they wouldn't have been able to, you know, live a good, wholesome life, so he did the right thing for them by making them sex slaves or some shit. So there's no such thing as Islamophobia. It's so bad, none of these people are making up shit about Islam. It is actually true.
Do know the YouTube channel is from Canada, talks about bad car-dependent infrastructure and car-dependence hellholes. He moved to Bike Heaven, Netherlands.
Yeah, we've already reacted to this video. I'm well aware of Not Just Bikes. I wouldn't want to move to the Netherlands because, again, it's another gay-ass cucked country in Europe where you can't own guns and shit, and there's just way too much fucking government overreach. Like, I lived in Europe for a little while. I lived in Belgium, and it's nice in a lot of ways and better than Canada in a lot of ways, but I'd still rather live in Canada, even with the, you know, car dependence and urban sprawl, just because I hate how the government and police just control everything you do. If you want to get a new apartment in Belgium, you have to go to the government office in your town, register your address at the town office, then a police officer comes by, inspects the apartment, finds out who's living there, and then you have to be registered there. You can't just rent an apartment. They have, like, annoying fucking transportation laws where if you buy an e-bike, they'll, like, just randomly fucking stop you if you're riding on an e-bike, and they'll check how fast it goes. And, like, I can't stand living like that, where I can't just do sensible fucking things that are in my self-interest without the police and everything butting in. But thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego Vegeta. CDG, donate $2. Read the comments below. What's your thoughts on this?
Always in first
She said, excuse me, I may get these wrong.
Olympia TV. Let me put this on Olympia TV.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Angela. Hit a pose, Angela. Pretty easy. Right here. Where's number one? I need a short for Olympia TV. Perfect.
some of these girls have nice facial structure, but they're on so much steroids that the muscles in their face have hypertrophied, and their skin is also, like, really fucked up and wrinkled. Yeah, they're on a lot of steroids. They're the actual reason why the aliens are afraid to invade our planet. More testosterone in that room than in an NFL locker room. Wow, their faces look more masculine than mine. Respect. Never ever call Shrek ugly again. Each one's scarier than the next. Don't do drugs. The grip down there must be insane. I mean, I'm not a judgmental person. If that's the way they want to live their life, that's their choice. But yeah, they're on a fuck ton of steroids, dude. That is a lot of fucking gear they're doing. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
There aren't any, but it just means you have to be careful about how you throw that kind of accusation around, and that your primary motivation is not to shut down debate. I think Tommy Robinson was right to continue to highlight the scandal of the rape gangs, but he didn't expose it. And I also think there's a big self-interest with him in spewing deliberate lies about the Muslim community and constantly attacking Islam because it makes him money. And I'm very cynical about that. And I think that can also be true. Candace.
Yeah, I also want to add here, just regarding Elon Musk shifting gears and even speaking about that issue, you are correct. Obviously, I follow UK politics to some degree because of who I'm married to. And I will tell you that it very much seemed to me like he was drudging up this issue because he was getting so much backlash on the H-1B visa. So I don't really know how sincere Elon Musk was when he weighed into that issue at all. Suddenly,
no one's not
going to finish my sentence, Mikhaila? You've just been talking for a long time. Do you mind if I
kind of,
there's not a time. There's not a time. Do you mind if I finish my sentence?
It's hard to address them all.
Do you mind if I finish my sentence? I feel like I've let you speak.
I mean, a bit,
and
but go ahead.
Everyone's speaking.
Go ahead.
You mind letting me finish my sentence?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mikhaila. So what I was just going to say is it seemed very much to us that he was just trying to shift gears because basically he was trending for almost 2 weeks over the H-1B visa, and he was doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down, and then suddenly he's just advising on UK politics. And like you said, this issue has been going on forever. It was extensively covered by the mainstream media. It was not brought up by Tommy Robinson. We can have a discussion about what's going on in the UK. That's great. I'm glad that he has spotlighted the issue. But you are correct that most Americans are not up to date on what's happening there. So it did seem like a random shift. And Mikhaila, I do have to say, you say that you're not into celebrity culture, but the way that you respond regarding Elon Musk is very much like a Swiftie. I mean, you haven't even heard what I have to say. You're defending everything he says and does to the point that all you do is issue ad hominem attacks. I mean, your first response back when we were speaking about Elon Musk is, well, it must be an IQ thing if people don't understand him. You keep just calling people stupid. People are racist. No, people are having a different opinion than Elon Musk. And you don't have to have a higher IQ than Elon Musk to have a different opinion from him. Quite frankly, I don't think he is the most socially sharp person in the entire world. He's done incredible things. We can definitely say that he is a genius. It does not make him right on issues of immigration spanning from here to the UK. It's ridiculous. I mean, he's not a king.
Mikhaila?
I think saying that Elon is upset about child rape because a bunch of people he doesn't really care about were flapping about the H-1B visa is ridiculous. And I think it's funny that you mentioned ad hominem attacks after you released a 26-minute video detailing my dad's benzo withdrawal and allergic reactions out on YouTube. It's just funny, like you're going after me for ad hominem.
Well, actually, look, now you mentioned that. I was going to bring that. Hang on. I was going to bring that up. For those who don't know what you're talking about, let's play a little clip from that.
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep at all. I didn't sleep at all for 25 days.
How is that possible?
I'll tell you how it's possible. You lay in bed, frozen in something approximating terror for 8 hours, and then you get up.
It's impossible to go 25 days without sleep. You die.
Oh my God.
He's just lying.
Would you fuck Mike Van Wyck bareback anal for 20k?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be enough. Thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego Vegeta. Yeah, so I've had issues with sleep before. Like, you know, I've been on like medications and shit that have made it, you know, very difficult to fall asleep for several days. And when it can feel like you've gotten 0 hours of sleep in a night, but you probably have slept for like maybe an hour or two. You just forget that you fell asleep just because you didn't go into a deep REM sleep for long enough to realize you've been asleep. So Jordan Peterson's just a fucking idiot. You can't go 25 days without sleep, like 0 sleep at all. You die.
Oh yeah, not
and
good.
this is from cider.
I feel like Joe Rogan is all of us. I'm listening to that and it doesn't pass the sniff test. I'm just going, wait, what, apple cider? You didn't sleep for how long? What are you talking about? He brings up Mikhaila, by the way, that's his daughter. We're going to get into it. That explanation does not make sense to me whatsoever. Again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not claiming to know how everybody's body reacts to apple cider, but I just don't think that you wouldn't sleep for that long because of it.
Okay, so Mikhaila, well, I'll come to you in a moment, Candace. Mikhaila, how did you feel when you heard about that?
Well, I think it's funny because, like, we're connected online, Candace. So if she has an issue with my family, she could literally just message me. Her husband has my husband's phone number, you know? So it's just like a weird thing to do. I don't know where it came from. As for the app.
So I'll translate this for you. I don't like it when somebody calls out any of the stupid bullshit my dad does. So if they have a problem with me, or something I or my dad says, they should deal with it directly in private and never make a video about it because I can't handle criticism.
Apple cider reaction. I've gone over this so many times, but it's fair if Candace didn't know this. Although I don't know why you would make a 26-minute video without doing some research.
She's going to talk about sulfites.
It wasn't apple cider, it was sodium metabisulfite allergy. And it was near anaphylaxis. And people don't sleep in that state. And when we went through that, which was a
yeah, that's not going to make it impossible to sleep for 25 days straight. So you're full of shit. Like again, that's just retarded.
horrible. It was horrible. We had a hard time with the medical system. We didn't know how to treat it. It took us like years to figure out what the allergy was. If you talk to a doctor and say you have that allergy, they go, what's that? Like, it's not a common allergy, but it's not uncommon. You can Google it. And it just seems a little bit cruel to.
By the way, as far as I know, he's never gotten an allergy test done, so this is just her assuming things.
Like, pull that up. You also started that video by saying, you know, why is Jordan Peterson's male audience, like, diminishing? Let's get into it. Which is just, it's manipulative, right? It's not true. So you have this giant audience, Candace, and you say these things as if they're true, which confuses people when they're.
Oh, weird. So Jordan Peterson can literally make up bullshit that he didn't sleep for 25 days straight, which is impossible. If you're still alive, you'd die. But when she says something that isn't true, oh, you have to, like, hold yourself accountable.
They're not. So I don't know what to say about it. It's aggravating, and I think it's a mean girl high school tactic.
Okay, Candace, you're a mean girl.
Again, accusing me of ad hominem attacks when I feel like she's engaging in them. Just to be clear and to contextualize this clip, Jordan Peterson was trending. I cover trends, I cover the news, and I think it's fair to cover topics when they come to the surface. He was essentially tweeting ad hominem attacks that were written like sonnets. It was very bizarre, and people were going, what's going on with Dr. Jordan Peterson? And it became a Twitter trend, and so I covered it. Is there something wrong with covering a trending topic? I certainly don't think there is, or I wouldn't have a podcast or things to speak about. Regarding the your father's audience, there were a lot of people who, after his addiction and feeling like he was not honest about his addiction, a lot of men who sort of switched off from Jordan Peterson. I mean, that is just a fact. I understand and respect that it is your father, and so you're naturally going to be defensive of him. And if it was a family member of mine, I would naturally be defensive of him. But to pretend like I plucked the topic out of pure air.
Dude, I can guarantee you Jordan Peterson's audience is falling off for two reasons. One, it's because, yeah, like, after making all of these speeches about, like, you know, being a stronger person, manning up, bearing your suffering, then he ends up getting addicted to benzodiazepines because the guy can't handle a stressful situation. Yeah, a lot of people just realized the guy's kind of a clown. And then two, his audience, like, got older. You know, he got popular, like, what, 5-10 years ago, so a lot of his audience were maybe in their mid-teens, and then now they're in their mid-20s or something. They don't really need to listen to a guy who sounds like Kermit the Frog, making stupid religious sermons about shit that he knows nothing about. He might be able to, you know, convince stupid high school kids of some of this crap, but, you know, when men who are actual grown adults who are past puberty and don't have issues with hormones and they've kind of figured out how to deal with girls and stuff, they're not going to listen to a guy like Jordan Peterson who breaks down and starts crying when he watches Pinocchio.
Do you know Kevin from Hair Cafe? Pretty based vegan, does good hair loss videos, also vegan, and comments sometimes on your videos. Are you team finasteride peasant or part of the dutasteride master race?
I have seen his videos. I haven't really gotten much into hair loss prevention just because I haven't really personally needed it. My hairline has not receded at all. I'm 33, and my dad didn't start losing hair until he was about in his 60s. So I think I'm probably going to be pretty good for, you know, maintaining my hair. If I needed hair loss advice, I'd probably just talk to Dr. Avi, especially since he's a dermatologist too. But, yeah, I'd probably just take finasteride. Thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego Vegan. Or a Vegeta. Vegan Tranny donate $2. Got any advice for anxiety? Anytime you are getting anxiety, just remember life is a stupid joke and nothing matters. Whether you live or die, suffer, anything, none of it matters. You're just gonna die, everyone's gonna die, the universe is going to just experience heat death, and it's going to go through maximum entropy. And there will be nothing more than Hawking radiation spreading out infinitely throughout the universe. No one is ever going to remember or care about you or anything you've ever done, and it's all just a stupid, pointless joke. So that should put your mind at ease whenever you're feeling anxious. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Tranny.
Simply to be a mean girl and not because it was trending, literally saying that people are wondering what's going on with Jordan Peterson. I think that's you not being very genuine about why I was discussing it. And I think that I was tremendously respectful. I also paid him a huge compliment. I think his book and what it did for men worldwide at a time when men were being completely stomped on and masculinity was being questioned. And I said I would never remove that. I would never take the credit away from him. But there have been some things that have just registered to the public as odd. I didn't make your father trend that day. So I think he's able to deal with a little bit of criticism.
You want to respond, Mikhaila?
I guess I'm just confused because Candace said she wasn't into celebrity culture. So then I thought maybe it was just a personal thing. If it's not about a celebrity, but maybe I just got that wrong. I don't know what else I can respond to about that. People can listen to, can I finish? Thank you. People can listen to the 26-minute. Like, you can say, oh, I said something nice at the end. It's the same thing when you say these things and your tone is off. You can be like, oh, tone doesn't matter. But you say things sometimes in a bit of a manipulative fashion to get people to think a certain way. And then when people bring them up, you go, well, those aren't the words I said. But tone matters too. Anyway, people can go on YouTube and listen to the 26-minute section of your video.
Tried using pea protein powder, but it was very chalky and like flour. Do you know any ones that aren't like that? Is Orgain protein powder better? Did you mean to say organic? So if you have flavorless pea protein, it's gonna taste like shit, and it also doesn't mix particularly well. And yeah, it's gonna taste like a floury chalk. Usually what I found with pea protein supplements is they don't usually only use pea protein. So it'll be like a pea soy blend just to help with flavoring and mixing and change the texture, but soy protein or a pea protein blend where it's like partially pea, partially soy, something like that, that usually tastes better and mixes better with water. So yeah, just just choose a different protein powder. And if you have unflavored pea protein, it's fucking disgusting. Like, that's the worst shit ever. But if you found a flavored supplement, just choose a different one or find a soy or pea protein blend. Going Anders, donate $2. Finally, tofu with aged tofu sauce. Let me see. Kind of looks like you. That guy does not look like me at all. Oh, that's hilarious. Dude, that guy got hit with a pylon hard. That's funny. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders.
This is so last century. Got to get with the latest drama VG.
Did you hear me? Clean your mouth like this. Be like say just stay inside. You need to work for me. Everything you just said now, you carry yourself and go inside. Enough wala. Eh?
Hey, I'm in trouble. Oh, I see. You came prepared. Your madness is the violent one, okay? You want to fight. You want trouble. Well, I don't deal with people like you. You go. I'm going to leave you for my husband. Like, you're not my kiss. My husband will come and take care of you.
Your which husband? Our husband, you mean to say?
I don't deal with mad people.
My dear, listen. You see this house? I pin here. I am not going anywhere. I have come to stay. It's my husband's house. You have to go. Uto.
My wife, when did you come?
Not too long ago.
Okay, that's strange. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Should I be worried about heavy metals in pea protein powders, or is it benign?
It entirely depends on where it's sourced. If you get protein powder that's sourced from China, it could be very high in lead, because I think they may still use leaded gasoline there. So it entirely depends. I think there's a big data bank of different protein different protein supplements, and they've measured their lead content, so you can look that up. But thanks for the donation, Alter Ego Vegeta.
Video on Dad and see what they think. I think it's high school mean girl tactics. I don't care if you think that's ad hominem either.
Candace?
Well, I would just say that when I was referring to celebrity culture, I meant worshiping people because they're celebrities. So I think that would make me ideologically consistent. And like I said, he was trending that day. I covered it as a trending topic. It's not a mean girl thing, but it might feel that way to you because it's your father and you have a personal relationship. You know, I can apologize if you are hurt from me covering the news. But like I said, we have to develop a thicker skin when we're in the public. How many things are said about me routinely on a daily basis? If people want to cover after I have, an addiction and people say, hey, after this, I think people lost faith in Candace Owens and that becomes a trending topic. I think that's fair game. It may not feel good to me, but I think that it would be fair game and it would be newsworthy.
Okay.
You do know that 1/5 of Americans are on psych meds, right? Are you aware of those statistics?
Yes.
Wow. What a baby. You can't say anything that I don't like online. That's just not right. Oh my God.
Are those all people with addictions? Like, is that your view of people on psych meds just in general?
That's not her claim. Her claim was your dad was addicted to psych meds, which is true. He was, which is why he was hospitalized for it.
No, your father spoke out about his benzo addiction. So I don't understand why you're asking.
Yeah, no,
benzo
dependence. Maybe you don't know anything about this.
Yes, a dependence is an addiction, you idiot.
If you're on a psych med long term, you form a dependence on it, and it's very difficult to get off.
That's not true. That's true of certain medications, but it's not true of all of them. I've been on antidepressants. That includes SSRIs, SNRIs, NDRIs, and I've also been on, I think, three different antipsychotics. They weren't benzodiazepines, but I've been on 3 different antipsychotics, and I was able to go off all of them cold turkey without any side effects or any addiction or dependence, with the exception of one. I think it was the one NDRI I was on after I went off of it. I ended up getting a weird dizziness that was persistent for about a week or two. That was the only like psych med that I was on that I ended up having withdrawal symptoms, where I just had dizziness. What would happen is if I moved my eyes like left or right, I would get this like weird sense of vertigo where I'd feel disoriented and just weird. But if I just stared straight forward, or if I moved my head, you know, with my eyes, I wouldn't get it. It was only when I'd like move my eyes left or right without moving my head. And that was just with the one medication. All the others, I didn't feel like I was dependent to them. I didn't have to keep taking them because of withdrawal symptoms or anything. So what she's saying is completely untrue. And I was on some of these for years.
About a week ago I made a donation where I talked about touching and torturing the tip of your penis. I wanted to apologize for that comment. It was crude and unnecessary. You are a person too and deserve respect. I hope you forgive me. Thank you.
That's fine. No offense taken. Appreciate the donation, Jesus.
The gun argument is truly stupid. You are right. Swiss people also have guns but almost no shootings. Americans are simply low-class shitsos. In New York they also commit mass stabbings. Such a shithole country.
Well, the majority of shootings in the U.S. are linked to organized crime. There's just a lot of organized crime here. And cross-culturally, you can link shootings to the amount of large, dense metropolitan areas. So if you have a smaller country like Switzerland, where there aren't nearly as many large, dense cities, just by that alone, there's going to be less shootings. But it's mostly organized crime that's responsible for the shootings. I think 80% of all firearms-related homicides are linked to organized crime. So that includes like the Italian mob, Chinese gangs, Mexican gangs, Bloods, Crips, stuff like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
They're starting to teach this in medical school. It's a disaster because so many Americans are on psych meds. So yeah, he suffered from psych med withdrawal because they make you form a dependence on it, especially long term. Now calling it
no, that's not true of psych meds in general.
an addiction, as if he was on heroin or something, is manipulative. You know, so when we talked
It is not manipulative. A dependence is a type of addiction.
about it and we were very honest about what was going on, part of it was to spread awareness that 1/5 of Americans are on medications that cause dependence and don't know it. It's horrible. People die because of it. So I think laughing about it is
She wasn't laughing about it.
like, it's not cool.
I certainly don't think I laughed at it. I think benzo dependence is pretty much a euphemism for an addiction. And if you know anything about my work,
That's
and
the
me being
problem,
super
though.
crunchy and speaking about why I think medicines are bad because they do create dependencies, which then yields people going onto the streets for something stronger. I mean, the benzo addiction becomes a heroin addiction because the doctor won't write you the prescription anymore. So you turn to the streets for something stronger because your body is dependent on it. I'm sorry that, again, you are offended by this conversation simply because it is your father. I don't think I've been offensive in my language. And if you find it to be manipulative, that I think that it impacted the way that men saw him when they publicly were saying that on Twitter. We covered the tweets that people were writing on that day about how, they used to idolize him. They're so grateful for his book, but this is not the person that they knew. Again, I'm sorry you're offended by that, but it's just the reality of what happened. And I can tell this is a sensitive topic for you, but it is what it is. Mikhaila, I don't know what to say. I don't think anybody's laughed at it. I think it's a good conversation to be had. And no one is more anti-Big Pharma than me. I mean, I have an entire series against Big Pharma, so.
I don't even know where to start with that. Benzo addicts will go to the street for heroin. We were trying to spread awareness about psych med withdrawal, and we were very honest about what everybody was going through.
Benzo addiction. Heroin? Flumazenil. The drug is primarily used to treat benzodiazepine overdose, but has been shown some success in reducing withdrawal symptoms of long-acting benzos. Flumazenil is able to block the effects of benzos or relieve withdrawal symptoms because it attaches to the same pleasure centers in the brains as benzodiazepines. Flensanil. Wait. Search with Google Lens. Why the fuck is it doing
With
that?
the way tech is progressing, it would not surprise me if 20 years from now, incels say fuck it and start marrying and fucking AI female robots.
Restricted video, unfortunately. The weird AI sex robot thing, unless they create, like, it's a weird uncanny valley issue. If they were able to make, you know, robots or androids that are as convincing as, like, you know, the T-800 from Terminator, yeah, it would be game over. Like, no dude is gonna bother dating actual women when they can have completely convincing sex robots. It would be pointless. Right now, for all these sex dolls and, you know, those robots they're making, they still use silicone skin and shit. So I don't know if it's convincing enough for most people to really be into it, but for sure, like, you know, incels and shit would go for it anyway. But once they're able to make actual convincing sex robots, like, yeah, it's over. There might be a way around that where you could make a robot that's not supposed to be convincing as a human being, but still looks like sexy. Like, I mean, I'm sure plenty of dudes would fuck something that looks like this. Just, you know, give it a vagina or something. Jeez, that looks fucking creepy. That has to be a human head. Photoshopped. That can't... Yeah, that's a human head. That's photoshopped. A lot of these are photoshopped. Yeah, but I mean, you could make something like this that, you know, still looks sexy. You know what I mean? So, like, that would be a way around the issue of, you know, Uncanny Valley weirdness. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
Why was Leo and longevity so obsessed with animal protein and growth hormone IF1? I don't buy it that diet is or environment is what dictates height. I think sexual selection from women's preference made people taller.
Height is extremely heritable, so the majority of your height is going to be dictated by your genes, but there's a clear influence on nutrition. So I think human height has increased by roughly 10% over the last 100 years or something. Human height averages over time. Global mean height in men and women is increased by around 10 centimeters over the last 100 years. So there's no way this change can be explained with genetic changes like sexual preferences. This was clearly a result of industrialization and improved nutrition. So yeah, from like about 170 centimeters to close to 180 centimeters. Yeah, that would be like 5% maybe, like around that range. There's no way that's sexual preference, so you can add a few centimeters to your height with proper nutrition, but you're comparing people who from like over 100 years ago who were like poor, could only eat bread or something versus just a standard American diet. So we've pretty much peaked our height potential at this point. Telling people to eat more like red meat or something, it's not going to make them grow any taller. Leo in longevity is a fucking moron. He has no idea of what he's fucking talking about, and he's just a drug addict. He just really likes taking drugs, period. And he admitted he was addicted to heroin for quite a long time. He had an alcohol addiction. He was also addicted to taking steroids for quite a while. If you look at older photos of him, like, he was on a lot of fucking steroids. So he just has an interest in drugs in general, and he just has like a retarded bias where, the guy doesn't understand how to interpret research, and he's super interested in drugs, and he has like these dumbass ideas where if you take like a shit ton of human growth hormone when you're in childhood, like you're gonna be 7 feet tall. It doesn't work that way. Thanks for the donation though, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
You know the worst withdrawal symptoms of benzo and opioid withdrawal? Restless legs. Imagine being exhausted but not being able to sleep. Every time you try to sleep, your legs become restless as fuck and you can't stay still. It's hell.
Yeah, I've seen that. I can't remember the technical term for it, but I've seen it. But again, Jordan Peterson's a fucking retard. Like, no normal person just goes on drugs like benzodiazepines because they're stressed out from, like, their wife dying or something. The guy is just an emotional wreck. He has no ability to control his emotions. And that's why he cries whenever he watches Pinocchio, and that's why he was so desperate to, have some sort of emotional regulation that he ended up going on benzos, and then he ended up getting addicted and shit. Like, the guy's just a clown. Thanks for the donation, Johann Strauss.
Why don't we just turn on Western countries into one big democratic Western empire and create a massive military to finally overthrow Russia, China, North Korea and all the Muslim countries? Do you think that would be practical, or is it too optimistic?
Well, we have military alliances with all these countries, so one, I don't think that would be necessary or really helpful, and two, even if the, like, United States were to take over Canada and, like, all of Europe and stuff, that doesn't actually mean you would be able to mobilize soldiers and stuff like that in some big war. These cultures are all very different from one another, and the idea that you could just, have, like, some massive worldwide draft and that being effective, it just wouldn't work. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Just out of curiosity, are you a kind, friendly person, Earl? Or is the you in your videos the real you? I just feel like I would feel very intimidated and insecure if I hung out with you, Earl.
Well, I'm friendly to people that I don't have a problem with. But if somebody says something stupid and I don't like you, then yeah, I go off. But You know, when I meet people and they're friendly, I'm friendly back. Thanks for the donation, pigs. Riley donated $2. Sorry, VG, that was a stupid question. It's no problem, Riley. We can all be stupid sometimes. Did you go to prom in school and did you have a date for it? No. Prom is fucking gay and it's for stupid, dumb bitch simp betas that just need to fit in and do cookie cutter cuck shit with everybody else. So I never had an interest in going to prom because the only reason people go to prom is because it's just socially expected of you and everybody does it because everybody else does it and I just didn't give two fucking shits. Everyone can hang out with everyone else and do dumb bitch, you know, shit without thinking about it because everyone just does it, so I never had any interest.
It's also because he wants to be a real boy unlike the wimp he really is.
Yeah, probably something like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Alex O'Connor after eating a carrot.
Futu-ți Dumnezeu, mă, Dima. Futu-ți Dumnezeu, mă, Dima. M-a încăcat pe mine. M-a încăcat pe mine.
That can't be real. That must have been a huge shit. If that's real. Thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
I went through psych med withdrawal myself. It was one of the worst experiences in my life. It kills people, causes akathisia, which makes people suicidal. It's a terrible side effect. So that's what we were talking about. Now, if you want to twist that a little bit and be like, he's losing his audience because he's an addict, you know, I don't really know what to say.
Okay. I think we've had a robust exchange about that, and you both made your views very clear. Let's slightly lighten the mood here. Turn to some cultural matters that have been in the news in the last few days. The Golden Globes last night, Candace, the host Nikki Glaser seemed to take us back to the good old days where you could roast the audience and nobody seemed to mind. Let's take a little look.
Good evening, and welcome to the 82nd Golden Globes, Ozempic's biggest night. I am not here to roast you tonight. I want you to know that. And how could I, really? You're all so famous, so talented, so powerful. I mean, you could really do anything. I mean, except tell the country who to vote for. But it's okay. You'll get them next time. I look out and I see some of the hardest working actors in show business. And by that, I mean your servers. Yes. Yes, give it up. They'll be bringing you your cocktails.
$2. Agreed, VG. Never went to my prom either, nor do I regret it. Yeah, it's just fucking stupid. It's almost like a cult. Like, everyone wears the same clothes, listens to the same music, dances the same way, eats the same food.
Alex's mum?
Let me take a look.
I've been really bloated today.
Yeah. Alex O'Connor is such a fucking little chicken shit weasel. He's too afraid to debate me and shit. Like, the guy's just a fucking clown. The fact that he uploaded that video, like, of all the excuses, you know, like, oh, I got sick and or like I just didn't care anymore, you know, we've heard it all. He was the only fucking one who had the bright idea of saying, I shit my pants, that's why I couldn't be vegan. And this guy claims to be a fucking intellectual. The one guy whose channel is dedicated to intellectualism, philosophy, I poop my pants, that's why I couldn't be vegan. Everyone else either admits, I just didn't give a fuck anymore, it was inconvenient, or I got some health problems that I couldn't figure out how to fix. No, Alex, the fucking genius who went to Oxford University, I poop my pants. He's just such a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Elias donated $2. They sound annoying as fuck. Can we exterminate them? Nah, I like those monkeys. I think it'd be kind of cool having monkeys going around going all day. It's kind of funny. They look like old men with really big noses, and they make like weird dad noises. I kind of like some monkeys. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
AIPAC is not dedicated to peace. They're dedicated to inducing the maximum support in America, in the White House, in the Congress, and in the public media for whatever policies the Israeli government has at a particular time, and they're extremely effective.
Oh, what a surprise. Somebody who doesn't like AIPAC is now a hero.
Yeah, so now departed.
That's like that's so fucking hilarious. Of all the US presidents in like modern history, Jimmy Carter is one of the most hated. He's probably the most hated next to George Bush because of the fucking Iraq war. And now suddenly he's a hero because he doesn't like AIPAC? Like, fuck the Young Turks, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you know what your MBTI type is?
I remember I took a test on stream because somebody asked, and I forgot. I can't remember. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
To drink and your food that you'll look at.
I made some digs about P. Diddy and freak-out parties and basically gave him a good old roast. Is this a sign, perhaps, that post-Trump's victory, Hollywood needs it's got to move with the times and get rid of the woke crap?
I certainly hope so. I mean, I'm looking forward to the next election cycle because we couldn't have sent a stronger message to them this year. They brought out everyone they could possibly bring out, from Beyonce to Taylor Swift, to tell us who to vote for, and Americans firmly rejected it. I mean, I've never seen so much star power in any election of people coming out. I mean, they even tried out Eminem, and Americans just forcefully said no. And I think they're quite embarrassed by that, and they're realizing that they have no idea what's going on. They do not have their finger on the pulse of America, and that we are laughing at them. That Hollywood is no longer this sparkly, glittery, unattainable thing. For the most part, Americans think they're out of touch elitists who don't even touch their own door handles. So I'm happy to see that her jokes definitely. I mean, I just chuckled a couple of times. It definitely seems like it's not about just being angry that the country isn't listening to you. So good for her.
Yeah, I mean, Mikhaila, I thought it was interesting because since Ricky Gervais bowed out of doing these things, or was probably encouraged to, because they couldn't dare take the risk of him taking the piss out of people, it's been crying out for a host to come and do that.
The new Chinese fighter jet is nowhere near as capable as the F-35. And knowing China, it probably massively sucks dick, completely unreliable, but I can guarantee you they're hyping it up as like this most amazing, most modern fighter jet that can like fuck anything over. That's what all these poor ass countries do. Russia did a similar thing with the stupid battle tank that they never made. I can't remember what they called it, like the T-14 or something. It's a piece of shit, doesn't work. The engine in it is literally just an engine out of an old World War II tank. Very unreliable, extremely fuel inefficient. Breaks down constantly, has like no working modern features, like a trophy system or anything. And then they hyped it up as like this most amazing advanced battle tank just because it has an autoloader that isn't even as good as some of the autoloaders in like, you know, comparable American battle tanks. So, no, there's no chance in hell it could compete with an F-35, and it's probably not really any better than any other older fighter jets.
Let's have a bit of fun. You know, the thing about the woke brigade that I find so unutterably boring is they're so joyless. Like every single joke.
What will be no better in 2025 compared to 2024, do you think? Politically/culturally?
Probably nothing. Nothing at all. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
They're so offended by it. There's no room for humor anymore because the whole point of humor is it sends up somebody somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with what Candace said and what you said there. I think everyone's breathed a sigh of relief, and the people that were concerned for their jobs, so especially people in Hollywood, and I don't think that's an excuse for not speaking out because they were just propagating like evil for years. So that's not an excuse. But now that their jobs aren't necessarily in as much jeopardy, people are loosening up, and I'm pretty thrilled with the direction we're heading in. Like, there's definitely problems. There's visa problems. There's immigration problems. There's like people bickering amongst themselves. There's problems, but I think we're headed in a really good direction. And I think Canada might be headed in a good direction too.
Well, I was going to ask you about Canada
I'm
because
excited.
Justin Trudeau has quit, and many people say yes, it was down to policies, but also down to just the fact he was the most woke leader in the history of wokedom.
That just happened. I know that there was like talk a couple months ago about him stepping down and then nothing happened, but I mean, apparently it's true today, which is.
How can I argue with communists who tell me their communist countries are shitholes because of sanctions from the West? This guy Hakim uses that narrative constantly. Is that true thoughts?
That is completely and utterly untrue. So you might be able to make that argument with Cuba, but China and Russia have completely fucked themselves over without the help of U.S. sanctions. Like, there aren't any sanctions on China right now. There are some trade restrictions like tariffs, but tariffs aren't anything close to economic sanctions, and their country's going completely bankrupt. That's why they want to invade Taiwan, because it's really the only hope in hell they have of not going completely bankrupt and being a failed state and ending up with a regime change and an overthrow of the CCP. And it's just because, like, it's a natural thing that happens with communist leadership. Because communism prevents everyone from making sane, rational, self-interested decisions, what ends up happening is there is massive, crazy, insane corruption, and all of the, like, really productive people in society either end up getting killed because they're seen as, like, a threat to the government, or they actually find a way to make money, or they leave. They'll, like, immigrate to the US or, like, some European country or something. So what ends up happening is all the smart people get killed, or they leave. They end up having corruption at every level of society where everyone tries to cheat, steal, fuck everyone over, and everything just collapses because, like, the society just straight up doesn't function. And usually communist leaders are also just remarkably fucking incompetent. Like, you can look at the beginning of the Soviet Union with Lenin. They had this genius idea that they were going to phase out money. They were literally going to create a moneyless society. It didn't work. They ended up just causing mass starvation. Millions of people fucking died. And then they literally just went back on, you know, that idea where they said, yeah, we're going to eliminate money. They completely devalued the currency. Nobody could afford anything. No one was willing to work. Millions of people fucking died. And then they're like, oh, well, I guess we need money or something. So, yeah, it's just, you don't need any kind of American or foreign intervention with sanctions for communist countries to completely and utterly fail. They fail on their own. So, yeah, you could maybe make that argument with Cuba, but no, China, Russia, they've fucked over their own countries and economies all on their own without any help. And actually, the Soviet Union is probably, like, the best example. The only reason the Soviet economy was able to keep going for as long as it was as long as it did, was because of their oil money. And they could literally make liquid gold come out of the fucking ground, and they still failed. Thanks for the donation, though, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
How much for an edible stream where you play Fortnite?
If you give me 2K, I'll do it. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
Which is huge. I think most people can get, maybe most people in Canada can't get behind that, but I think it's very exciting. My only concern is I think the process after he steps down is Liberals get to choose another leader. So maybe they've learned something. And I know it's only for an interim period, and Pierre Poilievre is most likely going to take the next election, which will be so good for Canada. So it's very exciting. But I've never seen a prime minister.
Okay, you know what's fair? I'll do it for 1K. I'll do the edible stream and play Fortnite for 1K.
Maybe it happened when I was very, very little, but I've never seen a prime minister step down. So I'm not even sure what the process is after that happens.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it comes from within until there's an election. I mean, Candace, think about Trudeau. He was like a lot of woke people. He was an unbelievable hypocrite. When he wasn't lecturing about racial injustice, he was putting on blackface repeatedly. It's almost like there wasn't a moment in his life when he hadn't put on blackface to some party. And yet he felt he had the right, the moral right and self-righteousness to lecture us about stuff like racial injustice.
He just seemed like a bad faith actor from the very beginning. And I think Americans really got tuned in when we saw how the truckers were treated throughout COVID. That was absolutely ridiculous. And so I'm definitely glad to see him go. He's been a terrible leader. But sometimes, and this is my faith speaking, these bad things happen for a reason because it does awaken us. It awakens us to how bad things really could get. And I think that he played his role. I call him Little Castro. He definitely played his role and played his part. And I think jolted Canadians and Americans into what's really happening in this region of the world.
Is that, I mean, it seems to be happening everywhere. Partly it's a rejection of incumbent leaders where people are just now, I think probably post-pandemic and all the fallout from that, they've just lost trust in governments generally. They're angry, perhaps. They're impoverished by what's happened, and they want change, partly. But I also think there is an ongoing, pretty dramatic repudiation of wokery, of what woke stands for. People are just sick of it.
Absolutely. People are totally sick of it. And that's why I said, as much as we can hate these individuals, it took them being so radical. It took them being so left for most of us who were just kind of going along and saying, okay, this is totally fine, to realize how extreme things were and to fight for sanity. I mean, we needed the trans lobby and the trans people to come out and say, women can be men and men can be women, for us to wake up and stick our head up of the water and go, wait, what are you saying? What's going on? And so I welcome that. I'm glad that it happened. I'm actually glad even for the Joe Biden presidency. I know that sounds insane for people to realize that you can just fully have a puppet in office who is actually not doing anything, to start to question who's really in control of the government, because that wouldn't have happened if we didn't see the obvious mental decline of Joe Biden and wonder who were making those decisions. So all of these conversations, plus the independent media, is here because of the mistakes that were made throughout COVID and with these sorts of leaders at the helm of their nations.
Yeah, Mikhaila also saying, right, and Mikhaila, and the mere fact that the three of us all have big platforms that are not conventional legacy media shows you the way that it's going and the way people are now consuming information. It's no longer being controlled by traditional mainstream media. It's being controlled, the message, actually by people like us.
And thank goodness for that. So that's true. That's one really good thing that came out of, like, I would say the last, I don't know, maybe 8 years when it was extremely, extremely left and woke. I also think it's, I suppose, a good lesson in how far people will go along with something, how far people will follow authority before they turn away. I was definitely surprised that it got to where it was. So say even the trans kind of mutilation, the surgery that's been going on with underage people in the US and in Western society, I didn't really think it would get to that. I remember when Dad started speaking out about the trans debate in 2016, and I thought at the time that he was going too far. I was like, it's never going to, I just didn't think it would get as bad as it did.
Candace looks like a character from Bug's Life.
No, she looks more like a character from Ants. Okay, it's Ants with a Z. Yeah. Yeah, she looks like a character from Ants. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
And then we saw what happened with COVID, and we saw what happened with vaccines. Like, it got way worse. People can get pushed way further than I thought the average people could get pushed without pushing back. But I think that's a good lesson for at least people like me to learn, that you can push the average person very far before they start pushing back against authority.
Yeah, I think a lot of people actually have inherent common sense. And when Trump won, on the night he won, he made a very powerful statement of victory. But he also said that he felt at the core of bringing so many people together to vote for him from so many disparate groups was at the heart of what he was about was a core of common sense. I agree with him. Trump, whether you like what comes out of his mouth, the rhetoric, the style, whatever, his gut instincts actually normally are pretty sensible. You know, he wants a secure border. He wants not to go to war. He thinks that biological men should not be destroying women's sport, etc. These are not outlandish.
From my experience, brown Beckies seem to get less hate than Indians. I think the heavy Hindu accent is contributing to this. Like that one guy in Canada who wants to run for prime minister who can't talk properly.
That has not been my experience whatsoever. I remember so there was a lot of Indians and Pakistanis in my neighborhood when I was living in Scarborough. I remember I went to the gym and there was this really fucking sexy ass Middle Eastern girl who trained there. And all my gym friends were talking about her at one point, and there's two Indian dudes. I think one guy was from Romania. There was another Russian guy, and the Romanian dude said, "Yeah, she's sexy as fuck, but she's from fucking Pakistan," and everybody was like, "Ugh," like. So that has not been my experience at all. People, at least growing up in Scarborough, had more against Pakistanis than Indians. Thanks for the donation, though, Alter Ego Vegeta.
Views, they're probably the views of the vast majority of people. But we've all been hijacked by the woke brigade. A small number of people are very vocal into believing that black is white, white is black, and the sky is green when it's blue, and so on. And eventually people go, you know what, I've just looked out at the sky, and it's not green, it's blue. Sorry, you're out of here. I want to end on something which I don't even really want to do this, but we kind of have to. Meghan Markle and her absurd new venture, Candace.
Yes.
She's going to become just a jolly old normal housewife doing cooking with her jolly little friends. Let's take a look at this Netflix trailer.
You think the reason Saudi Arabia has low rape rates is because 4 male witnesses are needed for proof of rape, and marital rape is not rape? Saudi's rape rate is very low. The reason the rape rate is very low is because rape victims are terrified to speak out because usually they're the ones that end up getting put to death. So no victims are willing to speak out because there's a very realistic possibility that they're just going to get stoned to death. 2, there's also this like weird honor killing thing too. So if your daughter gets raped, their family is likely to kill them or disown them. Also, marital rape is not seen as rape. So, oh, it's my wife, it's my property. So that's also not reported. And I can guarantee you there's an absolute fuck ton of human trafficking going on in a lot of these Muslim countries. If you go to Saudi Arabia, UAE, Dubai, there are an insane amount of prostitutes, and I can guarantee you a fuck ton of them are getting human trafficked. And again, none of it gets reported. It's all swept under the rug because, like, it's a huge risk for these women to come out and shit, so no. It wouldn't surprise me if rape rates in Saudi Arabia are something like 10 times higher than in the US. Probably even more. If we go by like each individual rape case, like there's probably relationships there where literally every time a husband and wife has sex, it's rape because of like arranged marriages and shit. So yeah, nope. Thanks for the donation though, Ultra Ego Vegeta. Or not Ultra Ego. Who donated that? Oh, nobody donated that. That was somebody in chat. Ali G donated $2. Have you heard of this new show? Can we watch this trailer? Let me see.
Last night, the local people found something interesting from an unknown ship. You seeing this? This isn't human.
They are spreading faster than we can stop them.
I want you to make a super species with these DNA.
Yes, ma'am, but we can't end trouble.
Stay close. We don't know what we are walking into.
Oh, they have predators in the show. That's cool.
This isn't an invasion, it's a reckoning.
We're not trained for this. What are these things?
But we should make an effort to vacate this sector in case of afterflares.
If we don't stop them here, there's no Earth left to save.
Yeah, that looks cool. I'd definitely watch that. I really like the Alien franchise. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
Let's go. I've always loved taking something pretty ordinary and elevating it, surprising people with moments that let them know I was really thinking of them.
What? This is probably one of the most glamorous moments of my life.
It's magic. I'm gonna share some little tips and tricks. I see what color I gravitate to, and everything goes from there. And how you can incorporate these
What is this gay shit they're reacting to?
practices every day. That's what you want. You want that shape and texture. Come on.
Candace, not much leaves me speechless, but I'm kind of speechless. Can you find
It's
the words
amazing,
to
Piers.
encapsulate
It's
your...
absolutely amazing, okay? So, she left the royal family because it was just so unattainable and out of touch. And here she is in Montecito, putting together perfect little big pie.
Slurping your homie's meat stick is not gay. Gay means happy. Slurping is Spartan.
Well, I didn't know that. Thanks for the info. Appreciate the donation. It's not gay, it's Spartan.
Why is Joe Rogan such a piece of shit? He heard all the logical arguments from that Game Changers guy on his podcast, yet he still pukes out carnivore bullshit and influences the masses. Fuck that bald turtle-looking ass roach.
Yeah, he's just a natural-born cunt. I really can't stand him. He had Mel Gibson on recently where he claimed ivermectin cures cancer. It's fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
To Do You Believe in Magic? Like it's an Eat, Pray, Love sequel because that's so attainable and relatable. Right now, we can't afford groceries and people can't put gas in their tank. But yeah, here's Meghan Markle showing you that she likes to take something and elevate it because I'm sure this is exactly what she was doing before she met Prince Harry when she was a D-list actress that was like stripping down on suits. But she wants us to believe this is the real her. I've never seen someone that just struggles to be a person, like just be a human being. They don't know. They sit in a room. They're like, how can we humanize you? And she's like, I know. I'm going to go in full hair and makeup too because I know when I bake with my girlfriends,
in a white outfit,
invite everyone over.
In a white outfit.
Perfect hair and perfect
who cooks in a white outfit?
Literally no one. But apparently we're supposed to relate to this and somehow go, oh, now I see why she left the royal family to essentially create a royal in Montecito. It's so patently her, so patently tone deaf. I love it. I give it an A.
It's also, Mikhaila, it's so painfully deluded. I can't work out if she really believes this stuff. I mean, I knew her a bit before she met Harry, but I watched this with my mouth open like we all seem to. And the thing is, nobody told you how you look in this.
I don't know how, I don't think I have the words to describe my reaction to that. Like Candace said, it's super out of touch. She must not know how she looks. Like, it must be as simple as that. She's like, I have my fan base, they love me, and they're going to love a cooking show. And then there was about that much thought put into it.
Yeah,
I don't know whose idea this was. I don't have the words to describe
It's not even her mansion. It's her neighbor's friend's mansion, apparently. But the whole idea of doing a cooking show from a massive mansion in one of the richest enclaves in America, in Montecito, and pretending you're relatable, as Candace said, is utterly preposterous. Like, laugh out loud. It's like the kind of thing you do if you were doing a parody spoof about them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're a little delusional because how many people voted for Trump because they think, oh, Trump's just like one of us, only he's rich. Like, he's one of the boys, blue collar kind of guy. How many people are fans of Elon Musk because they think, oh, he's like down to earth, he's just like one of us? So, when rich, spoiled assholes have a fan base, you know, like, they're not able to see that, okay, yeah, this person's not like me at all. He's like my boss, a fucking dickhead who tries to make me work for, like, as little pay as possible, tries to screw me over. Same with these, like, extremely rich, wealthy women who do cooking shows and shit. Who was the guy who, with the quote, Americans feel like they're temporarily embarrassed billionaires? A lot of the types of people who eat up this sort of content, it's not that they see something in these wealthy people that they see in themselves where, like, oh, that's how I would live. That's what I would do. Like, these women who are into these fucking cooking shows where they, you know, see some rich, spoiled brat bitch who grew up in the royal family and everything, like, making fucking cakes all day. They have this fucking fantasy of, oh, this is exactly what I'd do if I was rich like her, like, and I was part of the royal family. Like, yeah, I'd make a cooking show and bake cakes all day and have fun in the, you know, in the grass and crap. That's kind of the appeal. And then same with, like, the Trump and Musk shit. All of these retarded, racist, bigoted conservatives, when they see somebody like Trump, they're doing the same thing where it's like, oh, if I was rich like him, I would be telling everybody that immigrants are evil and we need to exterminate them. So, yeah, it's... these people just have no self-awareness. BLK donated $5. Let me see. Restricted video. There's a lot of Instagram vids that are restricted in Canada, apparently. Thanks for the donation, though, BLK.
It is, but that's what she really has become, a parody spoof. And at the end of the day, look, Netflix wants their pound of flesh. She owes them. That's it.
Yeah.
We signed a $100 million deal. He's got to do Invictus game. She's got to do something. And unfortunately, there's just not much for her to do.
How do you support Biden when he went against his military advisors pulling out of the Middle East? Now 15 million women can't go to school. I'm pretty sure he didn't go against his military advisors. Is that even remotely true? Biden went against military advisors, Afghanistan. Top generals say they recommended small force stay in Afghanistan. NBC. I don't know if this was like a political move because so many people ended up being against the Afghan war and how expensive it was. And I don't know, maybe he had some like personal interest in not putting any American troops at risk. I'm sure there were military advisors with contradicting views because the writing was on the wall that the Taliban was going to try to take over Afghanistan. If you had a small troop presence of like 2,500 people, it's very likely that would have led to the death of quite a few American troops, and then Biden would end up getting blamed for it. Even though it might have been the right thing to do, that could have possibly made Biden look extremely bad. If there were like news reports of like 22-year-old American kids getting killed by Afghan troops when there was a commitment to pull out of Afghanistan and then he didn't really do it. And then, you know, young American kids ended up dying in Afghanistan. So I don't know if that's totally accurate. It, like, especially with how Trump handled the negotiations with the Taliban, I don't know if there's really any right answer.
Sometimes I think to myself, these carnivores assholes are such pieces of shit, let them kill themselves. They are never gonna go vegan anyway, so let them also become anti-vaxxers so they get breed out of existence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if they die. If anything, I have a bias towards them doing self-destructive things, so they wipe themselves out. Thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
So she's trying to lean in and make people think she's some cross between Victoria Beckham and Oprah. And she's just not. Everyone sees exactly who you are. Like Victoria Beckham and David, that's actually who they are. You know, that's actually where they're from. They speak about their backgrounds. It's super cute. She's somebody that is pretending. She's been pretending for so long. Truly, she is.
Thanks for the donation, BLK. You didn't give me a link, if that's what you intended to do, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Cursed with being a D-list actress, and that's what this is. It's D-list acting trying to sell normalcy. None of this is normal. If I'm a person and I'm sitting in that production room and I'm like, how are we going to produce you and make you likable? I'm like, girl, you're just going to wake up out of bed. We're going to see you just be yourself with your kids running in the background how everybody else cooks. Like, I got to hide if I want to film something without the pitter-patter of my children's feet. That's what people want to see. That we want to actually know who you are. This obviously is not who you are. I'm never baking that sort of a cake for my friends to elevate it with Mindy Kaling, who also came over and happens to be in full hair and makeup. Oh my gosh, how glamorous.
Well, the great thing is she's such a unifying force because we all feel exactly the same way. So after a few little wobbles in this debate, we've all come together in a mutual revulsion of the new Meghan Markle project. But it'll be entertaining if nothing else, but all for the wrong reasons as far as she's concerned, I suspect. Mikhaila, Candace, thank you both very much.
Shit, I smell it. Well, this is Bradford Manor, so I should expect.
We can take a mint break.
Yeah, right. Instead of those Glade plugins, they have THC scented Glade plugins.
I have to be honest, Brad, when I smell this, the first thing I think is PMs at that club. Blazing up in the parking lot and the club. It reeks of this. So so-and-so may be right about you.
Well, between the dope and the pit bulls, you know,
Exactly,
it's like,
yeah. Just like Blubber Boy said, just like a you-know-what, Brad.
Who's Blubber Boy?
Blubber Boy.
Oh, that's you.
Blubber Boy.
Yeah, I played inside. Let me see.
Now at 11,
BLK.
it is video that is going viral on social media tonight. WTOL 11 looking into this apparent road rage incident. You may have seen this video on Facebook.
Take a look at this video from Doug Miller. You can see the driver in the blue car slam on her brakes, get out, and start yelling on Hathaway in East Toledo.
Get out! Get out! I didn't touch your car, you dumb. You were on my car. Come and touch me, because my man's right from there. Come and put your hand down.
This was Saturday morning. Then the passenger in the red car gets out. He walks up to the woman and eventually turns away. That's when she hits him. He turns around, hits her back, and slams her onto the ground. He gets
I would say he's well in his rights to do that.
back inside and the red car pulls off.
If I ended up slamming a woman on the ground like that, or anybody, it has nothing to do with her being a woman, and she's lying on the ground like that, I'd call an ambulance just in case the gay ass police end up like trying to charge me with some bullshit. It just looks better if you ever have legal issues and you hurt somebody while trying to defend yourself that you called an ambulance and tried to help, just so there's no question that, you know, what you did was malicious. Because if it was malicious, you wouldn't call an ambulance and try to give them aid or anything. So anytime you do this in public and you hurt somebody while, you know, doing something in self-defense, call an ambulance or something if they can't get up, because it looks really bad if you just walk off and leave them and they like might have broken their spine or something.
He gets back inside and the red car pulls off. Another vehicle eventually shows up. A man gets out and talks to the woman. Then both vehicles pull away.
So that's the video. We did check in with Toledo police, and we are told that no reports have been filed from any of the individuals involved.
Yeah, what a dumb bitch, dude. What did she think was gonna happen hitting a man?
The passenger in the red car gets out. He walks up to the woman and eventually turns away. That's when she hits him. He turns around, hits her back, and slams her onto the ground.
You have to be very careful when doing these sorts of takedowns. It's extraordinarily easy to break somebody's spine. Like, she could have been turned into a quad. So, yeah, you kind of want to avoid doing those sorts of hard takedowns on, like, fucking cement. But yeah, she's a dumb bitch. She got exactly what she was asking for. I've learned my lesson with road rage. Some fucking crazy lunatic tried to run me over and kill me when I was on my motorcycle. I was switching lanes. I was going into the left lane, and I had plenty of fucking room. I signaled. I looked over my shoulder. No one was near me, so then I start to turn. This fucking jackass speeds up like fucking crazy, trying to get ahead of me when I'm already making my turn. And he almost runs me over. I came within like an inch of him. We almost like actually had contact. And he honks at me for like, and I don't understand it. I'm on a fucking 1000cc bike. My vehicle's way faster than his. So I don't know why the fuck he, like, it's always city drivers who do that stupid shit. They like, you're on the fucking highway. I don't know what they're trying to do, but I think in their mind, if they don't get ahead, then I'm going to slow them down in some way. But again, we're on the highway and I'm on a motorcycle. It's so stupid. So I end up, I end up just speeding ahead of him. I give him the finger. Then this fucking guy changes lanes, speeds up, and he comes within only a few feet of me before I take off because it looks like the guy's going to run me over. So then, he speeds up while I'm speeding up, and he keeps trying to fucking chase me, and I'm pretty goddamn sure he was trying to run me over and kill me. So I just fucking gun it. I get up to 200 kilometers an hour. He's still fucking chasing me down. I start weaving in and out of cars, and he's still trying to keep up with me, and he starts weaving in and out of traffic. And then eventually I end up just getting away from him because I can just weave in and out of cars a bit easier on my bike. Then I end up going into a speed wobble, and I almost crash, but I was able to slow down. I know how to get out of a wobble. But yeah, I'm never doing that shit again. If somebody does something fucking stupid, I'm just going to let it go. I'm not going to bother giving somebody the finger or anything. It's just not worth it getting into any stupid thing like that with random idiots.
That FitX Fearless collab was awesome. You gonna grow your hair out? Get a suit? I wanna see some VG looks maxing content. I'm starving for some hot girl makeout sessions. Can't seem to get success lately. What do I do, Gaines? Gaines, what do I do?
I'm definitely not going to buy a suit, but I am going to update my wardrobe a little bit. And yeah, I'm going to grow my hair out and like get it styled or something. Like just get a nice haircut. See how... you know, if I like the way I look, I'll keep doing it. Thanks for the donation though, Gummy Gum.
Kartnarks are heroes.
We're this close to being on the ground.
Yeah, this is their best video ever. I fucking love it.
Get a baseball bat attached to your bike and smash their windows.
That would be a very bad idea, because after I smash their window, they can just run me over. So if you're on a bike, you should just avoid, you know, fighting with cars, because they have 4 wheels and you only have 2, and it's very easy to, like, just kill a biker. Thanks for the donation, though, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
Sir, you left your car right here. That's not how the cart goes. Pick it back to the cart corral area. Carts don't go right there. They go back where the cart returns are. There's one over there. See where that guy just came from? Or over there where I just came from over there? I just came from one. I'll show you where it is. I'm with cart narcs.
That's great. That's great too.
And like, you're even blocking your own door from opening. You'd think you'd understand how that could block someone else's door from opening, right?
Do you work for that?
No, we're a highly trained, see, that's not our siren, by the way, that's an ambulance. We're a highly trained organization of narcs.
Narcotics, like drugs?
Hold on, wait for this ambulance to go by 1 moment, if you don't mind. Quality siren. More in the common usage of it, like narking someone out, snitching on them.
Oh, okay.
Like, not narcotics, like,
snitch.
Essentially, yes. So what we do,
That's great.
so we show people the error of their ways, and like that gentleman
You know
just...
what? I get up at 3, 4 this morning.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll get a car eventually.
Been working all day nonstop. I think they pay for a guy to do this every day.
See?
90% of the time I put it back. 99%.
But you're very tired right now, and it's causing an error in your judgment,
No,
lazy
you know
bones.
what? Go fuck yourself.
No, sir, let me explain. Here, I got these, we have these bumper magnets for you. I'm gonna put it right here on the side of your truck. There you go. It's got our hotline number on it, so you can call that for counseling about how not to be a lazy bone. Oh, what's going on? What are you doing, sir? Why are you approaching me?
Why am I approaching you?
Yes.
This is yours. Take it back.
No, it's got our number
Take
for
it
you.
back.
It's a present for you.
Take it
To
back.
teach you how not to be a lazy bones.
Take it back.
No, sir, you keep that.
Take it
my
back.
gift to you. Why are you?
Take it back.
Why are you running up?
Like, by the way, he could have just taken his cart. It's so weird. It ends up not being a matter of... It's like the effort they could have put into, you know, arguing with this guy, they could have just put the cart back. But they know they're a scumbag fucking piece of shit, and they can't handle that somebody is calling them out for being a scumbag. So they have to get into this argument and keep fighting with the guy so that they end up capitulating and then they feel justified in what they're doing. Like, these are the worst fucking people in all of society.
After me.
Because you're a fucking asshole.
I'm a nice guy, sir.
No, you're a fucking asshole.
Luckily, I have good blocking skills. I blocked your attack.
You're an asshole.
No, I'm a narc. Let me explain.
I don't give a shit what you are.
Yeah, you do, because you're running after me, trying to throw stuff at me, so clearly...
I don't care. What I care about is you. I have rights. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I know. And what I'm saying...
Leave me alone.
I'm having a small...
Leave me alone.
I'm trying to have a polite conversation, sir.
No, I don't want a polite. Leave.
Sir.
I'm calling the cops.
See, she's...
On her.
I'm a guy, actually. I'm a man.
Call the cops on him.
No,
Leave me alone.
No, I'm a nice guy. I'm having a polite conversation about how to be civil to your fellow customers.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
The reason they had the cart corral, which we're at, by the way, we are right here at the cart corral. You could have brought it back by now. Is because carts...
You walked over there. You could have put it there.
Well, sir, then you would have alerted
You are this close to being on the ground.
Why? I'm not on the ground at all, sir.
Leave me alone.
So I don't think you can catch me, number one.
I love public freakouts. Best entertainment. Better than any cringe comedy show.
Yeah, they're the best. Thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
Number two.
You know what? What? Because I'm a fucking fat asshole?
No, sir, because
Is that what it is?
Because I'm highly trained in running. We train for this, because sometimes people get angry.
You know what? Go get the manager to...
Why?
Right now. Go get him.
What for?
Because you're bugging me.
I'm not bugging you.
Come on, let's go.
Sir, I don't
Let's
want to go there. I want to have a polite conversation, and you hopefully...
I don't want a polite conversation.
I'm calling the cops, okay?
That's all. No, you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to.
Leave me alone.
He didn't take his cart back. He's being very antsy about it. I don't know why. He's trying to...
Because you're abusing me.
You know what abuse is, sir? I'm having a polite conversation.
No, you're not. When somebody says they don't want to talk to you, you turn around and walk away.
But sir, you caused...
You're following me.
No, sir, you chased me halfway through the parking lot first. Sir, you left your cart out where it's an obstruction to other customers. That's all we're talking about here, sir. And let the record show, I did not call you fat. I'm a nice guy. We don't body shame. What is he gonna do? Are you gonna tell him what you did?
Tell you to get off his fucking property.
Are you gonna tell him what you did with the cart, though, sir?
No, I will.
Okay, good, because I don't think they're gonna like that.
If you want to talk to you right now.
Sir, I'm afraid of any cuss words.
You.
What?
It's insane how these people freak out. BLK donated $3. Let me see. When you're trying to talk and the person next to you won't quiet down. That kid should shut her fucking mouth. Let the dog talk. You're interrupting him. I love huskies. They're so cool. Thanks for the donation, BLK.
I was very polite. I said...
you put something on my car. You had no right to do that.
It's okay. It was a... Sir,
you had no right to touch my car.
Sir, he's threatening... we don't want any kind of violence. He left his cart... Yeah, we're headed out. I'm sorry? We're with the cart narcs. You can find it. We have a Lazy Bones hotline. This has our phone number on it if you'd like.
All right. Yeah, because this is a private property.
Oh, no, I totally understand. Totally understand. I was just...
I don't want this to get escalated.
Oh, me neither. Me neither.
Really? Then why didn't you walk away when I asked you to?
Because you didn't understand what I was saying.
I speak English. I'm a cart narc.
Right.
You should have taken your cart and put it away. You should have done this.
And he has some excuse about waking up at 3 a.m.
You're a mean person.
I didn't say that at all, sir.
Yeah, get your information.
Yeah, there it is right there. Sorry, it's got a phone number on it. And then it's got an email address there, too, if you...
I can run faster than you. That's what you said.
Right, because he threatened to put me on the ground, is what he said.
No, that was after you said that. You are this close to being on the ground.
Why? I'm not on the ground at all, sir.
Leave me alone.
Sir, I don't think you can catch me, number one. No, he said, I'm going to put you on the ground. Sir.
No, don't, first of all, don't call me sir. Don't use nice words to me. You're acting like a jerk.
No, I'm being a nice guy.
No, you're not.
Because what he did
when somebody says they don't want to deal with you, don't want to talk to you, you have enough respect to turn your ass around.
What if they're doing, but you didn't understand my message.
I get your message.
Well, let me explain real quick.
Yeah, I know, but this is our customers.
Yeah, I'm trying to de-escalate.
But no, you're making the situation.
No, you're escalating it by just not turning around and leaving.
Well, I'm happy to narcs on anything, you know.
I've seen you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Making a video.
Sir, this is... Tell you what, you send me an email, I'll send you some stickers or something.
I appreciate it.
Just at cart narcs on anything, you know.
I've seen you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey.
Where are you going? I'm leaving like...
Umar donated $2. Can I react to Umar Johnson, man?
We gonna have a Garvey baby. Lord have mercy.
I don't really care about this guy.
Sister Danielle, you must not have heard of me. Sister Danielle wants to have a Garveyite baby with King Kong Alicia. Sister Danielle, and she fine too. Look at them eyes. Back shots. It is consciousness over.
Like, he's just not really entertaining.
Let's get into it. Any ladies in town for the training want to accompany the prince? Get into it.
Like, he's not funny. He's just racist, and he talks against interracial marriage. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, dude.
Like you asked.
No.
Wait, you told me to leave, and I'm leaving.
Making a YouTube video.
No. What are you doing?
Are you making a video?
Sir, this is for my protection.
Are you making a video?
Sir, it's for our protection.
Are you making a video?
Sir, this is in case someone tries to hit us or something, which is might be happening.
Are you making a video?
Sir, this is a body cam for our protection. Uh-oh. This will test out the running skills. Okay. So far, so good. I told you, you're a pretty fast runner, sir. What?
This guy's literally chasing him all over the fucking parking lot when he could have just put the fucking cart back.
That is name down.
And it's Agent Sebastian.
No, give me your name. Write it down.
Would you like one of... I got her phone number if you want it. Like this, lazy bones get all anxious and upset. Well, unfortunately, they have our hotline number on them, which we can't give out. This is only for people like that. Okay. But I tell you what, hit me up on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, and I'll send you one.
I mean, my whole thing was that, like, I kind of see what you were doing already. Like, this is like kind of like you got a body cam on, you're doing like a YouTube thing or something, you know, which is totally.
Parks here, or let's say they back in and their kid's not looking. I'm leaving the property. He said, and then he followed me down here.
I think you should just go on home and forget the whole thing.
Sir, I'm doing everything you ask.
And he's still...
Sir, it's public property. We're on a public sidewalk right now.
Over there.
Sir.
Yes, sir, the same way if a cop pulls you over, I can start recording him. So he can record me in your car.
You have no expectation of privacy unless you're inside your house or your car or something.
Right, so you're going to put this on YouTube.
Sir, no, it's...
Benefit do you... What benefit do you get? What benefit do you get? What...
Yeah. How do I get groceries if I don't have a car? My motorcycles. I've got a big ADV touring bike, and I've also got the sidecar. So this is the bike I normally get my groceries on, but I also have the V-Strom, which is the big ADV bike. Got two 48-liter side cases, and I've got the 58-liter top case.
Mr. Blubber Boy. All right, I'm dedicating this lousy sweat.
The biggest fake tough guy.
I'm dedicating this set for this equipment donation to the bedroom Blubber Boy.
Do you have a favorite car? Yeah, the Ariel Atom. Yeah, this is the car I want. This is my dream car, Ariel Atom. Really want this car. Dude, that'd be so sick. This is just the sickest fucking car, dude. It actually looks really nice in the silver. Might get it in silver. Yeah, that is the dopest fucking car ever made. Carnism donated $2. Did you hear about this?
I just slaughtered my baby goat, Ragai. Baby goat bladder filled with pee. Got some in my eye.
You sick son of a... Jeepers, that's yucky.
Hardcore primal thing I've ever done.
Carnivore scumbag. This is why men on the carnivore diet can't get laid. He kills babies without hesitation. No remorse for taking...
This guy is a retarded bitch. Dude, look at this fucking gay-ass pink shirt-wearing fucking bitch drinking piss. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then they call vegans gay.
Taking an innocent baby's life.
He's a little bitch.
Spent like the last 15 minutes. Tea that you just...
Oh yeah, dude. I'd feed him feet first into a fucking wood chipper. Thanks for the donation, Carnism. BLK donated $3. Let me see.
Actually gave Naruto diesel, trying to turn him into an Autobot. It sounds ridiculous, but Naruto actually transformed. The story starts a day earlier when Optimus Prime ran out of fuel and was stuck on the road. Calling for help, Naruto passed by and offered, "Hey, want me to pour some vegetable oil in?" Optimus Prime replied, "Don't joke around, I need diesel." But Naruto insisted, "Oil is oil," and poured it into Optimus Prime. Optimus was worried it would ruin him, but after a whole can of vegetable oil, he found himself moving again, and even smoother than before. The next day, Optimus Prime brought a basket of eggs and a thank you note to Naruto's house to express his gratitude. When he walked in, Naruto was cooking, and Optimus smelled something familiar. "Is that the same oil I drank? I'm fine with it, but are you sure humans can eat it?" Naruto laughed and said, "We've been using it for years. But, funny enough, my uncle turned into a tractor after eating it. Maybe it's related." Optimus was shocked, convinced it was no coincidence. Naruto continued, "The tractor in the yard? That's my uncle. The excavator? That's my aunt. The four-wheeler? That's my brother. They all loved oil before they transformed. I think my turn is coming soon." It should have been a sad story, but Optimus got excited. He grabbed a can of oil and started pouring it into Naruto's mouth, saying, "What are you waiting for? Turn into an Autobot and help me save the world." And just like that, Naruto transformed into Bumblebee, and they flew off to space together. Optimus Prime...
I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, BLK.
Jesus Christ. You'll be his new target.
Yeah, well.
That's fine. Okay.
Come on. Stay straight. Don't bulge. Don't bulge.
Oh, you have to say that out loud. You can't just stay straight. Get on more drugs. Spend more money on
here to go pay to be in a fucking shitty show against a fat redneck.
I always hated high school and hated doing dumb group projects. Did you enjoy high school? No. I would have torched the whole building to the ground with everybody in it. I straight up refused to do group projects in high school. And some teachers were fine with it. I remember my philosophy teacher was fine with me just doing everything on my own. I know my English teachers, I think I had a civics teacher, and like one other class where they didn't let me just do group projects on my own, and they gave me some gay-ass reasoning for it, like, oh, the point of a group project is to work well in a group, and part of your grade is like the ability to actually cooperate with others. So I just flat out didn't do a lot of projects because they said I had to, so I just didn't do them, and they're fucking stupid. So rather than just allowing me to do the work the way I want to and giving me a grade on it, no, you're gonna fucking fail the fucking project. Fucking bitch. Fiji, if you would please, what's with all the questions towards vegans about abortion from the trolls on every pro-vegan post across social media? I guess they figure it's some kind of gotcha where they're like, oh, you want to protect innocent life, but you're okay with abortion, or some stupid shit like that. Ali G $20, is there any point wearing a face mask outside for spreading germs? If you're in a crowded area, yeah. If you're not, then there's not really any point. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
God! Ooh. Oh.
Well, we got Blubber Boy and then...
Want to debate veganism and atheism and how atheism fails animals? Not really, because I know you're not going to have any kind of sensible argument. If you can make a convincing debate proposition, then maybe, but I know everything you're going to say is going to be fucking stupid.
Dale's got his own autobiography out called Flubber. Dale Flubber Chance.
Rob, how do you get in there? Do you put your feet on the platform first, or?
A lot of teachers are retards, man. In philosophy class in high school I destroyed the teachers and other students' stupid omnivore and philosophy arguments, but I only got a C and the other students who sucked the teachers' balls got A's. It's not about skill.
Apparently it's actually worse in college and university, where getting favoritism from the teacher massively improves your grade. I know there are some high school teachers that do have a bias, but I've heard it's actually a lot worse in university. What I noticed when I was in school is a lot of the, like, immigrant kids who could barely speak English, and, like, their writing was completely and utterly incoherent. Like, they would come to me for advice on some of their projects, and I'd read their essays, and it was just pure fucking gibberish and nonsense. And sometimes they would get grades that were about as good as mine on some of these projects. And I'd ask the teacher about that. And apparently, they're given grading guidelines not necessarily based on how well a student actually, you know, writes a paper. So it's not like... It's not like there's some objective rating system that they're supposed to go by. They're supposed to factor in how well a student actually knows English So if they have an immigrant student that's only been in the country for like a year, they're supposed to grade with a certain expectation for that sort of student based on how well you'd assume their English is going to be. So so they're supposed to grade with the consideration that you can't expect them to be as good as like, you know, a native English-speaking student. So even though their essays are fucking stupid and they have broken English and they make no sense, you're automatically supposed to give them like an extra 20% or something on their grade. So, yeah. That's what I've seen personally. I can't say I noticed any kind of strong bias with grading when it comes to the teacher liking you or not. I did have that experience with one class. I had an art teacher in grade 9 who I think was a like pervert. I think he had a sexual fetish for young girls, and he would always grade the young pretty girls in class way better than boys. Even when like the girl in class was shit at artwork and drawing, he would always grade them higher. Like that was obvious. And the way he'd always give way more attention to the pretty girls in class. So he'd be really nice to them. He'd always like if like one half of the room was like boys and like the other half of the room had more girls, he'd always spend more time in the other half of the room. So I've seen that. But yeah, I know it's a common thing in university where if you if you have some sort of favoritism with the teacher or you agree with their political views, they do tend to grade more bias. Thanks for the donation though, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, can we react to this video from Carnism Debunked? I don't buy into all of it, but it was interesting. It mentions Metal Gear S.
The following clip, unbelievably, is taken from a 2001 video game, Metal Gear Solid 2.
He's going to talk about the AI influencing human culture and shit.
Its creator, renowned game designer, this was made 24 years ago. His mission control, the characters Colonel and Rose.
That possible? The AI was destroyed. Who are you?
We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
create context.
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
That's what it means to create context.
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you?
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that you occasionally feel.
Another possibility is that self is a concept you conveniently borrowed under the logic that it would endow you with some sense of strength.
That's crap!
Is it? Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then. Explain it to him.
Jack, you're simply the best, and you got there all by yourself.
Oh, what happened? Do you feel lost? Why not try a bit of soul-searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
In denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better. Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world. You are.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now, we think for you.
We are your guardians, after all.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays. That's what this exercise was designed to prove. The S3 plan does not stand for solid snake simulation. What it does stand for is selection for societal sanity.
What's even stranger is that during the gameplay section of this segment of the game, the AI replica of Colonel continually tests you, the player, by breaking the fourth wall and telling you to do stupid stuff like turn off the game console.
Raiden, Turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
The idea of this, should you follow his orders and turn off the game console, for example, is to prove that you, the player, are far too stupid to be able to make decisions by yourself, and to show how easily you are fooled with a world of AI in the digital age. Thus, you need the internet to be censored by them to protect you from information that could harm you or that you're too uneducated to be trusted with. How many conversations like those have we had with people this week? Raiden in the game then is a representation of you, and the AI kernel is a representation of government, big tech censors and those who support them. Now, funnily enough, what with me actually making this video to speak out against this kind of stuff, all I remember was the 12-year-old me getting freaked out by that scene and just following his orders and turning off the game console. Furthermore, the 12-year-old me had no real understanding of what was going on in this segment of the game and the future it was predicting. But now at 35 years of age, it's all become abundantly clear. Anyway, to conclude, personally, I think Meta's decision to remove overbearing censorship and put the power back into the hands of us, the people, is a great decision. And
I don't think he gets it. The conversation in Metal Gear Solid 2 was talking about AIs using an algorithm to basically flood humanity with memes, ideas that would move culture in a certain direction and suppress information that they found unsuitable. And even with, you know, Meta saying, oh, we're not going to be super, you know, involved with censorship and everything, they control the algorithm. So if people start posting Nazi content, they can just control how many people see it. And then if people post content that they do like, they can, you know, they can change the algorithm so a lot of people can see it. There's no winning. So this is just it. I think Hideo Kojima, I don't know without directly talking to him. I think he was actually trying to make a statement that fundamentally this is a good idea. Humans can't really or shouldn't really have that kind of freedom, because if you do, it ends up being largely self-destructive, like, you know, Nazi Germany with, you know, all the propaganda that ends up getting, you know, promoted. And then you have just humans basically destroying other humans, destroying society, and creating, you know, a terrible situation where they just fuck themselves over. And even if, like, the Nazis wouldn't have completely self-destructed, it would have created totalitarian control in the end. But with an AI, as long as the AI isn't self-interested like the Nazis are, and they have humanity's best interests in mind, that is a system of control, but it's a benevolent system of control. I think if you were to ask Hideo Kojima, he probably would have sided with the AI fundamentally. But yeah, this whole thing about Meta getting rid of censorship, it's just bullshit. They can censor whatever they want. They're just not going to take down posts.
Twanimation should have used this design for future Trunks instead of the blue-haired gay skinny version we got. Long-haired future Trunks was peak drip.
That didn't load properly, or the link just doesn't work. Or you didn't give me the right link. Thanks for the donation, Ultra Ego Vegeta.
I thought this account was satire at first.
Trans-Palestinian fabulousness. Yeah. There's no helping some people. Thanks for the donation, LEG. Okay, fine. If you want to debate me and say a bunch of stupid shit, there's the link for the Discord. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay, that's great. It's still not working. It's still not working. I don't know what to fucking do about that. Copy link. There we go, that works. I have no idea why that works. That is retarded. Alright, come debate me, say whatever stupid shit you want to say.
This may be?
Yeah, that looks like the Berserk sword. I don't think that's the coolest version of Trunks. But the sword looks cool. Reminds me of the Dragon Slayer. Thanks for that donation, Ultra Ego Vegeta. Is the jackass gonna hop in the Discord? Do you think Hitman World of Assassination will go down as the greatest social stealth game of all time? Like, there's gonna be more games like it in the future, and I'd imagine they're gonna get better. But as of right now, yeah.
Really gotta get there. Yeah, I just crouched down.
You're gonna crouch all the way in.
Mm-hmm.
And then just put your foot up there.
Richard likes big donkey dick.
So there were a lot of videos about the mic.
Yeah, we already watched this. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You're right, though. This thing was made for a dwarf.
Yeah, it's definitely for a short person.
Well, Rob gets in there, so
Look it up for him. You gotta just go like this.
Yeah.
Grab here. And just go right.
Put it on. Oh, okay.
And then.
Says no text channel. I gave the link for the waiting room, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm gonna ban you if you don't join the Discord. Pretty goddamn sure that link works.
Push it up.
You can,
and then step up.
You're not supposed to squat on the floor, though, are you?
No, it won't feel right on your back. You'll know. I mean, you could, but I don't know. All right, and then when you get up here, look. This thing, you just pull out and release it. And it sits there.
What the hell?
Oh, I can't get up here.
You need to do some yoga, Lenny.
Where's our sponsorship down in Dallas page? Get Lance and DDP Yoga.
Have you ever watched that?
Yeah.
I did.
Did you? I never saw it. Is it stupid or good or what?
He's hopped up on some vegan drug, all happy and excited. I couldn't take it. He's like this. I'm 3, everybody. Untwist the light bulb. Now say I'm awesome.
Oh my
Some
God.
bullshit
Who's
like
this?
that. Diamond Dallas. Pussy.
It's a public server. Anybody can join. So if you don't join in a minute, I'm banning you.
Who is that big black dude you met in the video?
That's the man called Blessing. He's a Nigerian. He's signed by Redcon. He has a lot of videos where he ran through a brick wall. He threw a guy across the gym. And his trainer kept waving at me when I was training. I was ignoring him. But Nick Walker, this one freak from New Jersey who's 26, they're competing in New York Pro. I mean, Nick Walker's a monster.
Okay, you're banned.
And he was calling him flamingo legs. So when I came up to him, I said, "Hey, flamingo legs." He gave me the dirtiest look at first until we started talking. Because, you know, he knows I use the word PM, and he gave me...
I'm not putting up with trolls who are like, open up the Discord, I'm gonna debate you, oh, I can't fucking join for some reason. Like, I'm not playing that game, so you're banned.
Did you suggest for him to get a wig?
No.
No.
Not with
I'm
us.
surprised.
He looks like Nadia from the Trapeze.
Remember? Beetlejuice. I'll just go up here.
Look.
Aw.
Jesus.
Better than Alpo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dude.
I heard they're a good antiseptic. Any maniacs want to leave comments whether they verify that or not.
Too late. Probably tastes better than that dog food you give her.
Good job.
I'm gonna do one more set.
She's such an annoying little twat. It was...
Wait, who the fuck?
You want to get this quick?
What's going on?
Look at those fucking Candace.
Brad, have you ever been to that way here?
No, I haven't seen the channel Bug Sports.
I don't go up to 3 plates.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, Lenny was pretty severely diabetic.
Struggling.
Brad, you gotta remember, I'm lifting 3 mold for the lethal injection.
What is it called that you have that you're allergic to molds?
CIRS, C-I-R-S.
We were worried about...
Chronic inflammation response.
I was worried that Rob's symptoms would flare up because of mold from Brad's jock itch. I mean, you got to remember when he's delivering that mail, there's a lot of perspiration going on down there.
Why are you looking at me after?
Because you know I've never had jock itch. You can chime in. But that's all right. Let them believe what they want. Lenny likes stirring the pot.
They need something.
Oh, here we go.
To
Flapjacks.
what do we owe this?
Hey, genetics, NFL genetics, and lots of heavy lifting in my younger years, but it's coming back.
Yeah, I saw Musk faking being a top Diablo 4 player. That was really embarrassing.
3:30.
You're starting to look like Saul a little bit.
That's a compliment. He trained his whole life. The guy was in great shape.
You got old man tits and arms and legs.
Nah, it's just a little. Wait till I get on an anti-estrogen, which your boy needs to be. How's his little?
You don't take one?
What is he, Danny, going through a sex change?
You don't take one?
No, only pre-con.
Yeah, well, it's probably why he's diabetic.
Contest.
Are you tender?
Fuck yeah.
Really?
All those, like, what's her face doing that, always grabbing me there.
You don't take an
laughing.
estrogen blocker?
It's only for world contests. It's not good for your lipids. It'll cause a heart attack, believe it or not. You need estrogen for male health, a certain amount. And you can grow better on it, believe it or not. And if you don't have any, your sex drive goes down. Figure that out.
I got my glands removed. Did I ever tell you that?
No.
I've already had removed from the pro hormones.
How much did that cost?
Insurance. You just gotta tell them it hurts, and it wasn't your fault.
Wait a minute, what? Lactating?
No, but I
Guys actually can lactate like a drop.
from the pro hormones. I had it when I was like 16 to 18, and I knew a doctor, and yeah, he took him out.
What pro hormones were you taking at the time?
The popular ones were Spawn, Trimethyl-X, Quad something.
Yeah.
There was like, it was like Trenadol.
All over the counter.
All over the counter, and you know
Strong as hell.
Listen to this, I went in there at 15 years old, and I was like, what? I said to the guy, what are these behind the glass? I was like, are these steroids? He's like, yeah, basically. And I
didn't believe him.
I was like, can I buy them? He's like, well, there's no law, I can't sell them to you. He sold them to me at 15 years old, without
That is fucking crazy.
telling me anything about them. I think that's kind of screwed up.
Retard any tellers, he's still gonna watch the Loner Box debate? Yeah, we're gonna watch that next. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Well, to make what, 6? That's real.
Well, they weren't on the ban list. They have a ban list of steroids, 120 compounds. But you got to remember, they're derived from plants. So with the Nutritional Dietary Supplement Act of 1995, you could take anything from a plant and sell nutritionally without any approval. So what they were doing was simply making steroids that were, for you, going to come out. I mean, they looked through the medical books, but they never brought them to market. Some of the strongest, most powerful ones, teenagers were taking over the counter like candy.
Hey, Lenny, now that I have, I'm logged into the YouTube, so I can...
That's fucking crazy. Alright, let's watch the Loner Box debate.
Issue with grooming gangs of men, frankly, raping women, raping little girls in Britain. There have been accusations that this had been covered up. There have been accusations that this was swept under the rug because of potential for causing Islamophobia and these other things. There's a lot of noise out there, basically. And I wanted to bring people together who had some information on the subject at hand to discuss what happened, why it happened, how this monumental failure came to pass, and what is, if anything, is being done about it now. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. I don't profess to be an expert in this, but I hope we can have an interesting conversation, maybe educate everyone about this. We'll find out. Lonerbox, what's going on in Britain? You're the British guy, or the Scottish guy here, but you're from Britain, right?
Yeah. Apparently it's been covered up, but also this is the one subset of child sexual abuse where every perpetrator is guaranteed a newspaper headline, despite the fact that there are about 6,000 plus people who get convicted of grooming and abusing children sexually every year. The only time they're ever guaranteed a newspaper headline is if they're Muslim and in a gang. That's just like part of what we do in the UK. All seriousness, the crimes are real. They're disgusting. The victims were let down by police and by counsellors. There's some truth to the fact that some of it was because people did not know how to approach ethnic issues in terms of like going after people who were Muslim. And it's a real shame that these issues and all the hard work of care workers and researchers and experts has to get basically shafted by a bunch of cowardly Sargon of blockhead racist cunts who just want to weaponize the suffering of victims for scoring political points. These people don't give a fuck about anyone who's actually getting abused unless they can cynically weaponize it for political clout. But, you know.
Okay, well, we're going to get into that, right? I've heard a lot about this Tommy Robinson fellow, and I have some questions for you all, but yeah, we'll talk about it. Counterpoints, what are some of your thoughts here? What's going on in Britain?
No, I think that this has been swept under the rug. I think that if this was an American story, it would have been front page and center news. I also think that simultaneously, this should be front page and center news. So if you have people who are coming in from a different country, and by the way, this is the story as far as I understand it, is that you have 25 different towns identified. You have between like a few hundred and a few thousand victims per town. The people are largely Pakistani, British people who have been here for sometimes for one generation, sometimes for multiple generations. Some of these people are citizens, right? But they have effectively seduced and groomed children who are between the ages of 10 and 18 who are in the foster care system. I think we would call it in the foster care system in the United States, and then recruited them in order to be prostitutes. And then they gang raped and pimped these girls out. And so it's a failure of institutions, sure, but it's also, I would say, a failure of culture on behalf of these men that they thought that this was appropriate in any way whatsoever. And then here's the other thing, and I'll try to wrap up. I know I'm known for being verbose, but basically we have multiple failures. We have failures of the guardians at the foster care system. We have failures of the parents to care about these children in the first place. We have failures from law enforcement who didn't want to investigate the issue because they basically wrote off these kids as working class, schlubby, prostitute kids anyways. Who gives a shit about them? They're working class from the wrong side of town. And then you also have the city councils failing, where they knew that this was a problem, but they failed to make it an issue because they were worried about their own reputation. So final failure. Last failure was the federal government, because at least in the United States, if the local municipalities fail, then the feds step in. And here, the federal government has basically said, no, it's the municipality's problem.
That's a lot. We'll get to it, and I want to kind of dig into the details as we go.
Please stop calling it the federal government, by the way. We're not a federal system. It's just parliament.
Yeah. What central? What would you call
it's just
it?
Parliament.
So sorry, we'll talk about the Commonwealth's governmental organization in a bit, I'm sure.
Well, that won't help you because Canada actually has a federalized system despite having a parliament.
Well, do you guys have as bad grooming gang issues as the UK does?
No, we
don't. Okay, good.
I guess I think your description is mostly accurate, Connor. I think you might have just left out the part where there's an explicitly racial and religious component to the grooming. Because if you read some of the transcripts of some of the court cases, you can hear them outright say, "Yeah, it's because they're white and Christian that we feel like we can do this to them."
Is that an actual thing? Like, this is one of the things that I've seen over and over again, at least when trying to research this. There's a lot of noise out there. There are a lot of people, I think Lunarbox alluded to this, that say that this is being weaponized by racists, by the EDL, by others, extremist groups in Britain, in order to paint all immigrants as predators. Is there any truth to that? What do we think? Is this being overblown?
It's true. So I'll give Lunarbox a little bit of wiggle room to play with. It's true that we have prostitution and we have criminal organizations across all ethnicities and religions. So, for instance, like we don't assign this level of malevolence to, let's say, Russian sex trafficking or Slavic sex trafficking, which is still like an aggressive, brutal, and violent sex trafficking organizations. We don't assign this religious component. But the reason why I think that the Western world is so repulsed by this is because we all know that those people are evil. We all know that they're disgusting and deserving of poor treatment and all that kind of shit. Whereas it seems like some of the perpetrators are cloaking themselves in religion as a pretext in which to conduct these acts, which is abhorrent.
Where are we getting this wrong, Lunarbox? Are we on track so far? Like,
I just want to make sure we're all like in the same factual world. Do we all acknowledge the fact that of the total police data from the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years, Asians and white people are about equally proportionally represented when it comes to child sexual abuse offenses? Do we agree on that?
Okay, so well, hold on. Then let's dig into the data if you have it at hand.
Yep.
So is this equal statistically, or is it per capita equal?
Yeah, per capita. Yeah, that's what I mean by proportionally represented. Okay. Yeah, I can give you the.
Okay, so then going for proportional, are we taking, like, because we're talking about a wide variety of crimes, are we talking about familial pedophilia being made equivalent to criminal sex trafficking organizations? Because to me, these are two different problems.
We're talking about pedophile rings, we're talking about grooming gangs, we can talk about the difference between those groups if you want. We're talking about all child sexual abuse, the crime of child sexual abuse.
You just sent me your data, so I'll look at it while you continue.
Well,
yeah.
Dev, you know a lot about this data. Again, what would you say? Do you think that...
I actually haven't seen this data that Lunarbox is talking about, so I do want to see it.
Yeah, just put it in the group chat, and I guess they'll look. But let's assume
I can
that's
also...
the case.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
all
go
right.
ahead, please.
It's true that they were let down by cops and by counselors, okay? We know that one of the reasons was because of cops, mainly cops, claiming to be worried about racial insensitivity, okay? For some reason, in the year of the late 90s, early 2000s, or mid-2000s, the cops of South Yorkshire claimed to be worried about political correctness at a time when Little Britain was doing fucking blackface on primetime TV. For some reason, that was like a thing. But I don't feel like anyone ever mentions any of the other issues, the more clearly defined ones, which was the culture of victim blaming, which has been a problem with British police, particularly South Yorkshire, since at least the 1960s, probably even before, maybe even the 50s. It's also the case that there was a complete lack of communication. The reverse problem of like the ethnic issue was a lack of communication between the police and the Pakistani community. The only people they spoke to were like imams, like religious leaders who were men who didn't really care. There were Pakistani women's groups who felt disenfranchised because the authorities, the counselors, just didn't meet with them. They just didn't care. They only went for the most obvious like male figureheads. There was also the issue of complete under-resourcing. These are working class communities. There's like ridiculous statutes of limitations when it comes to making these complaints for rapes that happened like a few years ago. There are issues with a lack of outreach. There's issues with a lack of middlemen, that there's not really any middleman for a child victim to go to between themselves and the police, right? Because obviously you don't want to go to the police if you're a fucking child, right?
Just because you're, because I'm looking at data and trying to listen to you at the same time. But aren't you kind of simultaneously saying, I would almost feel like, I don't want to necessarily say contradictory things, you might be able to parse these out, but these feel relatively contradictory. So you're saying that the police were saying that they felt like they were shackled by cultural sensitivities along ethnic lines. And then you're actually pointing out the fact that they only talk to imams, they only talk to male patriarchs, they only talk to, the heads of the, this like separate but parallel culture. And I would say that is probably stemming from the fact that if you talk to a woman without the man's permission within like a conservative Muslim enclave, that's going to be viewed as an insult to the man.
No, that's not why that happened. It happened because
why
they
not?
made the choice not to talk to them. Like the women tried to reach out.
So they saw a woman in a hijabi or...
Hold on.
I'll press on that for sure.
In the United Kingdom, you can talk to a Muslim woman if you want. Yeah.
I have a question. I really want to know the answer because you mentioned, well, they made that choice. The question of the day is, why did they make the choice that they did not to? That's the question. Right?
Probably. Okay, so I would argue it's probably for the similar reason that police officers and counselors, especially when it comes to child sexual abuse, have failed victims of all races for the last, for basically forever, right? Like, it's not like we were a country that had Jimmy Savile. The Prime Minister would meet with these people, and people knew there were warnings about him, and they let it go because of reputational fear, because of fear of or just people who are disinterested or in victim blaming. Like, we have these problems with every child sexual abuse issue. We had this with Catholic Church that lasted for 40 or 50 or 60 years. The fucking nursery that I went to as a kid was exposed for child sexual abuse less than 10 years ago.
Yeah,
right?
but if you said that there's a cultural problem in the Catholic Church where Catholic priests were sweeping for other Catholic priests and administrators were covering up the child sex abuse of the perpetrators, and that they were just transferring them to other dioceses.
I've seen a few Spike Lee films. Can't remember the name of the one that I remember seeing. Had something to do with like a college campus or some shit. I thought that was pretty funny. Miracle at St. Anna. I thought that was okay-ish. Not great. He's not on my top list of directors.
As long as they signed a letter saying they would never do it again, then pretty much everyone who isn't like a Catholic administrator is going to say, yeah, that was a specific and fucked up version of child sex abuse perpetrated by the Catholic institution that had a unique cultural component that made it worse. And what it feels like, not trying to be rude or mean, but what it feels like is whenever we bring up the nuances of what's going on in this specific case, it's like, well, everybody diddles kids, or, you know, white people diddle kids too, or Europeans and Christians, they fuck kids too. So, you know, this isn't any different than anyone else getting child sex abuse, but there are differences and nuances that make this problem worse. I would say that everyone knows that a fucking pimp is a piece of shit who is profiting off of the misery of a human being. I think that it's the same way that a hate crime is worse than a regular crime. It's worse if people are sexually enslaving other human beings because they view them as, like, you know, lesser humans within their religious perspective.
Right, so we were talking about why the police and the council failed. I don't believe the police or the council failed on interacting with Muslim Pakistani women because of the internal Muslim issues. I think that was the police and the council's choice. If you want to talk about Muslim issues, then we can talk about that. We can talk about the Muslim issue if you want. Like,
no, you just said something. I'm going to press you on it. So you think that let's say I'm a beat cop in Wales or London or England or whatever, and there is like a conservative Pakistani ethno-religious enclave, and I go to talk to a hijabi or a niqabi, and then I get pulled aside by an imam or a male figure, and they say, hey, listen, I know that you English people, you have your culture where you can talk to anybody, but it is not appropriate for you to talk to women or children without the consent of the male head of household. You're saying that it's the cop's fault for trying to be sensitive to that ethno-religious cultural trope.
I don't believe these people were in the same room when this happened. Like, these are independent issues.
I'm talking about
the cops.
You're literally just talking about the failures of law.
I'm talking about the cops choosing to go and talk to the imam, whilst women's groups separately were reaching out to them and getting ignored. They eventually got meetings like 5-10 years into the scandal, like as it was already happening. That's what I'm talking about. If you want to talk about, but if you want me to throw you a bone, like, I'm just telling you what I read, okay? If you want, there are instances of the like Muslim cultural issues coming into play. For example, in Derby, one of the issues was when there were Muslim victims of these gangs, young girls. One of the reasons that they were finding it much harder to speak out was because of things like cultural shame, right? Like that's the reason that even if like a Muslim girl is getting raped, she is far less likely to talk about it than a white girl, right? Because of like internal pressures with family and all that. So yeah, that's a very valid criticism. But we were talking about the police and the council. That's why I went there, right?
Okay, I'll throw you a bone for failure. So it was the most popular one. You would have to tell me the city's name, but I would recognize it. But whatever the one that Oldham, Chesham, who fucking knows, right? But the point is that within that city, they had estimated it was literally like 2,400 potential victims over the course of like a decade or two. And there was a local representative volunteer who was working with the foster kids, and it was in a specific diversionary program trying to keep child prostitutes and drug addicts and gangsters out of the grips of local gangs. And the police gave her a reporting line on which to report like the graphic and grievous sexual offenses that she was encountering while interviewing children. No law enforcement officer ever read the reporting line. They created it as a black hole with which to throw the reports of child sex abuse within this community because nobody actually wanted to deal with it. So if we want to call those cops in particular fucking rabid pieces of shit for knowing that this was going on and failing to address it, I'll grip hands on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's the issue. Like, barring the cases where you've had a few cops and councillors saying that they were worried about ethnic issues, everything else is something that just seems to be shared across all CSA cases. Everything else, every other issue just seems to be the lack of care for victims and everything, yeah.
This is to counter into Dev here, right? Because this is something I've heard a lot. That cops saying, "Well, we're just really we didn't want to like offend, we didn't want to cause some troubles in that way. We were afraid of being accused of racism, etc." Isn't that like just covering up what they did, like making excuses for their multi-mental failures? That's what it sounds like to me, right? Like they're just trying. They know they fucked up, and they're saying,
"Oh, you know what? This is making me think a lot of this reporting might actually be nonsense. Police always lie on reports when they think they can like pass the buck onto somebody else or make up some kind of excuse for why they didn't do something. So all of these reports about police saying they wanted to be culturally sensitive or they were afraid of being racist or something, they might just be lying. And they might have just not given a shit, plain and simple.
It was woke. Woke did it, right?
No, I agree with you there. The problem though is that sorry, I'm going to the ethnicity page because it actually took me a while to find it. Okay, so I agree with you that there's a failure in law enforcement, but within the structure of the United States, which we have a federal society, I will be happy to be enlightened on the Commonwealth system. Is we have cities, counties, states, federal, right? And so as a result of having that system, when the cities fail, the counties will sometimes step in and clean shop. When the counties fail, the state will step in and clean shop. When the state fails, the feds will step in. And so we have this redundant system where we have uncovered horrible negligence and horrible crimes committed by law enforcement officials, but there's always a next step to go to hold people accountable. And what I've seen from news reports is effectively that people have gone to the central government multiple times saying this is out of control at the municipal level. They are not dealing with these criminal organizations. They're not dealing with these grooming gangs. And then the central government is saying it's a municipal issue.
Are you talking about the? Wait, are you talking about the person?
I'm talking about Jess Phillips.
You're talking about Kemi, who called for an inquiry, right? And Jess said the council's handling it.
Yeah, enlighten my audience on who this is and what they did.
Okay, so Kemi, this was Jess Phillips responding to the Tory lady, Kemi Badenoch, who was saying that there should be a national inquiry, right? And Jess said that this particular one was being handled. Not the council didn't handle it. The council requested it, and independent experts are coming in to investigate them. There wasn't. We had an inquiry. We had it 2 years ago in 2022. They gave 20 recommendations. Do you know how many of them were implemented by the Conservative government under Kemi?
0.
Yeah, 0. And only now we're hearing about this current government, who are, I guess they're talking about working to implement it. We'll see. But yeah, Kemi doesn't give a fuck about an inquiry at the national level. She's using it for fucking clout, right? She's using it to troll.
Yeah, but well, hold on. No, that doesn't mean that you don't give a shit. I don't know this person personally, so I don't know what their characters or virtues are. But at the same time, people actually can be totally pissed off about this. And on top of that, you're kind of admitting that there's a structural issue here. Because you have the national inquiry, you have the recommendations that were put to the government, and then apparently there's been no action on it since. So there's this massive gap here where you have cities working for municipalities not wanting to take a reputational hit, so they're willing to sweep these crimes under the rug, and then you have the central government getting recommendations because of all the failures and then failing to implement them. So if anything, you're kind of telling me that exist and are worse.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we switched governments like six months ago, right? Like, so this inquiry was ignored for 2 years by the Conservative government, and just now, like, we've heard from Labour that they're like working.
Fine, but you also understand people are trying to pass the baton back to Keir Starmer because he was like the head of prosecutions from 2008 to 2013 at the central level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if he cared about this issue, then that was kind of at the pinnacle of when this was happening.
Why? Because thank you for the link, Dev. Right, you've linked me the inquiry letter and stuff. I'm reading that this was just rejected. They've rejected any inquiry into this. Why?
What, the one that they want to happen right now?
This was from January 2nd, 2025. So
because we have.
Send mobile server link. Send server link because direct voice link doesn't work. I don't think that's going to do anything. I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, this is probably, it's not working. There's some stupid glitch with Discord where if I press on the invite link, it literally doesn't work. It's only when it gives me an option to just copy link. There shouldn't be an issue with me sending you a direct link to the waiting room. You shouldn't have to have the link to the server. It's public. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with that horse shit. I think you're full of shit for one thing, or you're just stupid, but I can't link for the server.
The inquiry's there. The inquiry's 2 years old now. The 20 recommendations that haven't been implemented by the Conservative government. Like, Labour supports the inquiry from 2 years ago. We don't need more inquiries. We need action. Like, that's what they need. To implement the recommendations of the inquiry. To strengthen the councils, to give people training, to have better... I can go through the recommendations if you want. I don't suppose you guys have seen any of that going around on Twitter.
No, I mean, I'm with you. If you want to enlighten the audience, go ahead.
Yes, please.
Okay, can we just pause to appreciate how interesting it is that for all the fucking yap about this shit, that I don't think any of these cunts, Sargon, whatever, could tell you one of these recommendations, let alone 20. Can we acknowledge? Can we just sit in that for? Okay, thank you. So
he's welcome to
all right. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, we did try to get on phone right now. You can jump backstage. I'll pull you in, and you can.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So one of the recommendations is one of the quite bold ones actually is that they want to make it a crime if you are in a specific job that involves working with protected people like children. That it's actually a crime for you not to file a report if you see a risk or indications of child sexual abuse. They want to make that a new law. They want to appoint a new government minister for child sexual abuse. They want to, for past cases, they want to have like a a compensation mechanism in place so that people can be compensated for the times when they were let down by the system. They want to. Do you know one of the other problems we talk about gathering data on grooming gangs? One of the reasons that the Home Office found that it's really difficult to get data on that specific crime is because everyone defines it differently. There's no set. It doesn't exist in criminal law. It doesn't exist in the courts. Like it doesn't exist in police records. So one of the things as well is to actually have common definitions for each subset of child abuse that can be shared across the country to make collection of data easier, and also to strengthen all these institutions at the more local council level so that kids actually have somewhere to go if there's a problem, and so that workers who notice problems can go somewhere as well. There's like 20 of them in the 2022 inquiry. They're quite clear. It's like a shortened version of it and everything.
Okay, so actually, I have a question which might drag us back a little bit, but I do think it's important. So you were saying that there was parity between the ethnic groups and the sexual abuse suffered by these groups, blah, 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 blah.
No, I'm talking about perpetrators, like convictions. So there are 6,000 something convictions every year, and racial groups are proportionally represented.
Okay, I'll look for perpetrators then.
Fair enough. I want to hear some of Dev's thoughts on this one, kind of get him in here. From what has been said in your research, you sent me and I appreciate this. You sent me a lot of video. You sent me a lot of different reports. You sent me a lot of links to the information on this. Are we missing anything? What are we missing here? Right?
It doesn't seem like we're missing much. The issue is that when it comes to the UK, I tend to hang around in more right-wing circles. I don't know that many left-leaning people in the UK, with the exception of you, Lunderbox. You're like the only one, basically.
Whoa.
So a lot of the news that I get, at least on social media, is from right-leaning figures. And I guess my question is, I'm wondering why this is all blowing up right now, because in the right-leaning sphere of the UK internet, people have been talking about this for like 10 years. Like a lot of this is old news. I wonder why it's going viral right now.
Do you really want my answer to that? Like, you're not going to like my answer, but it's fucking true.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It's because these people don't have a shitload of media access, and they don't give a fuck about child sexual abuse unless it's being done by Muslims. That's it. That's all it is.
Well, okay, but like, why is it going viral now specifically?
There was the inquiry, I think, so every now and then for these old cases, like so Oldham, I think in Manchester, which is an older case, I think a recent report came out about that, right? And then also because Kemi Badenoch called for an inquiry, I guess, and Elon Musk has obviously been talking about it on Twitter and retweeting Tommy Robinson and shit.
Okay,
so,
yeah. It's just whenever Elon talks about something, it just blows up right now. So I guess that's probably why. Yeah, because a lot of this is kind of old news. Like I've read a lot of these reports like 2 years ago. You know, it's like, oh, I'm surprised we're talking about it now.
Yeah, because what happens is professionals will write reports and they'll issue recommendations, and then no one knows what those recommendations are, and they just get mad and call for stopping immigration or whatever. Yeah, I think it's also maybe because Keir Starmer made a noise about the Conservatives. He blames them for the increase in immigration. I think our net migration was the highest it's ever been in the last year. It was like
I want to read
900,000. So
quote. I want to read that quote to people because I think it's interesting, right? And I want to hear everyone's thoughts on this. Again, full disclosure, Dev did share this with me, so credit to him. Let me get it up real quick. He says that. He said, in a speech from Downing Street, Sir Keir said, failure on this scale isn't just bad luck. It isn't a global trend or taking your eye off the ball. No, this is a different order of failure. This happened by design, not accident. Policies were formed deliberately to liberalize immigration. Brexit was used for that purpose, to turn Britain into a one-nation experiment in open borders.
Now, I will say, every single right-leaning figure that I followed immediately jumped on this quote because it's the perfect red meat for them, you know?
Yeah, it's like Angela Merkel talking about how mass immigration was a failure.
Yeah, Starmer's a bit of a troll, isn't he?
Is he trolling? Is that trolling?
I mean, he's obviously he's obviously trying to use right-wing rhetoric, right? Like he's obviously doing that on purpose to fuck with them or whatever. Yeah, like he's exploiting the fact that like net migration's been insanely high, I guess, since the post-COVID Brexit kind of environment. Yeah, he's just making a weapon out of it. I don't know what he plans to do because it's harder to get EU workers in. A lot of people left after Brexit. I don't know what he plans to do, but we'll see.
Okay, so I've been a little bit distracted because I've been scrolling through your data set, so I wouldn't mind taking a look at it. But I think the clarity that I would be looking for, so there's something, I think it's the FBI UCR, somebody can correct me on the acronym, but it's effectively like a broad categorization of reporting from a lot of municipalities. And while it's not 100% accurate, you can identify broad trends, right? And they have like crime, they have crime by offender, they have, all the subcategories, they have battery, they have assault, they have robbery, they have rape, they have, molestation. They have all these different crimes like broken down by different categories of offense.
Just a quick question. Where did you post this data? I'm looking for it, Lunderbacks in the comments.
Hang on.
Please.
So I'm just saying, if you're looking for data on specific subsets of child sexual abuse, especially group abuse, you're gonna have a really hard time finding it. You'll find studies that have numbers.
Would it embarrass you if you were streaming one day with no pants, but then you accidentally fell backwards in your chair and landed with your legs sticking up in the air with your hairy twig and 2 berries exposed and you farted?
No, I don't really get embarrassed, so, that'd just be a thing. I was actually jerking off and watching porn while I had a stream going by accident. I was watching Asian anal porn, and somebody donated, and then I got a notification, and then I realized the stream was going on, so then I stopped the stream and deleted it, and then I finished my wank. Thanks for the donation, Chill Stink.
Happy to get into it. They'll all say, yeah, this is really limited. Most police centers didn't even get back to us. Data's fucking all incomplete, and there's like half the time they don't log in. Yeah.
So if we look at the data set that you provided, then what I'm seeing is that the child sex offense, whatever, correlates with the populations pretty closely, and if anything, the white population is higher. Now, the question that kind of begs is like, is there an underreporting issue? Because you basically have like a 2 or 3% reduction in like conviction within the Black community and the Asian community in the UK, which is like odd because you would think that if it was proportional, it would be proportional, right? But anyways, underreporting aside, like we are talking, there are multiple kinds of offense that are under sex crimes that I think are worth calling out. And the reason why this is so visceral is because it's a specific form of crime. So if a family member sexually abuses another family member, obviously bad, put him under the jail, kill him, whatever, throw him in the wood chipper, et cetera, means, right? However, if there is a organized ethno-religious group that is sexually enslaving another ethno-religious group because they view them as a lesser form of human being, not only does that offend our sense of propriety around sex, but it also offends our senses of propriety around ethno-religious relations. And not only does it offend our sensibilities around that, but these are people who are not, indigenous to Britain, unless you consider the past 100 years of immigration as them being local. And then as a result, it's like, okay, we bring you into our fucking country. We make you a part of our community. We make you a part of our social tapestry. And the way that you reward us is by sexually enslaving people in our community and viewing them as lesser human beings. That's why it's so repulsive.
Right. I'm trying to think of there's like 3 ways I could ask this question. Is it worse when foreigners do it?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how to deal with that. Like, you're aware that you bring an immigrant group into a country. Like, some of them are going to commit crimes. Some of them are going to commit horrible crimes.
Sure. Okay, so let me tell you why. Because Wick here asked why.
Yeah.
So it's because
Well, the idea is you gave charitability and trust to a foreign group, and they violated that trust. If natives, quote unquote, end up doing it, it's a bit of a different thing. There's no it's obviously some level of trust violation, but it's not comparable. It's kind of like I don't know what a good example would be. But yeah, like when you extend charitability to, foreigners and you grant them the privilege to enter your country, and they're allowed to have, an extended amount of rights, freedoms, and opportunities because you had that charitability. And then they rape a bunch of kids, and they specifically target kids from your community. Yeah, that's a much bigger violation of trust than if, white people who are part of a Catholic church kind of do the same thing.
Oftentimes in Western countries, let's just be real, the West is rich, right? Proportionally rich, right? So it's nice. There's relatively low crime. There's relatively decent social cohesion. There's decent access to education. There's decent access to economic opportunity. So overall, Western countries tend to be doing well. And when we look at the people that we allow in as immigrants, refugees, etc., oftentimes they are escaping much more dire circumstances. And there's no moral compulsion for the Western world to take these people in, but they do, because there is an economic benefit, right? There might be a social benefit. There might be an economic benefit, whatever. So these people are coming from dire circumstances.
Big question, donate $2. Are pick-me vegans who say I'm not like other vegans and I don't care what other people do or eat or buy regarding animals. It's just a personal ethical choice of mine that I wouldn't impose on others. Are they really vegan or not? Why or why not? No, they're not vegan. The reason is the idea behind veganism is to grant rights to animals. So if you're saying you have no interest in granting rights to animals and you would happily allow people to, rape, abuse, enslave, murder animals, then you're by definition not vegan. It's like claiming you're pro-human rights, but you're fine with, white people enslaving black people. It's like, oh, well, I'd never do that, but, if you want to enslave black people, that's fine. You're not a humanist, by definition. Thanks for the donation, the big question.
They're moving to a much improved position, and then they are choosing to spit in the eye of the society that is hosting them. So this is like, I invite you into my home. You were homeless 30 seconds ago, and instead of being like, oh yeah, hey, thanks for having me in. Thanks for taking me in from the cold. Let's eat together. Let's make a productive household. I'm happy we're roommates now. You instead choose to spit in my fucking eye.
What's the server name? It's Vegan Gains Public. That's the server name. And then whenever I press copy, rather than copying the server, it copies hidden use copy button. It's fucking retarded. But yeah.
That's what it is.
I mean, we can stop immigration. Or
you could,
else?
but that's probably stupid. That's probably what Sargon of Akkad would say.
Yeah, so here's another issue I have. My understanding, maybe I'm wrong, most of these offenders are second generation, right?
Sure.
Okay. They're born here. They're our problem. You know, they grew up in our education system, in our communities.
Well, I agree with you. We shouldn't,
sector,
especially
right?
citizens, we shouldn't deport. If anything, listen, I'm just going to be real here, okay? I'm not live, and I hope this is in terms of. Well, actually, you know what? I'll just stay away from that. I think
live.
that,
Please don't threaten my
okay,
camera. Go ahead.
So no, I would mandate very harsh public sentencing for these crimes, like to the point of like life imprisonment, capital punishment kind of shit. Like that's where I'm at. So the fact that you're like, oh well, you know, locals do it or whatever, or you know, you don't know how to deal with that, the fact that they're second generation. Well, I think you and I have been in this game long enough that we've probably both read the study that said that second generation immigrants oftentimes have like radicalization problems because they have an identity crisis that is worse than the first generation and the third generation. The first generation know what they're coming from, and so as a result, they might even have a preference for their new host society. The third generation is acclimated to their environment, but the second generation has an identity crisis where oftentimes they will cling to a society they never even knew, because they feel like they have to in order to have a sense of identity.
If I may, and this is a question mostly to Loaderbox, but I'm curious what you guys would think too. And this is coming from an American who isn't very familiar with British politics, isn't very familiar with British. I'm admitting that up front, so maybe this is a stupid thing to observe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. It seems to me like you guys have a huge problem with assimilation, right? So you're getting the foreigners in, you're getting the immigrants in. Second, third generations, they aren't becoming part of your culture anymore.
How are they not becoming part of the culture? By grooming people?
Well, they're making gangs of groomers.
Well, wait,
wait, my friend.
Loaderbox, let me do this for you.
Thank you.
Wait, we just had an American citizen, Texas-born Houstonian do a jihadist ISIS-style truck attack in New Orleans. So I think America does integration very well, but I would point to that as let's just call it an integration issue.
I get your meaning, and I would bite the bullet that America also has some issues, perhaps. But again, that's a lone individual is a substantive difference, and I think than what happened here. I don't think they're one for one.
I would point the fingers at some Islamist and jihadist organizations and propaganda. That's where I would point the finger.
I was going to probably argue that driving around in a car with a fucking spoiler and doing that thing that makes it pop every now and then, and enticing girls into your car with fucking alcohol whilst drinking alcohol yourself and smoking weed and shit. I don't really know if they brought that part from Pakistan, right? That's like a...
Okay, yeah, but did they bring the part where they douse girls in fucking gasoline and threaten to fucking murder them with fire?
As far as I know, Pakistanis are huge fucking potheads. Like, a lot of them are. I don't know if there's any... I don't know if there's anything in Islam that says anything against weed. I know alcohol is a big no-no. I don't know if there's anything in Islam that is against weed. I'm pretty sure there isn't. Is there cannabis in, was there cannabis in that area? You know, during Prophet Muhammad's lifetime. But yeah, I know a lot of Pakistanis who are massive fucking potheads.
Keiko is a commie transphobic clown girl 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 clown girl. Does your neck hurt from riding around in your little clown car all day? Does Keiko's veganism cancel out her general retardation? Carl?
I don't know what that's all about, but thanks for the donation, Alu Bali.
Because I'm pretty sure I can go find some Pakistani news articles about honor killings and sexual slavery involving intimidation.
Yeah, but my understanding is most of these crimes were like it was enticing them with like drugs and alcohol. Right? Like finding people on the streets, you're in your car, you pick them up and you like offer them fucking gifts and shit. Like I thought, wasn't that the gist of how they reel people in? And like,
well, yeah, that's how they reel people in. But how do they retain them? They were retaining them through threats of violence and homicide.
You ain't ever heard of Afghan Kush?
Yeah. Well, drug dealing in general is huge in Afghanistan because that's how the Taliban makes their money. So heroin is big there. I know they sell weed. They've been selling crystal meth for quite a while, but they're transitioning to most of their business being crystal meth. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Okay, and this is like a culturally specific thing. Do like pedophile groups white pedophiles not do this as well?
I have no fucking idea because I can't point to another pedophile organization that kidnapped dozens of foster care children, pimp them out to other people along ethno-religious lines, and then threaten them with homicide.
Yeah, but why is that?
I don't know of one.
Yeah, but why is that the case? We have like thousands of these cases, people convicted every year. We've had like here's a question.
Well, then it should be actually fairly easy for you to identify a white organization that does this.
I've got like a pedophile gang here that raped a bunch of fucking babies and posted it online. Like,
oh no. As a matter of fact, I'll make it more specific.
Okay.
An organization. I would say the Russian mafia is probably the closest thing that I can come to, but a criminal organization that kidnaps teenagers, plies them with drugs and alcohol, uses the lover boy method in order to recruit people, and then threatens them with homicide if they leave the organization.
Okay.
I mean, like honestly, like the only thing that I can think of is Slavic Russian criminal organizations. That is the only organization that I can think of that is similar.
We've got pedophile gangs in Glasgow that was pimping people out in a fucking drug den. 7 white dudes. Victims feared attackers could turn them into cats and dogs. Apparently, they pretended to be fucking spellcasters or some shit. Okay, interesting.
Wait, what?
What is this? A commentary community video?
I can send you the thing. Hang on. I'm just saying, like, that's the reason you're not hearing about these particular crimes is that we have groups that do this quite a bit. It's just that you don't get headlines. You're not guaranteed a headline unless you're fucking Muslim. Like, that's just
okay. So Lonerbox.
That's, for one thing, that's 7 people, not hundreds. So I don't know if you could necessarily call that a criminal organization. Like, yeah, pedophiles in general do link up with each other, and they help each other exploit and rape kids and share, like, child porn and shit. But the issue is it being a criminal organization.
The reason why I'm pushing back on you.
Okay, maybe I can
is because
give me until tomorrow. I'll find you a story of like what you just said. Well, they pimp them out. They pimp them out and they threaten to kill them if they try to
threaten
leave.
them with homicide.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm sure so for instance, like, I can give you examples. I can give you examples in the United States. I can give you examples in Europe. Okay, so I already know that Slavic and Russian criminal organizations will recruit Ukrainian prostitutes, and then, well, not just Ukrainian, but Slavic prostitutes, and they will promise them like lucrative modeling contracts. They'll probably use the lover boy method as well, and then once they get to the country, they effectively sexually enslave them and then threaten them with homicide and steal their passports. So I know these criminal organizations exist. However, these criminal organizations, they do not have the backing of religion. Or cloaking of religion. They also don't have like an impenetrable community wall that people can't get through. Like these things are tolerated in other communities. So when it's said, like, hey, there was a ethno-religious sensitivity here that allowed the crimes to get worse without being checked, that's a fucking problem.
Again, we don't. Okay, wait, hang on. We don't.
Hold on. I want to give Loaderbox a chance to speak, but I have one thing. Like, Loaderbox, you said that they won't get headlines if they're not Muslim. Yeah, but don't their cases get solved? And isn't one of the issues here is that the whole gang rape thing. How long did this happen? 20 years?
Decades?
10 years?
For some groups, it was like 12 years. Yeah, 14 years, 15 years. Yeah, but again, this is like the Catholic Church was 40 years before it was uncovered. Like, and that's like
This is a point. Anyone who is not a Catholic administrative apologist is going to say there were specific cultural structural issues that made the pedophilia and the abuse worse, and I can't really get that from you. And by the way, like, I'm not saying like you have to do this for me to care. Like, I still respect your opinion and shit. However, whenever it comes to like Muslim grooming gangs, it's always like, well, everybody's a pedophile and everybody does sex abuse and everybody does this and everybody does that. That would be like the Catholic Church getting ringed in public, and then Catholics coming out and being like, well, you know, everybody diddles kids, so who cares? Yeah, like, that's kind of what
but these Muslims were not protected by the local mosque. They were protected by negligence from the white police officers.
You don't think... No, actually, I already know that that's incorrect because there were fucking articles talking about how the cops went to the imams saying, we're having this issue with this local group of gang motherfuckers who are kidnapping and raping local girls. Can you do something about it within your community? And they're like, eh. So no, we know that's not true.
All right, so if you're talking about like the problem with the Catholic Church, again, like I don't see why them doing it for religious reasons makes it like more specifically egregious than like what you described sounded a lot like Andrew Tate, like lover boy method, threatening people if they try to leave.
The Catholic Church wasn't raping kids for religious reasons. Predators were taking advantage of the structure of the Catholic Church to rape kids. That's the difference. These Muslim rape gangs, there was very likely a religious aspect to why they were raping kids. But like this is kind of a well-known thing. Gay people join churches. Anybody who wants to become a monk or a nun or a priest or whatever, they're all gay. There was a really interesting psychological experiment where they got a psychoanalyst to talk to a covenant or something of nuns within a church, and they actually convinced them to give up Catholicism, and they all came out as lesbian. I've known people who were gay, and they decided to become a monk so that they can fuck, like, tons of dudes. Like, this is just what gay people fucking do. Like, the only people who would join a fucking church are gay people. And, like, look, when you have a situation where you're in a position of authority and you're going to be near a lot of vulnerable people, including children. Guess who's going to really like that kind of job? Fucking pedophiles. So they're not doing this out of religious motivation. They're doing this out of just self-interested motivations. The difference with these Muslim grooming gangs is there probably is a religious aspect to this where they do have an interest in fucking young girls. We know Muslim culture loves young girls. Prophet Muhammad fucked a 9-year-old. There's actually a lot of Islamic writings about needing to be very careful about having sex with children because you can literally rupture their vagina and shit. So this is a thing in that's been a part of Muslim society for quite a long time, where they just really want to diddle kids. And yeah, again, there's like this bullshit about non-Muslims being subhuman and all this crap. So, and you know, there's also you know, shit about spreading a worldwide Muslim caliphate and keeping sex slaves, and like that's all part of it.
Because if anybody outside of the Catholic Church found out about priests abusing kids, then they would hang that person by their fucking testicles and geld them in public. That's what would happen to a Catholic priest if it was well known that they were molesting kids instead of covered up and swept for. What seems to be happening here, though, is that we are sweeping and covering by pretending that everybody is doing this, and not everybody is doing this.
Everybody's doing. Wait,
hold on. If I may, and I want to get Devin here too, but the substantive difference between when it happens on an individual level, when it happens on a systemic level, which seems to be the case here, is that there are cover-ups. There are people who run soft cover for it by saying, well, you know, it's happening, but it's no real different than anything else. Like one of the reasons that the Catholic thing was so bad was because it was enabled by a religion, an organization that allowed it to occur in perpetuity for decades, and that was horrific. And again, I'm bringing you on.
Yeah, the Catholic priests should have been taking each other out behind the woodshed and beating the shit out.
Wait, sorry, I knew there was something wrong with what you were saying earlier. Are you talking about the J report where they said the imams were knowingly protecting the perpetrators?
No, it was one of the articles that I read today while I was preparing for this debate, and they basically said that the cops went to the imams saying like, "Hey, we're having this local issue," and the imams were like, "Eh."
Is this because they knew and chose to lie about it? Or where's that? I can't see that. That's not the J report.
About it. They were indifferent to it.
I can't see that. I'm looking at the J report now for mention of imams. I can see good work was done by officers in developing a protocol on child protection issues in mosques in 2008. Each mosque was appointed a designated person responsible for child protection, and training was provided for imams and others. They were disappointed that it took too long for the council to do it, but the Archbishop fucking knew about the abuse in the Catholic Church. I don't think this is a one-to-one.
It's terrible. And fuck them all to death. And honestly, like, you know, that fucking, you know, Hassan.
Did you like The Witcher 3? I liked the story. Wasn't really a big fan of the gameplay. I thought the combat was pretty awkward and janky.
Piker's, you know, Hassan Piker's fucking buddy who was posting that image of what he wanted to do to Zionists? That's what we should do to that Archbishop. Okay.
Okay. So I'm saying that if there were imams protecting fucking like Muslims who drink alcohol, and you can tell me like,
they were probably indifferent.
Okay.
They're probably like, oh, they're not a part of my community.
Okay, that's why it's disanalogous to the church, because the church protected them, right? The church went out of their way to defend these people.
Okay, but I'm not charging the mosques with sponsoring these grooming gangs. Okay. I'm charging the gangs with cloaking their motivations in ethno-religious bigotry.
Yeah. There's a lot of Islamic texts talking about the risk of having sex with children, so they recommend doing things like rubbing your dick in between a kid's thighs and shit. It's fucking disgusting. It just shows you this is like an ancient fucking problem within their culture.
Hold on, is it not true? Is it not true? And this might be not true. This might be incorrect. Again, one of the reasons I invited you on Loaderbox, you know a lot more than me. I'm just asking questions, okay? I'm not bad faith asking questions. I really want to know. But
You're not Pepe posting?
Yeah, I'm not Pepe posting. But one of the things that I've read is that a lot of the advocacy groups for Muslims and immigrants would.
I was playing it on keyboard and mouse. I don't think I ever played Witcher 3 on with a controller. So yeah, it was just really awkward. I didn't like the combat.
Would poo-poo on anyone who was talking about this or looking into it. Tommy Robinson. I think maybe it's a good time to talk about him. Wasn't he arrested for talking about this? For bringing this up? For discussing this?
He was arrested.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, he was arrested for illegally live streaming himself in front of a court, confronting defendants as they went into the building. You're not supposed to film yourself on the doorsteps of an ongoing court case in the UK. They had to. They almost.
Now
they
we're
had
opening
to.
up a can of worms.
They had to delay the trial because of that. Can you imagine?
Did they?
Yeah, and almost the people who were defending the groomers tried to use that to appeal the conviction and get it thrown out. They failed, but
why? So why?
Because he was trying to influence the fucking jury. He's a public figure, confronting people, giving his opinions on it, and analyzing the responses of the defendants as they spoke to him going in. You're not supposed to do that in the UK. That's against our law.
This is standard. Okay, so I get it. It's not common in the UK, which by the way,
it's illegal in the UK. Yeah, it's illegal in the UK.
Okay, so that is. We can talk about legal and moral. I'm going to talk about moral for a second. I don't give two flying fucks if these cases are publicized. And on top of that, if you check out the sentencing for these people, you're talking about some of the worst crimes committed by human beings on other people. Most of them caught like 5 years, 8 years, 10
welcome
years.
to the UK,
and then
buddy.
only the most and only in the most serious of cases did they catch 20 years. So what you're telling me basically is somebody.
Yeah, UK is soft on crime. If you want to steal shit, kill somebody, rape anybody, go to the UK.
Who's local? And by the way, Tommy Robinson has. There's plenty of flaws to criticize, and if you want me to do so in order to show that I'm good faith, I absolutely will. However, you have a local who's pissed off because thousands of girls have been hit.
Will Mage donated $2. Let me see. This is probably going to be stupid. Fires in LA, very suspicious. Insurance companies canceled their fire policies on their customers a few months before. They were already talking about this. This is because of the massive losses they experienced from the previous forest fires. So insurance companies are flat out leaving Los Angeles and they're not even covering any properties anymore. Or they're changing their policies to not cover fire because they know there's going to be more forest fires and they're not going to be able to keep making money if they do that. So that's not suspicious. They already said they were going to do that. Water pressure was turned off, no water and fire hydrants. I don't think that's even true. So, several people caught by citizens and then arrested by police for committing arson. Cutting funding for firefighters months before, that's a lie. They were cutting overtime pay. They weren't cutting funding for firefighters. Also, there's a maximum amount, water is a finite resource. This will happen when there's, widespread massive fires. Yes, fire hydrants will lose water pressure once the water goes out. Using prisoners as firefighters for cheap labor and not rehiring unvaccinated firefighters. They've done that before. This fire seems similar to what happened in other wildfires. People need to question whether modification technology in hot weather can be... Oh my god. Fucking retard. Just absolutely retarded. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Will you please put your arms up like a T-Rex and screech like a dinosaur?
That would kind of... That sounds sort of like an impression, and impressions are $10. But thanks for the donation, Godzilla Rules.
Kidnapped and brought into sex trafficking organizations. The government ignored it for decades. And now that they're even going into convictions, the people who are being convicted are getting 5 years or 8 years. And then it's illegal to fucking talk about it while it's happening.
Wait, stop saying it's illegal to talk about it. It wasn't that he was talking about it. It's that he was fucking filming himself, interviewing, or trying to talk to fucking defendants as they went into the building to influence the trial, to influence the jury. He's not arrested for talking about it. You can talk about it as much as you want.
Fucking piece of shit while they're walking into the fucking trial. How does that affect the court case at all?
Because... First of all, he was going up to them and saying, oh, hi, were you going in for trial?
Oh, you're a fucking murderer ass,
and then the guy would say, and then the guy would say, fuck your mum, bitch, whatever. And then he's like, interesting. Some of these comments are sexual. It makes you think. And then he's like, yeah, he was trying to influence the jury's decision, as a
Do you not seclude your juries in the Commonwealth?
Skip to 109 and tell me if this is an effective approach to picking up women. Here's another 5. Scree-a-wonk.
Okay, I'll do an impression of a T-Rex or something. Okay, there's my impression of a T-Rex. Thanks for the donation, Godzilla Rules.
See any girls you like?
Yeah, that one over there in the green sweater.
Okay, here's what you're gonna do.
Go.
I want you to walk up to her, give her a compliment, then just walk away.
Walk away?
Walk away.
But how am I gonna get...
Yeah, don't listen to women on picking up women. That's fucking stupid.
Do it.
Okay. Hello,
Hi.
I'm Josh.
Whatever.
Yeah, just give up. You know, this, I started having sexual interests in girls at a very young age. Like, before I even started school, my parents put me in daycare. And I remember just... I kissed every girl in my daycare, and the daycare ladies there got mad at me, and they yelled at me to stop kissing all the girls. And I remember, like, girls would come in with skirts and stuff, and, like, I'd look up their skirts, and I loved looking at their panties and their butts. And I remember playing Twister, and I loved it when we were playing Twister and a girl's butt would be in my face. I fucking loved that. So it confused the fucking shit out of me when I started, like, elementary school and crap, where, like, girls at that age, they have the ick with boys. I have no idea why this is, but it's a thing. Like, a lot of boys think, ew, girls are icky, and, like, girls think, ew, boys are icky. It confused the fuck out of me. Why, like, every time I tried to talk to girls when I was in elementary school and shit, they never wanted to talk to me and crap, and I thought that, like, I started to get, like, problems where I thought, is there something wrong with me and shit? And I think girls, even into high school age, they still have that. It's not, like, totally gone from their system. And, yeah, high school girls are fucking bitches. Like, they're just extremely fucking rude assholes. And, it wasn't until I started talking to girls who were out of high school and, like, in their 20s where they just acted like normal human beings. When you'd go up and say hi to them, they would just say, oh, hi, hello, and, you know, just have a conversation or something. And, you know, if they're just not into you or don't want to talk, they'd be like, oh, sorry, I'm busy or something, you know. But, yeah, around this age, girls are like, yeah, I don't care. Why are you talking to me? Like, you know.
Those are really cool shoes.
Thanks.
Yeah, but when a chick's being a bitch, just walk away.
Later.
Hey, wait up!
Yeah.
You just tell me I have cool shoes, then walk away?
Yeah. They're cool. What?
So the appropriate response to this is, well, yeah, it's because you're acting like a bitch.
What would be a good soup or some like quick dish that has most or all of the stuff that's harder to get on a vegan diet, D, B12, etc.?
You can't get B12 from food. You have to take a supplement. Same with vitamin D. The only vegan food that's going to contain vitamin D are mushrooms that have been exposed to UV radiation. So those are two things that you can't really get from any food. Thanks for the donation, though, Cowboy Bebop.
Why?
Yeah, dude, when a chick's giving you attitude, call her a fucking bitch. Like, don't let her get away with it.
Then walk away?
Yeah. They're cool. Why?
I don't know. I mean, I thought you were hitting on me.
No. No, I just really like their shoes.
Oh. Well, you want to call me sometime?
Yeah, that's not how that goes. That's stupid.
From looking at media, like social media on their phones and shit, no.
Yeah. Why not? That seems like an infinitely more efficient fucking standard than saying that you can't publicly criticize or harangue rapists.
Wait. If a trial's going on for...
Right. If you want to say that this is the way that the UK is, and it's just the way that it is, and I have to fucking deal with it, that's fine. I'm not a Britmonger. It's not my fucking problem, okay? However, what I'm kind of hearing, and I'm not assigning this to you, but I am hearing from leftoids, okay, on Twitter, proceduralism. They care more about the procedure that Tommy Robinson is violating rather than the thousands of people who were kidnapped and raped for decades in a systemic failure.
Right.
And on top of that, the fucking sentencing is fucking sane.
Yeah.
If I knew that my neighbor was a fucking rapist who kidnapped and fucking trafficked teenagers for decades, and then he caught 5 years for that shit, I can't promise you that it wouldn't be like extra judicial fucking shit going on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, welcome to the UK. I can show you fucking like all white fucking pedophile rings who rape babies and do it for years, getting fucking 4 years, 5 years, 2 years, 8 years, 20 years. Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, whatever.
Why?
I don't. You
Yeah,
can't.
You let your pedophiles get 5
Answer
years.
for your crimes. Why is Britain giving any pedophile 4 years in prison?
I don't know if you want to talk about UK.
Dude, even in the US, first-time offenders, even for really bad crimes like that, a lot of the time they get off super fucking easy. There are people who like actually put their dick inside a kid and they'll get like a 4-year sentence. It's fucking insane. I don't know why we haven't figured out yet. There should be a mandatory minimum sentence of life for child sexual abuse and like a maximum of death penalty. These people do not need to live. Like, why does anybody have an interest in ever letting pedophiles out of jail? I don't get it. Like, why? Why give them any sympathy, any leniency whatsoever? They're fucked. I don't care if they have, like, a problem where they're sexually attracted to kids. You have a complete moral failing if you act on those impulses. Like, I'm sure everyone at some point in the day has some kind of impulse where, man, I wish I could, like, stab my boss in the eye for being such a dick. Man, I wish I could ram that asshole off the road for cutting me off in traffic. You know, like, everybody has these thoughts occasionally, but they don't act on them. If you have a sexual attraction to kids, I'm fine as long as you don't do anything. Like, everybody has some kind of fucked up feelings every now and again, but as long as you can control those bad thoughts, whatever. If you fuck a kid, if we're being charitable and we go easy on you, you get life in prison. If you catch anybody on a bad day, yeah, death penalty. Like, that's how it should be. Infinite prison sentence if you fuck a kid.
Okay, sentencing, that's probably for another conversation. But if you want to get back to Tommy Robinson, I'm just saying, if you care about the victims, then don't commit a crime in front of the fucking court case. Because not only did that not help anyone, unless you can explain how, it didn't help anyone, him doing that. It actually hurt the victims. Because the victims who spend months, maybe years, preparing themselves to give their statements and actually confront their fucking abusers in a courtroom to tell people what happened and answer questions from lawyers. And then they're like, listen, okay, I know this was your big day and everything to speak up, but we're going to have to postpone now because Tommy Robinson, that little thumb-shaped terrorist piece of shit, is starting fights outside the building. Like, fuck off.
Okay, so because by the way, your country is infested with drunk white men yelling shit. So the fact that you're saying that a court has to be postponed because there's a drunk white man yelling shit.
Well, yelling at defendants, yes. Starting conversations with defendants, yeah. I don't care if you can disagree with the law.
The United Kingdom deserve to lose its empire. That's what you're telling me right now.
No, I'm telling you that you can disagree with the law, okay? You can disagree with the law, but if you're going to break what you think is an unjust law, Martin Luther King, you have to have a good reason for it. You have to explain why did Tommy Robinson doing that help anyone? What has Tommy Robinson ever done to help victims?
So this would be the argument. And by the way, I'll go ahead and do my progressive self-flagellation real quick, okay? Tommy Robinson is an alcoholic who got popular off of going into Muslim majority areas and pissing off locals and getting into fistfights with them. That's how he got popular, okay? And so he's used that as a public platform in order to gain prominence. And apparently he's not particularly competent. He's more interested in alcohol and social media than he is in forwarding his cause. Okay, with that addendum stated, the steelman of what Tommy Robinson is saying, or the people like him are saying, is that we have decades of communities coming into our country using an ethno-religious pretext to kidnap and rape thousands of young women. Law enforcement isn't doing fuck all about it. The local city municipalities aren't doing fuck all about it. And they, me, are furious about it. So we're going to go into those fucking communities and rile up shit until people start paying attention. That's the steel man.
Okay,
and by the way,
okay,
I'm just about prison gangs 10 fucking years ago.
You gotta let Loner respond.
Yeah, I know, and thanks to the bravery of the victims and the professionals and all the people who are not Tommy Robinson, yes, people got brought to justice. Yeah, but no thanks to Tommy Robinson.
You didn't have a fucking central government inquiry until 2022.
We had inquiries. We had local inquiries on these things for decades as well.
Did those result in anything?
Stop.
Under the conservative government, well, yeah, actually things did change a little bit. Yeah, like the police and the institutions now are quite a good bit more equipped to deal with this particular form of this crime than they were like in the 2000s and the 90s. Of course they are. I don't think you have cops these days just nonchalantly dismissing fucking kids as seductresses and child prostitutes. No, we don't really have that as much anymore. We have made progress. No thanks to Tommy Robinson, by the way. Unless you can, I'll ask you again.
Yeah.
How did Tommy
Wick,
Robinson going in front of that court building help anyone?
Yeah, I want to give it to Dev for a minute. Go ahead, Dev.
Wick, I'm not sure why you brought up Tommy Robinson. That's a crazy can of worms for this conversation. He is basically just the UK's Alex Jones, frankly.
But the reason I brought it up is because, well, online, and I know it's online, gang. It's the social medias. I see a lot of people blaming Tommy Robinson, that Tommy Robinson made it impossible to really take seriously these accusations or to investigate. And I think that's a weird thing to claim about Tommy Robinson, whoever he is, simply because like you didn't report on this, you didn't look into this because you didn't like the guy who was telling you about the child rapes. That's
Whenever I see a woman cry and look in their ugly visage, I kinda feel disgusted by the pathetic look of it and oftentimes even have to laugh. And whenever people want to hug me as a greeting or goodbye, it makes me feel weird and uneasy. How is Banshee?
I have not watched Banshee yet, but I might start watching it tonight. Or like tomorrow morning or something. I usually watch stuff with Gummy, either at night or in the morning. But that sounds like a weird personal problem. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
That's.
I mean, I've heard a few.
To be clear,
say
sorry.
that too.
To be clear,
Ridiculous.
Tommy never told anyone about any child rapes, right? Like he just picked up on stories that were brought forward by other people with more courage and integrity than he ever has. Like that's what happened.
Wait, so
he just jumped on the fucking
popularize the story.
bandwagon.
So hold on. So by this logic, I'm going to be a dick. So by this logic, ContraPoints, Vosh, yourself, every lefty creator, you've never really done anything by bringing awareness to leftism, socialism, or communism. You're just assholes who are just pointing to an idea that is greater than yourself.
Oh no, you can bring awareness. The problem with Tom Robinson is he damages. He doesn't. It's not just bringing awareness; he damages, right?
Do
you know why? Do you know why like local councils in Rochdale and Rotherham, where even once convictions were taking place and trials were going on and everything else, do you know why these councils were reluctant to let this story get into the press?
Why?
Because they knew that the EDL were going to turn up and riot, and they did. Like in these really poor communities, they came and someone got murdered.
You have a moving gang going around raping a bunch of kids and no one is stopping it. Shouldn't you riot?
Shouldn't you have a fucking riot?
Someone was murdered, so probably not. No, I think once that story came out, it was getting fucking going through the proceedings. So no, I don't think you should punish random
the proceedings
people.
where the fucking pedophiles get 5 years.
Yeah, I don't think you should. I don't think you should punish people in a fucking community, most of whom were actually victims of the situation. If in a town that you're not from, no, I don't think the EDL should do that. No, how did that help?
No, I don't think the EDL should terrorize the local citizenry. I think
That's
the
what they
EDL
did,
should
right?
be protesting the fucking government that is giving pedophiles who douse teenagers in gasoline and threaten to set them on fire and threaten to murder their fucking mothers and their sisters in order to rape them to fucking death in order to keep them in a drug and sex trafficking organization. I think that they absolutely should. As a matter of fact, I have no fucking idea how any English person doesn't wake up completely fucking incensed. Like, how are you not incensed that pedophiles are catching 5 fucking years for threatening to murder, rape, and kill people?
Hang on. I'm gonna Google something really quick, okay?
Please do.
Sure. I'll hop in real quick. Please. Yeah, because it's true that Tommy Robinson, he overblows stories, he lies a whole bunch, he brings on riots, but at the same time, I've definitely seen more left-leaning people in the UK just straight up say, well, since Tommy has talked about this story, we shouldn't talk about it, which I think is kind of ridiculous. Like, the story can still be true, even if even if someone bad talks about it, you know?
Yeah. And I want to clarify something while you look it up on Google. Like, I'm not saying, because I don't know this.
Send an your link. Donate $2. Send another link from another channel, not waiting room. Can't find server. I don't know what to fucking do for you, dude. I think you might just be retarded. I can give you a link to the debate room. See if that works. Why in the fuck does the invite link thing not work? It's so retarded. And it doesn't allow you to just copy the link directly for the server like it does for the... Dude, it makes no fucking sense. If I give you the link to a certain channel in the Discord, I don't know what your fucking problem is.
Situation. But if it is true that there is actively a group of people who are holding hostage a group of young girls and the cops are refusing to do anything about it, I think in that
Thanks
case,
for the
to
donation, though,
rescue
dude.
the girls who, again, are currently being held hostage, I think it's acceptable morally for someone to go in and try to help.
Well, okay, so we need to clarify a little bit, okay? So to demystify this a little bit, these girls weren't held hostage, at least to my knowledge. They weren't held in like dog kennels or some shit like that. However, they were kept in apartment complexes and fucking shitty houses and all that kind of stuff. But what kept them there was the threat of violence, right?
That is being held hostage. Yes, that is.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to.
No, I understand.
I wanted to paint a more vivid picture. I suppose.
Held hostage because if they left, they would be set on fire.
Well,
Right?
okay. So just to paint a picture of how bad this was, okay. So it was reported multiple times that a tactic, because obviously the UK doesn't have guns, so you have to come up with creative ways in order to threaten people, and also knives and threatening knives. You know, the public's a little sensitive to that or whatever. Well, guess what? Kind of you can wash off in the fucking shower, right? Petrol. So the lover boys, after they got done with their honeymoon phase, they would basically say, you can't go back to your family, you can't report this to the cops, you can't report this to the community, and if you do, I'm gonna fucking murder you. And instead of threatening them with a knife or a gun, you know, like an American, they fucking doused them in gasoline and said that we will set you on fucking fire. Also, if these girls who were in foster care, so they're already coming from shitty families, they would say, oh, you got a little sister? Oh, you got a mom? If you run away, then I'm gonna find your fucking mom or your little sister and I'm gonna rape and murder them. And that's how they kept these girls under control.
Terrific. Loner, have you Googled what you need to Google?
Whatever. I was just gonna ask why in the UK 1 in 5 kids are sexually abused. In the US it's 1 in 4. So I don't know. Maybe just sticking people in for getting them fucking 400 years in an electric chair isn't always the best way to keep kids safe. But I don't know. Fuck. If you have a problem with the justice system, different question.
To donate $2, how do you convince a moral nihilist to go vegan? No one's a moral nihilist. They're just edgy, emo fucking kids saying that. So if you ask a quote-unquote moral nihilist, oh, so you don't have a problem with kids getting raped, they're going to be like, oh, well, yeah, obviously that's bad. So they're just full of shit. You name the trade argument, but they don't even care about human lives or infinite eternal human holocaust. Also, what is worse to you? Getting raped or killed, and why punish more for lesser crime? What do you mean? Like, I would say murder is probably a worse crime, and I'm not opposed to life sentences for murder. Like, what are you talking about? Thanks for the donation, though, too.
And I don't think 5 years is enough. But if you're going to talk about the EDL getting rampant and rioting and shit like that, usually these riots happen when the story's broken, like once people have been arrested or even sentenced. Like that's when the rioting happens. It happens afterwards. It's not like that. That's why it's not, there's never been a case where a grooming guy has been fucking exposed by like right-wing fucking like EDL groups. No, they've never exposed shit. Like they just ride on the fucking bandwagon once something's already been.
Okay, I'm not surprised that the right wing is a bunch of fucking soccer hooligan alcoholics.
But in any case, you know what? A lot of what you're saying that I agree with. Like recommendations have been given based on this for years and years and years. Some of them have been implemented, usually at more local council levels or by local police. There have been more recommendations made in the last 2 years. The Conservatives didn't do dick about it. I hope this new government does. It would be a real shame if they don't. I agree with all that. But I guess like there's like the broader question I guess people want to ask about like the specialty of immigrants doing it or whatever.
Well, that is more important, though, I do think, because you asked a question like I think half an hour ago or something. You said you asked, is it worse when foreigners do it, or why does religion make it worse, or things like that. And I do agree with you. I think, Connor, that it is worse. But it's not worse necessarily because they're foreigners, though. It's worse because they're doing it for reasons of hatred, right? I think we all accept that ethnic differences do exacerbate certain crimes. That's why we have, at least in Canada and in the US, I don't know about the UK, you have a situation where you can get a heavier sentence for the same crime if done for hateful reasons. And I think we all kind of agree it's probably a good thing, right? So when you see some of the testimonials from some of these cases where they talk about them being, these white kafir sluts or whatever, right? If a white guy raped a Muslim woman and called her a brown slut or a Muslim slut, you would 100% tack on a hate crime charge to that.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Richard, are you there?
Yes, I am there.
Wait 1 second. Sorry. Hello.
Hello.
I don't hear you.
Yes, that's probably because your audio's fucked.
I can't. I can't. I'm not trolling. It's funny though, but I'm not trolling. Hello?
Hello.
Darn it. Wait, let me call back.
Hello.
Hello, Vegan Gains. How are you?
Good.
I would like to debate something on. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
God. Hello. Can you just invite me to the server? I don't know. This is not working.
I don't know why the fuck he
Oh.
thinks.
Yeah,
Me
I don't know why it's
inviting
not
him to
working. So try soundboard on. So stupid. Can you send the? Can you send the invite link? I'm not trolling. I'm really not. I'm really not.
Why does he
it's not
think if I
working.
send him an invite link, this is going to fix his audio issues?
I just don't hear you. But I everything up, yeah. I think the can you just invite me to the server? Because this, I think private maybe. Let's try that one last time. That's it. Because like it's so stupid. I tried. Please.
That. So why wouldn't it go the other way around? Why wouldn't it make it a more severe crime?
Because when it comes to hate crimes, it's about whether or not hate was the motive. So when it comes to Muslim grooming gangs again, or
Why?
sexual abuse. When
Why?
it comes to when it comes to groups
dude,
of
I'm
sexual
getting
abuse.
flashbanged by the BLM kidnapping.
If you're talking about okay,
Let her finish. Let her go.
I'm not. We can go into why. I'm just explaining what happens. Okay, like the way that happens with Muslim grooming gangs, I think, is that at least according to the data that I've seen, generally they separate.
How much can you dumbbell curl for reps and max? Well, I've never done a 1 rep max dumbbell curl. That's just fucking stupid. The most I've done is 70 pounds for sets of 6. I can't use that weight right now because I have, I guess it's like tendonitis or something, especially in my left arm. But that's the most I've done.
Group abusers into 2 categories. Type 1 is people who exclusively look for children because they're children, and that's usually like pedophile rings. And for the grooming gang associated stuff, is they are generally described as sexual opportunists. They're people who go after girls not because of a specific attraction to youth, but because they are more vulnerable, because they can find them in the streets and entice them with gifts and everything like that. So there's a difference between if you.
Donate $2. I debated people who are absolutely not against infinite eternal holocaust. As Isaac refers to it, they don't see it as immoral and they don't care about child abuse, like you mentioned. They genuinely don't care. How do you make someone like that go vegan? You can't. I don't know why you'd ask that question. Like, if they don't care, they don't care.
That's what we were objecting to.
Yeah, and then the second thing is like there's a difference between like if if you're raping someone because they're vulnerable and then you like add on the hate motive, that's like that might not describe your initial motive. You can disagree with that and say they should deserve extra because they added on like the racial hatred, but that's like we have that with hate crime law as well. Like in a separate case with hate crime, like if someone's like if a black person starts a fight with you and you like fight them back and call them the N-word, or like you might get like an assault thing or whatever. But if you attack them just because they're black, then that would be the hate crime, right?
Hold on, just real quick. Is it not true, and this could not be true, that they specifically targeted white women?
Yes.
Specifically targeted white women?
So hold on. Let me break this down for the why.
Sorry, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, even if you want to call them young women, right? We're talking about like 10 to 18, right? So the reason why they were talking about the vulnerability, the reason why they were targeting these women specifically was because they were in America. I think we would call it the foster care system, okay? And I asked this when I first heard the story. I was like, if I found out my daughter was running with a fucking grooming gang, I'm pretty sure I would slaughter every single member of the grooming gang. Why the fuck didn't that happen?
My toss, brother. Okay.
Why is that toss to go after a grooming gang? What the fuck? Does Twitch defend pedophile grooming gangs?
You can't talk
Are
about
they a
how you kill
protected
people.
class? All right. Anyways,
Are you pro Luigi now, Counterpoint?
Well, in some circumstances, sure. So, anyways, the point is that okay, so we're talking about the vulnerability. That's the reason. That's one of the reasons why they were targeted. But we also know deductively that if they started trafficking Asian girls, because I almost guarantee you it was like a 95-to-5 ratio was reported of like white Christian girls to Asian girls. The reason why they weren't trafficking as many Asian girls is because obviously that would give them more objections from their community, whereas if it was girls who were outside of their community, less objections. And the reason why is because they're extra religious. They're outside of the ethnos. They're outside of the ethno-religious shit. And this is reflected in their own fucking quotes.
I think as you conceded earlier, it's also potentially, and this was shown in Derby in one case, that if there are Muslim victims, like Muslim girl victims, they are far less likely to ever get their stories out because of like the cultural shame and shit like that, right?
Sure. So as a matter of fact, if it's 95-5 white Christian, maybe it's 80-20 white to Asian because the Asians are reporting.
Christian, it's very weird hearing that as a British person. But yeah, like if we're talking about
cultural Christian.
Yeah, like I'm sure there were. My understanding is that there were some cases where it was like specifically targeted because of some feeling of like ethnic superiority or whatever. But I think in most cases it was because they were vulnerable, because they were just less likely to find a fucking.
You do need big biceps for strength. Look at any strongman; they all have extraordinarily large biceps. So if you want to pick up very heavy things, you do need big arms. Even like powerlifters, they all have very large biceps. Look at like world record holder bench pressers, they all have big biceps. Your biceps are needed for a lot of lifts, especially for strongman lifts, but even for something like a bench press. Your biceps act as a stabilizing muscle on a lot of lifts, and if they're weak, then you're going to have issues.
Muslim girl is going to get in a car with you for fucking alcohol.
So this is what I'm thinking about. Why even defend this? Right?
That's not defending. It's just we're just describing. Okay, fuck you.
I
know. Oh god, that triggered me so hard.
So, Lona, I assume that in those cases where they explicitly point out an ethnic or religious superiority motive, you would call that hate crime?
Yeah.
Just to clarify?
Yeah.
Okay, good, yeah. That's all I want to ask,
Okay.
Oh, are you not going anywhere with that, Dev? You're just gonna.
No, I was curious about how you felt about it. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Go ahead. Con.
So I would be, if this was my country and this was exposed, I would be furious, and I wouldn't be trying to delineate the nuances of the motives of the perpetrators. I would say, fuck these people, and let's throw the goddamn book at them, and let's figure out how to prevent this from happening ever again. I wouldn't be making these nuances of like, oh, well, everybody does it. I wouldn't be talking about any of that shit. I would basically like, it would be the same shit with the Catholic Church. Yeah, fuck them. There's institutional issues here that allowed abuse to continue long after it should have been reported. And as a result, we need to rip this shit apart and we need to go after the perpetrators. And if the system is broken to the point that we have these men who are committing these heinous crimes and they are out 5 years later, I don't know how that doesn't skeeve you out. Like, I don't know how that doesn't make your skin crawl.
Okay, do you know some people express outrage in different ways? Like, do you think if you're just upset at me for not shouting as loudly as you about the issue, like whatever. The only reason I mentioned the whole like what everybody does or whatever, that's not to dismiss the cases that are done by Muslims. That's because people act as if it is an exclusively Muslim problem when it's not, or even like a largely overrepresented Muslim problem, which doesn't seem to be according to the data. That's what I'm saying. And because the problem is there are real life consequences. There are real life consequences to that. The problem with like focus.
To donate $2, so you don't even have an argument for people like that. Let them genocide and kill all they want as long as they have a logically sound position. When did I ever say that? There's people that see it as a moral positive to end all life or cause as much pain and harm as possible. That's great. I don't know how you think you can possibly convince them otherwise in a conversation when they have fundamentally different values to you. It's like saying, how do I convince somebody that, like, pineapple on pizza does not taste good? Like, they keep telling me they don't care if I don't like pineapple on pizza, and they just keep eating pineapple on pizza. How do I convince them otherwise? Like what you're asking is just fucking stupid. If they have fundamentally different values to you, you're not going to be able to do anything to convince them.
Focusing on it and laser focusing on the Muslims who do it results in harm to Muslim
Thanks
communities.
for the donation, dude.
They target Muslims. That's why a guy was fucking murdered. An innocent old fucking gardener was murdered on his doorstep by two guys who called him a groomer.
Okay, so let's imagine that it's 20 years ago, okay? 20 or 30 years ago.
The only reason I mentioned the whole like what everybody does or whatever, that's not to dismiss the cases that are. It's
plural long sentences, and the particularly aggressive people need to face capital punishment. Okay? That would be, to me, a sane response. Imagine if instead
I feel asleep with your stream in the background and then you were in my dream and we were chilling lol. Much love, bud. Hope everything's good with you.
Yeah, I've been having some weird dreams lately, too. Had a dream where I was fucking Lean Beef Patty and I convinced her to go vegan. Had a weird dream last night. I can't remember it now. It's weird when you have, like, really weird fucking dreams that should be memorable, but then you just can't remember them because they're just so bizarre, but then you forget. Thanks for the donation, though, Kenny.
Was a diehard Roman Catholic, which I'm not saying you're like diehard Muslim or whatever, but let's say I was a diehard Roman Catholic, and instead, when the story was breaking, I said, well, everybody molests. And if you look at the statistics, the Catholic priests molest as much as teachers. So really, this is kind of like a big situation that's kind of complex. And if anything, it's really the government and the police officers' fault.
Okay.
Wouldn't you kind of think that that came across as sweeping for the perpetrators?
Yeah, and that interaction that you just invented right now, then yeah, that would be a disproportionate, that would be a bad response. But I'm not responding to people who are saying, whoa, fuck those guys, they should get longer sentences. We should get like inquiries and respond to recommendations and strengthen institutions and like address issues that stop these issues from coming again, right? That's not what we're dealing with, right? So the reason I'm responding to the whole, I'm not even saying everybody does this in that dismissive way. I'm just saying that that's because in the UK we have had over a decade of people saying that like 90 or 80% of fucking sexual abuse is done by Muslims in the UK, which is false. That's why I'm dealing with that. That's why, and it's just as well I brought it up, because I know for a fact you two were surprised by that data that I gave you from police data, from all the police data, from all the convictions. You guys were surprised to find out that ethnic groups in the UK, white, Asian, black, were about proportionally represented.
I don't know if I was surprised. I would say that the data set that I was looking for didn't have the information I was looking for.
Well,
so
I think you were slightly surprised. I think probably before coming into this, did you have an impression that Muslims did this like massively disproportionately?
Well, okay. So the thing that I would say to
I'll give you one last chance. One last chance. Okay, what the hell do you want? Did you fix your stupid thing? Did you fix your dumb thing?
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
You're very fit. I can hear you.
Okay, that's good.
Hello?
So, what did you want to debate?
You put it back to phone. Yeah, I can hear you very faint, but this will work. Okay. Yes. Hello? Can you say something?
Okay, so what did you want to debate?
Yeah, atheism is a horrible worldview. Okay? It is not good for animals. There is no sense of justice for animals who were abused or tortured or just went through horrific stuff. There's no sense of justice or redemption for these innocent animals in your worldview at all.
Okay, so the Bible telling you that you should sacrifice animals to give to God, and that it's okay for human beings to eat animals, and the Prophet Muhammad stating that God allows you to kill and eat animals.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah, so that's all cool. That helps animals. Being given permission from God to sacrifice and kill animals.
I'll answer. Yeah, the fact that an innocent little lamb had to be sacrificed shows how evil and serious sin is. The fact that an innocent animal had to die in our place, that shows the seriousness of sin.
And he's blocked.
Well, I'll just say it directly. Yeah, I thought Muslims were going to be like equivalent to a 1350 situation, you know?
Okay. And I would say I will be surprised if you find me contradictory information to organized sex abuse, prostitution, trafficking rings that are equivalent.
Like Jimmy Savile and his guys?
I'll be surprised.
Like Jimmy Savile and his dudes?
Did Jimmy Savile have a fucking organized pedophilia crime ring that was covered up by the government?
Yes, Thatcher fucking was warned about him and she didn't do anything. Like, yeah,
no,
he had a fucking TV show
saying,
and he got kids onto the show and enticed them with rewards and shit.
So there were like 4 or 5 pedophiles that were in this gang.
I mean, this guy had access to hospitals. He had a fucking little caravan out in the countryside where him and his mates would take fucking girls and abuse them. He had access to care homes where he would just get into a room with a fucking vulnerable child and ram his fucking cigar-infested fucking tongue down their throat and shit. Yeah, he'd get people onto his show and then rape them in the car.
Not great.
We didn't find out till he died. Why are you not fucking incensed? Oh, not great. You know, that's bad.
Yes.
Why are you not fucking incensed? Why are you not calling for his head on a spike?
What? That's exactly where I was going to go. Okay. You have a government, the highest echelons of government, who swept for a fucking pedophile for decades and gave him access to hundreds if not thousands of children? You're not fucking furious at your own goddamn government? You now have
Yeah, I banned him here too.
Effectively ethno-religious sex recruiting gangs that are being released back into your communities 5 years later, and you're not fucking furious? Like, I understand you have autism, but like, fuck, like, get pissed off. What the fuck?
I'm going to take this moment to read some of these super chats. People pay me money. I appreciate the donations and things like that. We'll get to it and then we'll continue the discussion. But
that's a systemic failure.
Take some time.
Well, my autism. Dude, that means that the UK government is equivalent, in my opinion, to the Catholic Church at this point.
Okay, we're gonna.
We've switched government. Okay, just to be clear, right? Like, I know that this happened under New Labour, this happened under the Conservatives. Neither of them did fucking dick. This government has at very least acknowledged the recommendations that they even fucking exist and that they've signaled that they want to implement them. Hopefully they do. Who knows?
Okay.
No, I cannot believe that Sargon skipped out on this. He's streaming video games on his gaming channel rather than being
Pussy.
gold.
He could absolutely come in and break this whole thing open. $2 from Fates. Getting Cybertruck BMB before Trucker video. Tier 2 membership by Honkler. For once we have a panel that isn't immediately devolving to debate bro tactics. This was sent at the beginning of the show. For once we have a panel that isn't immediately devolving to debate bro tactics, and I'm here for it. I would love to see more like this going forward. $10. Thank you from Honkler for the same thing. Defer Hash. Derby is a place in England spelled Derby. Thank you. Fancy Teeth for $5. Connor, if all the Muslims that immigrated to Britain were atheists, would that eliminate grooming gangs in that community / ethnic demographic?
Can I answer that?
Go ahead.
So if you came up with like some kind of there's examples of like communist sex abuse and institutions that were formed very poorly in like Eastern Europe. So no, of course it doesn't eliminate pedophilia. But what we've talked about, what SFO and I have talked about, is that there is an ethno-religious bigotry that is a component of the sex trafficking. They view the girls, specifically the white cultural Christian foster girls, as exploitable because they're not members of their community. They are a lower social.
No, Lunarbox isn't Muslim.
Religious ethnic caste. Therefore, they do not deserve the human considerations that you would extend to a member of the religious in-group.
Okay. A 5-month membership from Mantis. Thanks for the gifted membership and content, Wick. You're welcome. $2 from Silver Camero. Dev loves nothing more than pooping in his diaper. Okay. $10 from Aaron Gray.
Thanks for that.
And you're welcome. An ideology can be incompatible with a local culture, and a non-citizen immigrant committing violence has taken the privilege of being allowed into a better opportunity for granted, assimilate, or leave. $5 from Niz. I had to refresh the page when Wick said he wasn't a PDF, too based for YouTube. $5 for Fancy Teeth. I'm glad I get to witness Wick's Anik experience.
Yeah, so if I was looking at the United States, our legal immigration system is supposed to be around roughly like 1 million people a year, which is 1/3% of our, what is it? So yeah, it's like 1/3% every year. So every 3 years, you're adding 1% population. I actually think that's relatively reasonable, and you could probably get a decent amount of like talented, ambitious, cool, interesting people in through that. But that means that you actually have to have like a secure border, and you also have to vet the people that are coming in. So yeah, the UK is a fucking island. If you guys can't control immigration, then no one can.
Well, it's not out of control. If someone's migrating legally as part of that 900,000, because that's what the government willed. That's why it happens.
Well, sure, but didn't you say that it like tripled? So are you saying that the government permitted the immigration to increase by 300%?
Yeah, they will have. Yeah, like it's not going to happen if you don't approve numbers. I don't know.
Why?
I think
we lost. You guys already have a housing shortage. What the fuck are you doing?
We lost a shitload of people because of Brexit, I think. And also COVID was an issue. Apparently, according to the ONS, the numbers are expected to fall back to 300,000 net migration in the next 1 to 2 years. So I don't know.
Okay. So,
but the problem is like everyone, it's all the aesthetics, right? People just get obsessed over fucking dumb shit, like people arriving on small boats, as if that's like the crux of the issue. Even though like the numbers of people on small boats who get sent back are quite high. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but okay. So again, if we're talking about like symbolic, why do people care about this? The reason why you care about it is because you haven't vetted those individuals. That's why they care about it.
No, but they get vetted. If you're gonna arrive on a small boat, you're gonna get picked up and vetted. It's not like you just wander in and start vibing.
Okay.
Yeah, Nathan watched Dominion. He said he's gonna try to like make his diet more plant-based over time.
So just as an example, because now we're talking about proceduralism and might as well anyways. So for instance, in the United States, right, when we're under current policy, people set foot in the United States and then they get a court date, right? And then pending the court date, the humane solution was to release them into the country pending their court date, right? So you have people who are having their documents reviewed, but they have not been reviewed yet. They are also coming from states that are, let's just say, not the greatest when it comes to like, I don't know, physical security and economic security. And so you basically have somebody that you have no idea who the fuck they are wandering in your country for 1 to 2 years, pending a court date that they may or may not show up to. That's why, like, I think that we need to fix the southern border in a variety of ways that are not popular with conservatives. But that's why people are pissed, is because you're basically saying, oh yeah, walk around here for 2 fucking years until we figure out who you are. And then we'll tell you whether or not you can stay. That's a fucking bananas policy.
How many people that arrive in these boats or whatever, how many get sent back?
It depends on how you count it. Oh fuck, I wish I could have the data. I was probably I'm not going to find it immediately. So it depends, because I think what we have is we have like a preliminary meeting where there's like a sort of quick vetting that happens with regards to whether.
Yeah, I played Black Myth Wukong. I refunded the game. It's a massive, massive piece of shit. It's basically like a Souls game for dumb retards who suck at Souls games, and it's way too easy. The combat feels very light and floaty. The game just sucks. It's boring fucking garbage. And everybody gave it an amazing review because everyone's a complete fucking retard. It's like the same idiots who gave like Ghosts of Tsushima a good review. Like they're just dumbasses.
Whether or not like they're a terrorist or some shit, like something obvious. I think those numbers are, there's like 3 different categories for people getting sent back. I think one is assisted, one is like voluntary, the other is involuntary. I think for like assisted and voluntary, they're fairly high numbers. And for the other ones, they are the ones who get put in like either the disused hotels or the fucking dorms, and then they just live on like a really stupidly low amount of money, like maybe like £10 a week or something for food and clothing. Bit more than that probably, but yeah. £7 a day, yeah. Than the other ones. But as far as I know, with asylum seekers, we don't have the same issue they have in the United States. We don't have like massive asylum seeker populations that just kind of linger here for decades or whatever. I don't think that's the case.
I guess to maybe ask it a little more pointedly, do you think that there should be extra rigor provided to immigrants from the countries that have engaged in these grooming gang practices? Do we think that maybe we should like look into stemming or making it harder or putting more barriers in the way for people from like Pakistan to get in and things like that?
I mean, it seems like in terms of individuals, it seems like we vet them okay because first generation migrants don't seem to do it that much, right? Like it's the second generation. So I don't know if you talk about saying like if there's a particular country or that has a higher crime rate, then you just have to like lower numbers for that particular country. Maybe.
Again, I'm just asking for ideas here. Cultural integration. Why is Britain failing at that? And again, I'm not saying that America is doing it great. Why is Britain failing, and how can we make it not fail anymore? How can we fix that? How can we make it so that they are more willing to integrate into the British culture? What does it mean to be British anyway?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Don't know. To you guys, what do you mean to be?
No, but isn't that a fucking problem? Don't you think?
I don't know. We're like kind of like America. We're Western liberal, like fairly individualistic. Like obviously we like freedom and democracy and freedom of speech. And
yeah, right. British people like freedom of speech. That's why there is no protection for freedom of speech in your constitution. Oh my god. What a joke. That, like, by the way, that just perfectly sums up British culture. These are people who claim to be, sophisticated. They claim they like freedom and self-determination and all that shit. And it is literally the complete fucking opposite. It is a society of uptight, pussy fucking Karens that like to act as though they're better than everyone else. And they have like these sophisticated modern ideas, but in reality, they are fucking retarded, Karen, snobby dipshits who want somebody else to fucking lord over them, and they try to snuff out fucking free speech, free expression whenever the fuck they can.
Apparently, short jail sentences. Like
apparently,
I don't know,
love short jail sentences for pedos.
Politeness, etc. Like I don't know, shit. Bad teeth. Like I don't know.
No. This is a problem, and this is why Sargon has attracted so many fucking people to his retarded fucking worldview. Okay, so
that's why I should be here to actually defend this. Yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes to the United States, I can point to things in the United States, like I can point to the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the wars in the 19th century, some of which were not morally justifiable, some of them which were like the Civil War, right? I can point to the Civil Rights Act. I can point to like we have this flawed founding along an Enlightenment ideological basis, but it seems like we're always trying to realize our ideals more and more as time goes on, and we have these sputters and these spurts, right? Historical sputters and spurts. So I can point to that as like a almost unique culture on the planet that kind of, if you prescribe to that set of ideals, then you're an American. I don't care what country your grandparents hail from. If you believe in that set of ideals, you're American. So what the fuck makes a Brit a Brit? Because
okay, so the Enlightenment,
Sargon's going to say we're ethnic tribes.
Okay, so the Enlightenment came from France and Scotland, right? So Scotland was like, we have like Adam Smith and all that shit. That's our shit. Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, we have the Enlightenment. We have World War II. We were the ones standing alone for like fucking 2 years, waiting for your isolationist Nazi fucking cucks to come and join in. But when you were attacked by the Japanese,
right?
Yeah, we've got like the mother of democracies. We've got our parliament. We've got constitutional monarchy. We got queen. That's why we're never gonna have a fucking right wing government try to riot and trash the fucking. Yeah.
Do second generation Pakistani immigrants identify with any of those social creations?
I imagine some of them do. I can't tell you if most of them do. I imagine probably more than average don't.
So what I'll tell you is in the United States, regardless of whether or not you think this is weird or not, like literally in elementary school, you say the Pledge of Allegiance, every day when you wake up. Like you do that before school starts. When you talk about like American civic education, it's oftentimes Eurocentric, but also America-centric, where we talk about like our civics, our constitution, the way we were founded, et cetera, et cetera. So these are things that we actually like do, and I think should even do more in our public education system to make sure that people have like an American identity. So do you have an equivalent? Because there's literally Pakistani men who are saying, we're not a part of Britain or England. We are separate. We are Muslim. We only give,
just to be clear,
reference to God.
Just to be clear, I'm humoring you when I say that I don't know how many of them are like, I know Indians, for example, fucking love the Queen.
No, I've not seen AMC's adaptation of Interview with a Vampire.
Or the king, whatever. Like they like the monarchy and shit. As far as British Muslims, I mean, look at surveys and stuff like that. Like I don't really know. They tend to have like fairly like British like behavior, like most people do, I guess. But it doesn't seem to be, at least according to crime data, that like they might commit a bit more crime, but they don't seem to.
All right, well, I thought that was a good discussion. I agree with Lernerbox's debate opponent for the most part. Like, yeah, just... There's clearly a problem with Muslim Pakistani men. So...
Cultist who has a gigantic audience is very likely going through an episode of psychosis, triggered by taking ayahuasca and an herbal medicine called kratom.
Ayahuasca basically fried my brain.
If you don't know who I'm talking about, What If Cultist is one of the largest history/politics channels on YouTube, with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. This guy started off, by the way, making alternate history videos. Then he transitioned to politics and geopolitics. Recently, he released a 10-hour, 3-part autobiography in which he discusses, among some...
I heard this guy's voice. His voice is so fucking annoying. And I immediately thought, he must have a tiny fucking channel. And yeah, 15k subs. I'm surprised he gets the views he does sometimes when his voice is so fucking annoying.
pretty horrible and unfortunate things about his childhood, that he can now commune with the spirit world, has spoken with Odin and other deities, and that God is now commanding him to basically create a new religion. He has established what is basically a cult that is trying to further explore this spirit world. This is not a...
I got an assault rifle and I got the pistol, the one that I'm forgetting the exact name. It's a good pistol. Police use it.
Is an extremely dangerous combination. He already has the beginnings of a cult, which he calls the Organization of the Crimson Dragon. This is what, why, how, and this video is about why What If Cultist needs to be institutionalized immediately before he harms anyone. If you want to support my channel, if you wonder why I know so much and am so successful, I have own consent to intervene in the game now. Cultist immediately reveals the first and last names of his family members. In case you don't know, and this is public information, his
mom was kicked in the head by a horse. My mom, after she nearly died, said that she had visited God. She said that God had forced her to come back to help people. This resulted in her immediately divorcing my father. My mom wanted us
after she was kicked in the head.
Why the fuck does it do that? Oh my god. Is it why does it always revert to auto quality? Like, dude, I have gigabit fucking internet. Why in the fuck would it revert to auto quality?
This monologues, which conflict with the other. She had no evidence at all for the claim and is mentally ill. She passed the Chester County test for not being mentally ill. And if my mom doesn't score mentally ill on a test, your test is broken. And on top of that, my mom really spiraled with getting kicked in the head by a horse. She had issues beforehand, and then it became magnified. And her entire life since that has been a downward spiral towards greater and greater madness as she loses touch with the world.
He talks about this more in the second part of the video series, but his mother was extremely abusive. The worst possible stuff you can imagine. I'm not going to talk about that here. It's honestly an extremely horrific situation.
Oh yeah, you know what? His voice was reminding me of somebody. His voice reminds me of comic book guy from The Simpsons.
And I wouldn't wish it on anyone in the world. Schizophrenia, which his mother definitely had, is inheritable, however. It usually appears in someone's mid-20s. What If Cultist is 23. Since we're talking about the issue, What If Cultist points out how the institutions we've created, whose purpose it is to prevent things like this, his abuse, from happening, failed completely, letting the abuse continue. The reason I bring this up is because mental illness is a major and growing issue in the United States, and it seems like no authority is really doing anything about it. I don't really have the power to change this, I'm just pointing this out as a major issue in this country. Anyways, he says that he only really started making progress on moving past and uncovering his childhood trauma through eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, which is a form of psychotherapy, and through ayahuasca. For those who don't know, ayahuasca is a traditional psychedelic drug administered by faith healers in South America.
A way where every atom screamed with the most horror it could feel at once without dying in that instant. You have no concept of how much I have suffered and how long I have spent in hell. I spent something like over 80% of my time in ayahuasca in the spirit world in hell. It was truly a terrible experience in which my concept of time was stretched out, so I spent an infinity of time in hell. I think consciously there's still a part of me that's there stuck in infinity. I spent dozens of hours speaking to the devil. I don't even dislike him at this point. Much like my mother, he's so evilly kind of circles back around where I realize he's just a wolf hunting sheep. The devil was quite civil with me and polite. He said that I didn't belong in hell, that under normal circumstances I wouldn't be there and I had to pay a cosmic debt for my bloodline. After I paid the debt, I could go back and change my life. I was stuck in this mental loop that was killing me. The mental loop was the idea that since consciousness programs reality, that because...
Is it weird that I sort of think rape should be legal? There's literally nothing immoral about it. People only think that rape is bad just because people told them to think that. Seriously. I've never heard anyone make an argument for rape being wrong.
You're, just retarded, dude. I could explain to you, you know, why you're stupid, but it's not going to change anything. You're just fucking retarded. Why would I waste my time? Thanks for the donation, dude.
Because I perceive myself to be in hell, I would be stuck in hell forever, in all of eternity. I later realized this is the evil loop, or the closed circuit, which lacks humility or the evidence of the outside world, and allows the rationalizing of the greatest evils. The end point of Nazi Germany and communism is from the closed rationalistic loop, and this is the origin of atrocity and totalitarianism. This happened multiple times in a row, in multiple nights in a row. Damn, I can't believe it's still hot in Texas in December. But back to ayahuasca, I felt the weight of history on my shoulders. I felt the choices I made would determine the lives of billions of people in the future. I felt in every inch of my body the desire to reject the responsibility. But then God said, I know you won't do that because you care about people and you know that this is your duty. God told me it was my duty to found a religion and that in the process of trying to not found a religion, I would do so anyway. He said that I never consented to this, but that my bloodline did for me. He said that my sense of honor was seen as a cosmic force to him in its own right. I also spoke to God when I was on ayahuasca. I hate to say it, but I suspect for some of you it might be the Lord of Lies, dressing in Yahweh's garb, to tell you further lies. And he is like seeing a million suns crash together at once. Our mortal brains cannot comprehend his excellence and scale. He's more similar to a Lovecraftian monster, all things considered, than to the god mainline churches preach about. Yahweh's power is so enormous you would find it to be horrifying. He demands your loyalty with every fiber of your being. He is an irresistible force of gravity which sucks you in, for he is the only thing that has ever truly existed. I could see into the mind of God and I saw it as divine clouds. It's the great mist of consciousness in which all things happen. The mind of God is all human experience lived at once, with each moment being a beautiful choice with a tapestry of such awesome beauty you can't help but thank him for the extreme wonder and horror of it. The great chain of being may stretch down to hell, but by its very nature it leads fundamentally to heaven. Higher forms beat lower forms, thus meaning evolution guides us to be more like God. He said that my decision-making and conscious would come to understand all 9 worlds of the Tree of Life, that I would gain a sort of connection to the anima mundi, or the experience of lived consciousness itself, so I could empathize with the human condition itself. He said this would be my great gift to humanity, showing us the whole tree of human experience, so that we could love each other for our differences. I saw hell below and realized it powered heaven and all the world between. When I looked down upon the suffering of hell and I asked God, how do you do it? He said, don't stare down too much, lest they drag you down there for no one's gain. You shouldn't take the spirit world that seriously. A lot of it's deception, and I think frequently of Lord of the Rings, and I'm an empiricist, I say this crap, you're here to disprove it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll change my ideas if they're incorrect. But I saw AIs grow so advanced it's impossible to distinguish from reality, and that we would upload our souls onto some kind of spiritual cloud. I saw that I would start to perceive consciousness differently. Finally, I saw I would live in a time where the dance of life would stop, where men and women would stop mating with each other. I saw that it was my duty to fight against this. I saw that when I was talking to the shaman while I was tripping, and she said, Rudyard, I see your destiny is to stand for men, since the feminine has been kicking them around. There's a few hilarious details I have to throw in here. The first is that the first form God came to me in is as a Zoomer bro, because he said that that was the form I best understood, and the way you interact with the spirit world is a two-way process, where when you perceive the spirit world, there's semen. And, so when I was talking to God, God said, I can only explain the world to you. And he's doing this in Zoomer slang, by the way, like yo bussin', no cap, cringe, whatever. God did not say those words, but that's the kind of vibe. And for example, and when I met God, I first spoke to him, I said, because the line between madness and sanity will grow very, very thin. And it's my responsibility to get my people through the halls of time. And free will and predestination are both the exact same, and that God sees over time. I imagined myself as a woman giving birth. I felt such horror and compassion. I found that the ancient Egyptian philosophy called Hermeticism had an almost identical similarity to what I saw of the spirit world. When I was on ayahuasca, my overwhelming first impression was that the Platonic archetypes and Carl Jung were completely accurate. I just saw the archetypes. Peterson was right, to say a short answer. Ayahuasca basically fried my brain. I'm still shocked at how deranged I was. What's the point of living if you're not going hard? As you'll see later in the story, I can be psychotically brave. I had stood before multiple gods. This shocked them. They couldn't believe a mortal had done this. And they said, mortal, how did you do this? Merrick took care of me for 2 weeks in my vegetal state. For the time after ayahuasca, I felt as if the spirit and physical world had been so intermeshed as I could see one spilling into the other in active time.
Yeah, that's not normal. He went through psychedelic-induced psychosis.
I see the Platonic archetypes manifest in the physical world. I saw the connection between all of things. And I saw that everything is fundamentally an extension of all things. So when you see one thing, you are seeing the fundamental nature of all things. And that may sound like BS, but it's still true. I couldn't sleep one night, which was too horribly going to become my new normal for the next few years. At 2 a.m., I felt the divine will move through me. That longhand script I wrote later became the video for the manifesto of the new right. Almost everything in that video was dictated to me by God. And on top of that, the greatest need of our time being decentralization. Watch the video if you're interested.
Okay, so as he says, ayahuasca basically fried his brain. He already had severe childhood trauma and a risk of mental illness, but clearly through ayahuasca he has suffered a psychotic break with reality. This has been documented in other people before. Psychedelic drugs can cause this. All the things he described actually seem unfortunately pretty normal for ayahuasca use. After scrolling through r/ayahuasca to see others' experience with the drugs, dozens of people had basically identical experiences of uncovering childhood trauma and believing you are talking with God, and that you have a new spiritual purpose to spread a new religion. That's what the drug does. Here are some highlights of the new what if altis ayahuasca religion, which is basically just medieval hermeticism combined with what if altis' usual right-wing complaints about the modern world. Basically, he thinks Odin and God have sent him on a mission to spread this religion, but we'll let him explain it himself.
Any government or organization which hurts the God Killer, harasses him in public or his friends or his family or in his home, will be destroyed and cursed by the tree of life within a single generation. He doesn't want to hurt you or cause any trouble, so there's no reason to test this. Just leave him alone. The cracking of the self-other distinction into realizing we are yet the same and yet nothing and yet the same is the Age of Aquarius. The Age of Aquarius has officially started. Welcome to the Age of Aquarius, motherfuckers. Odin was very attached to that sentence. He kept on trying to get me to say it like a dozen times. Rudyard reset how you process consciousness, and so things are going to get really crazy from here. We won't tell you what will happen next. I can channel where when I touch this wood, I'm pulling energy from the wood. When, knock on wood. When I pull from the air, I can feel the force of the air. And I feel happy when I can...
I am a horrible person, Donatillers. Have you watched AMC's and Seth Rogen's Preacher TV show or the comics by Garth Ennis? No. It's very irreverent towards religion. It's fucking awesome. You should watch it. Same creative team and source material writer as The Boys, but it's better. Preacher TV show. I kind of fucking hate Seth Rogen and I can't stand him. But I don't know, I might give it a watch. Thanks for the donation, I'm a horrible person.
Have life force. My strongest ability is the ability to use life force, and it's how I relate to you. It's how I made this video. It's how I communicate with my audience. It's how I communicate with the past. And so when I talk to someone, I can feel you. And I can feel all around you. I can feel your body. And I can feel inside of you. And I feel so deeply and intensely resentful that I was forced to do this, that I'm going to force you to listen to me. I'm trying my best. I'm an empiricist. I'm empirically telling you what I have heard from the spirit world. I'm empirically telling you this crap. Because I don't fucking know. I don't know if any of this shit's true. I'm just going to feed this to you. God. Yeah, but I don't want to be married to you people. I was forced in an arranged marriage by a god to be responsible for you fuckers. But I hate you so much. Your entire social structure was built to shit on me for my entire life. You people have been so aggressively mean to me for literally no reason, and you fucking shit on all my peers, and it's not okay. It was never okay. You completely betrayed your own children. Our parents' generation, they were eating their own children, and they didn't care because they were so rich and so lazy that they thought they were God, and they weren't. They were fucking idiot mortals who fucking got stupider. And so...
Yeah, this dude's cracked.
I need to tell you exactly how I feel, because if I'm forced to be responsible for you guys, we have to establish clear and articulate boundaries. You guys just fucking lied to me, so a god had to tell me all this bullshit. I had 1,000 pages of lore dropped on me, because you fucking lie about literally everything in the world. Everything you say is a lie. I can't stand it. I know it now, and I'm sharing it with you, because I can't fucking take this bullshit anymore. And you're fucking trying to screw us over and trick us, and you lie to us all the time. You have the fucking gall. You are horrible people. You are all horrible people. And now here we are. I'm fucking talking to God, and I'm giving you a message. And I never asked for this. This was shit that was fucking shoved on me. I was a kid. I knew what was happening. Because of my empathic abilities, I can sense them a mile away. This is why I hang out after midnight. Because just modernity, I can't stand modernity. You're so fucking loud all the time. You never shut the fuck up, and nothing you say is ever useful. Nothing you say is of any meaning or any value. I stopped watching YouTube. I stopped watching TV. I stopped listening to new music. Why would I listen to you? If I could read Will Durant, if I could read because I love you, but I also really, really hate you. You have been so mean to me that I am going to, and I'm responsible for you. Do you understand? Odin is a horrible person. He's forcing me to do this. He forced me after I hate you to be responsible for you now. And I just need to keep things real, because if I don't keep things real, I'm not going to do this job. Look. So I was forced by a fucking god to do this. I didn't want to do this. It ruined my life in the last few years with your leftist ad blockade. I was going to be rich and famous, and then society fell apart. I had no opportunity. I never asked to do this. This was my hand was forced. And my other choice is going back to hell and dying. So this is why I did this. I didn't want to do this. I was forced to do this. And you need to understand that. And I feel such cosmic levels of resentment that they pour through me, where I'm British, I am American, I am a Pennsylvanian.
He's gonna shoot and kill somebody or himself. This is not gonna end well, dude.
Pretty bizarre website that actually has a disturbing, true backstory to it. You should react.
Alright, I'll watch that after. Thanks for the donation, Josie.
I am a Christian. I am a fucking wizard or whatever this video is. I'm Rudyard Lynch. Please treat me as Rudyard Lynch. If I get bothered when I walk around, I am going to go legitimately crazy. Sometimes when I get stoned or do ayahuasca, I can hear the electrical circuits in a house. I can hear the electricity buzz. And modern civilization is so fucking loud. How does it not drive people crazy? It's fucking annoying as hell. It's always noise, and it's so loud, and it's so tiring, and it's so exhausting. I always have to listen to this. It's fucking demon sounds. The sounds your engines make are not the sounds of life. They're the sounds of the crushing of former life force. And this is why the age of the machine is such a demonic age. And if you read the ancient esoteric tradition, Lucifer, emotional jabbering, is nothing the quality gets done. And so, various powerful people in the world, I don't want to hurt you. How do I phrase this? I do this to change frequencies in how I process the world, because I process the world in sound. Basically change, and so I change sound frequencies in order to figure out how I process. Yeah, what you're doing to Zoomers is you believe your woke bullshit is moralist. I'm glad I said this, because this video is the end point of so much work I've done, and I know, even if I died today, I lived a life that I can be proud of. I gotta throw this subplot in here, where I am a sorcerer, and sorcerers and witches hate each other, because we're very different, and you might not realize that. I practice, ironically, I am a white magician who practices right-hand magic. It was pretty obvious. And so I am a white right-wing magician. Latin word sinister, or untrustworthy, and left-hand magic was magic built off taking from others, and it's left hemisphere power-based magic where you have to siphon energy off from others, and then right-handed magic is magic that helps you have a positive experience. And I can feed off your energy, and thus for strategic reasons, I need to make sure you have good vibes so I can feed off them to make me better off. And right-hand magic, magic that comes from God, left-hand magic, magic that comes from the devil, is just ridiculous. My dad's autistic, I'm not. And I really dislike how all the criticism of me, none of it's just factually true. People call me a schizophrenic, Nazi, incel, far-right, loser, nerd. I mean, like, you guys aren't even trying. There's stuff to criticize. The Jews have a really powerful connection to the spirit world, so they're susceptible to both the positives and the negative sides of this. The most powerful, both white and black magicians are often Jews. So the way I commune with the divine is I take CBD, and then I text Merrick, and I go through my texts with Merrick to figure out when I'm in a trance. And I'm kind of in a trance now. So, you're getting this from the source. Man, I hate ironing my shirt. And then Rudyard is tapping into a Northwest European mysticism developed by a figure named Odin who lived in the Bronze Age. He'll talk more about that later. So, what was I talking about? Odin, or Hermes Trismegistus, is the lord of how to get from one of these. So Hermes wanders around, and Odin is a sub-Norse variant of Hermes' current suicidal state. He tells you how to get closer to God. That's kind of our goal. And Hermes is an ally of God because he moves forms up. The devil moves forms down, and what I am showing you is a relatively sane and scientific vision of the world. You have positive and negative life charge. With the double helix, what that means is that you... Sorry, I just thought I saw something. What that means is because basically upper-class white men made a deal with the god Hermes. We've established Isaac Newton, look at this symbol, Leibniz, Amelcoeptus, Novus Ordo Secularum. Because I am a Viking where I support being armed so that people don't fuck with you, but then not fucking with others. So...
That is terrifying. That this guy is walking around with a gun while fucking high on drugs, and he's in a state of psychosis constantly.
I state before the Lord God and Hermes that I now have sealed the contract.
Oh my god.
You have my official guarantor in front of the public, and my official signing that my contract is now closed. I am officially a public servant of the Blue Room. Done. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
I think that was a Browning high power. Very odd choice of firearm.
I am Rudyard William Lynch, the man who killed a god.
Okay, so what if Altis is trying to establish a mystery cult in which he can promise the secrets of salvation if only you listen to his 10-hour-long unstructured rants? I don't know whether his insanity will destroy his cult or recruit a larger audience of fellow mentally unstable Zoomers and LA YouTube failsons. In any case, this should go without saying, cults are bad. Everything what if Altis has said is purely based on drug-induced delusions. There is no Odin, there is no Hermes Trismegistus, there's no spirit world that you can commune with by taking psychedelic drugs. There is no substance to any of this. There is no substantial meaningful message out of it, besides vague assertions, and this is the lesson of his religion, the vague assertions that taking responsibility is good for you and you should be nice to other people. But we already have that information, we already know that, so what new thing is he bringing to the table? Nothing. There's no true substance, it's just insanity, it's just a personality cult for what if Altis all the way down. So what are we left with after all of this? What if Altis hates you, he loves you, he's
I don't know, maybe that's just a sig.
Armed, unstable, he says he's sane, but he's definitely not. He's probably a danger to himself and others. I don't know what to do about this. I'm just a history YouTube channel. Really, the only thing I can do is warn people who watch this video to be aware of the fact that he's gone insane. In case you watch any of his YouTube videos, that's probably why he's saying strange things. I think everyone should just move past his YouTube channel. He should move past his YouTube channel. He should retire. He should become a grocery store clerk, and most importantly, he needs medical intervention. There's treatments for this sort of stuff. You just have to actually seek it out. I know he's not watching this, but hopefully he does so anyways. You're not gonna find it with.
Yeah, that dude is absolutely fucked.
He's had delusions his entire life from what his mother's told me. I've been dealing with him for 17 years, and it's been a lot. Because of the trauma that he put me through, I have a diagnosis now.
Just a little over a month ago, a strange website called Horse Laugh was posted to the Weird Website subreddit. Upon visiting the website, you'll find an open directory containing files dating back to 2008. At first, the site seems rather mundane, with 2 of the links just leading to pages that share details of a family vacation. But this is the most normal thing you'll find on the website. Examining further, you'll find a page called ASD Index that was last modified in 2016. This page appears to show some research, and I use the word research very loosely here, of someone trying to link autism to a bacteria called H. pylori. Most of what's written here is completely absurd and false, but we'll get to that in a moment. At this point, I'm sure most can agree that what we've seen here is weird, but still not anything too noteworthy. What really makes the website bizarre is a directory last modified in 2023 called 1417BR Orbs. This directory contains 8 videos, each labeled with a number. What you're seeing is exactly what appears in all 8 videos. It is someone sleeping in a small, empty room like this with a timestamp in the bottom right corner of the screen. In some parts of these videos, you can see someone open the door and peek in momentarily before walking away. Later, the lights outside the room turn off, and then the door shuts. We get absolutely no context for what's going on here, and as you can understand, this has freaked out a lot of people. But that isn't even the weirdest part. The strangest part is that just days after this website was brought to people's attention, everything on the website was removed, as if someone didn't want people to find this. Now, I'm gonna be completely honest here, when I first started looking into this, I really thought I was gonna find some sort of reasonable, mundane explanation for this, but what I found was the exact opposite of that. Shortly after this was posted to Reddit, it didn't take long for people to do some searching into the web registrar to see who owned the website. The site was registered to a man named Dan Judd. Some light digging will bring up a few emails belonging to him, but I initially had no luck getting through to him on any of these. Now, I was really determined to get a hold of someone who could help me get some answers here, so I dived pretty deep on this one. I'm not trying to dox anyone, so without getting too deep into how I got the information, I can confidently say that I found contact information from his entire family. I basically just shot out emails to everyone hoping for a reply, until on December 21st, I received an email back from Dan's stepson, Alan. Now, I want to quickly interject here that Alan does not actually like being referred to as Dan's son because he wants to be separated from Dan, so sorry for referencing you that way, Alan. I just need some way for the audience to understand your relation to him here. He gave me a phone number to get in touch with Dan, and by the looks of the email, it seemed reasonable to assume that Dan was expecting me to call, right? I did a background search on the number and confirmed that it does indeed belong to Dan. Weirdly enough, when I called him, he seemed really pissed off. I wanted to record the phone call, but the thing is I live in a 2-party consent state, so I didn't want to actually record it unless I had his permission. The entire conversation we had was him just screaming at me, refusing to give me any information about the site or the videos on it unless I told him who I was. And the thing is, I did tell him who I was, multiple times actually, but he just kept getting angrier and angrier until he eventually hung up on me. Only minutes after our phone call ended, he sent me an email saying he wasn't interested in speaking with me further. However, the most eerie part of the email was the final line. He wrote, "If you've gotten this far, you might believe that there is much, much more to the story."
Yo Richard. I just heard the news. What was the cause of the breakup with you and Jasmine, and are you guys in good terms?
Well, we just don't work out romantically, basically. So, you know, just our little differences, we drifted apart and we decided to split, and yeah, we're still on good terms. Thanks for the donation, Richard's frozen sperm whales.
There is. I suppose someone should probably know the whole story sooner or later, although they will almost certainly regret it once they've gotten it in its entirety. As they say, some things one cannot unlearn. Creepy, right? Obviously, I wasn't just going to leave it at this, so I set up a phone call with Alan to talk more about this, and Alan was able to shed a lot of light on the situation. Fortunately, Alan did give me permission to record our phone call. Okay, so you're Dan's son, right?
Yes, he married my mother, but he had no legal rights over me growing up, so.
Okay, I see. So, how long have you known about the Horse Laugh website?
Honestly, I found out about it through you contacting me. It's really shady, actually, now that I think about it, but I've known about his delusions for years.
The first thing I asked him about were the videos on the ASD Index page. I only mentioned this briefly before, so let's take a quick deep dive into what this page is actually trying to say. The page uses a bunch of pseudoscience to try and link a bacteria called H. pylori to autism. His argument essentially goes like this. H. pylori causes stomach issues like chronic gastritis and stomach ulcers. Adults who suffer from stomach ulcers test positive for wheat and corn allergies. Most autistic children display frequent symptoms of stomach pain, and most autistic children are allergic to wheat and corn. The dominant protein in H. pylori is structurally similar to that in wheat and corn and blastocystis, a parasitic organism that can cause stomach issues. Autistic children experience lessening of symptoms when treated with antibiotics. Therefore, H. pylori must be linked to autism. Okay, now first of all, even if all these statements were true, the conclusion still would not follow. But the main problem here is that most of these statements are just completely false. Literally, the only statements here that are true is that H. pylori is responsible for stomach ulcers, and children with autism do often experience symptoms of stomach issues. Everything else is completely false. Now, given that the Autism Index page was posted years before the Orbs videos were, I initially didn't think these two things were related at all, but that seems to not be the case. The videos in the 1417BR Orbs folder are definitely raw footage taken directly from Dan Judd. We can confirm this by looking at the metadata from the videos, which shows that the creation and modification times match up with the timestamps in the videos. The metadata also tells us that Dan did not edit the videos to trim them down into 1-minute segments. The camera that was recording this was set up to automatically only record in 1-minute segments, then export that video and start a new 1-minute recording. So who is the person in the video, and why is it being recorded? This is what Alan told me.
That's my half-sister. That is her bedroom. Now, the reason why there's nothing in her room in that is because, like I said, she has a mindset of a toddler. She can be a danger to herself. She has seizures, so that's why they have the camera in there. But why he posted the videos online, completely messed up. The autism delusion, he shouldn't have put that online. He claims that H. pylori caused her autism. He also won't treat her for the autism. I mean, he won't accept treatment. He just wants to continue to believe that she is going to snap out of it one day and start talking.
I'm kind of curious about like the way that he named the folder with the videos. So what about orbs?
I don't know what orbs means, but orbs typically believe it has to do with spiritual lights that pass over cameras and stuff like that. I know that he has some.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Here we go.
Jewish, but he would agree with you.
Okay.
He has said all these same things, and I find it's like, as somebody who wants to convert, it's so difficult for me to like.
Oh,
he's
they'll never
Jewish and
accept
he's
you.
telling-
Don't
well,
bother. They won't accept you.
I don't know if I. You think that's?
They won't accept you. I'm telling you, they will not accept you. Number one, you're colored. Number two, you weren't born. You don't have a Jewish mother or Jewish maternal side. You will always be second and third class, and you got to spend like 7 years.
But even in like the ancient texts, like the Bible, for example, and then the Jewish version of it, the Torah, like one of the most famous Jewish people in that text is a convert, Ruth. Like conversion is baked into.
But if you notice, look at the other two Abrahamic religions, Islam and Christianity, right? Do they run around and say, join our religion?
Yes, Christians love to
No,
proselytize.
I'm saying Jews don't.
No, they don't. That's on purpose.
It's a very, it's a, we are the chosen people. It's a supremacy-based religion.
There are some Jewish people who do believe that. I mean,
the reason the Jews don't go around running trying to convert people is because they've had probably greater amount of reforms than Christianity. And there just aren't any fucking Jews that take their religion seriously. Like, they just don't care.
I've spoken with my boyfriend about this. He's currently in an argument with one of his best friends who has that belief, and he just cannot...
Belief about what?
That Jewish people are superior, basically.
Yeah, a lot of them think that way.
And that, they're not talking to each other.
And keep in mind, it's not a religion. It's a religion and a people.
Yeah, it's an
both.
ethnicity. Yeah, correct.
So, and that's the thing. That's how they shapeshift. Like, Jews come into a society, unless you look at their last name or you look at them, you'll just think they're Caucasian. But they might be Russian or Ukrainian, etc.
That's true.
And they shapeshift, and they're like, you think that they're white, but they're not. That's how they're able to play the game. Oh, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. Immediately, now they're a minority class.
Well, Ashkenazi Jewish people look pretty white, but there are Sephardic Jewish people, Mizrahi Jewish people.
Of course, but Ashkenazis they'll pose as white when it benefits them, but then they'll claim Jewish when it benefits them. That's why a lot of them use different last names. Like,
he's talking about crazy conspiracy theories about how they try to control the world.
Mark Cuban's a Jew. Nobody knows that, though, because he doesn't use his real name.
Yeah, he's got the last name Cuban, yeah. I see what you're saying.
They change their last names all the time.
Are you completely opposed to the Jewish religion?
I'm not opposed to it. I don't have an issue with the religion, but, we have to be realistic that it is a non-inclusive religion that practices
this guy's a Holocaust denier. He's gone on many rants on Twitter about how he wants to exterminate Jews, so yeah, no.
Supremacy for a small...
I'm assuming they filmed this on YouTube or something.
Group of people, and everyone else is looked at as Goyim. They don't respect us as humans, to be honest. Let's just keep it 1,000. We looked at as cattle to them.
Okay. We covered a lot today, guys. This is a great lesson.
And there's Fresh trying to prevent him from going too far. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Destiny's butt plug donated $2. Richard, do you still live with Jasmine in the same apartment? And are you trying to find vegan thirst traps online? No, she moved out, and no, I've not been looking for a girlfriend. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Some really, really spiritual beliefs about the other side and purgatory and stuff like that. So
maybe he feels like that ties into the whole autism thing somehow. I don't know.
Yeah.
So how long has he had these kinds of delusions? Like, I assume it wasn't specific to this, was it?
He's had delusions.
To donate $2, would you say that most of these are fake? Some of these clips are really weird and interesting, like that guy being chased down by some weird animal.
Toy Story.
I'm not watching this, dude. Thanks for the donation.
His entire life. To him, if he says it, it's true.
Has he been diagnosed with anything?
No, not that I know of. Because of the trauma that he put me through, I have a diagnosis now.
What kind of trauma has he put you through, if you're okay with sharing?
Growing up, I was, tossed around. He would throw me out the door. He would drag me around the house on my shirt. He threatened to punch me a few times. He never actually did that, but he did slap me repeatedly to the point of bloody noses and everything like that. He's been a black eye once.
Well, I guess the most important thing right now then is your half sister in one of those videos. Is she safe at the moment? I mean, I assume it's not just your dad that's watching over her, right?
My sister is the main one that watches over her. My other sister, Audrey, she's the main one she's the one who knows how to handle her and keep her calm. And
Dan's delusions don't seem to be exclusive to just this autism-related stuff. As a user on Reddit pointed out, doing more research into the registrar of horselaugh.com will yield results for other domains Dan owns. And there's quite a lot. Of these domains, a few of them are focused on religious content. The earliest one I found was a domain called God Before Us from 2001 that seemed to just be a landing page for a Bible study group. Another interesting domain that Dan owns is oklds.com, which stands for Oklahoma Latter-day Saints. The website is currently down, but archives show that it used to be an open directory that listed links to a bunch of other pages. These include God Before Us, LDS, and Horselaugh. A 2015 archive of the site shows the ASD index page that we discussed before, but what we're going to be focused on here is the 2016 archive, which shows two directories. One is called Autism Notes, and the other is called 116 Pages. Trying to access an archive of either one of these directories just leads to an authorization required page, so we don't know exactly what type of content resided in these directories. But the name 116 Pages is enough to lead us down another bizarre rabbit hole that Dan got himself involved in. At one point, Dan became very involved with the Mormon Church. He was active on several online Mormon forums. According to a 2019 post he made on mormondialogue.org, he says he became a Mormon in 2013 after his stepson was invited to the church by a girl from his school.
I've been trying to correct him on that for years. What happened was I had a crush on a girl, and I wanted to impress her by showing interest in her interest. And I knew she was LDS, and I said, can I invite my family to your church? And she was like, yes. So it was kind of like a co-inviting. I invited ourselves. But
okay. Your dad also wrote on that forum post that prior to this, he wasn't religious at all. Is that true? Because I found some religious stuff he wrote that dates way before he became a Mormon.
He would go jump around from church to church to church. I don't know too much about what he believed. He believed in God. He was all over the place. I mean, we went to church for a couple weeks, and then he would be fed up with it. He'd go to another church. It was continuous.
Oh, okay.
There was even a short period of time we didn't go to the LDS church because my half-sister, she was put in child protective custody, specifically because of a lie that they had done something to her that they didn't do. Now, don't get me wrong. He is an abusive father, but what they claimed he did, that he didn't do. Eventually, the school that she was going to released documents to the DA, and the DA was like, okay, I'm giving this to the lawyer because it was the evidence she needed to know that they were innocent in that particular claim. But doesn't mean he's completely innocent.
This newfound belief system of Dan's took a very strong hold of him. So much that he would spend the following years claiming he possessed divine knowledge that he refused to share. For what I'm about to tell you to make sense, I'm going to have to give you a very brief background on some of the beliefs of Mormonism. The Book of Mormon was created by a man named Joseph Smith in the early 1800s. The claim is that Joseph Smith was given golden plates by an angel that had ancient records inscribed on them. Using divine knowledge, Smith transcribed these writings on these golden plates into the Book of Mormon, and then the angel took the golden plates away. A core part of Mormonism is that the first 116 pages of these transcriptions were lost in 1828. These pages are known as the Book of Lehi, and are missing to this day. Dan Judd has been claiming for years that he actually has these 116 pages, and that they've been verified by an authority of the church. Of course, he refuses to actually share the content of these pages. His reasoning is that if he's wrong about the authenticity of the pages, he doesn't want to spread false doctrines. And if he's right, he doesn't want opportunists to publish their own version of the Book of Lehi. So for all these years, he's kept this in secrecy. Many members of the forums that Dan posts in are skeptical of his claims, as they should be.
The 116 pages, he's been talking about that ever since he read Doctrine and Covenants, which is one of the LDS.
Kid Boot and Tillers, what's your general take on the LA fires? Also, you seen Soul Eater Nigga? The LA fires are fires. And no, I haven't seen Soul Eater. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Talks about the missing pages.
Dan's connections to the Mormon Church don't stop here, though. Mentions of Dan in relation to the Mormon Church have appeared in many places online throughout the years, and disturbingly enough, there's been a connection made between Dan Judd and the Vallow Daybell Doomsday Murders. The Vallow Daybell Doomsday Murders involved two members of the Mormon community, Lori Vallow and her husband, Chad Daybell. The couple believed in extreme doomsday theories, claiming that some people were possessed by dark spirits and needed to be eliminated. In 2019, both of Lori's children went missing, resulting in a nationwide search. Soon afterward, the remains were found buried on Chad Daybell's property. It was the doomsday beliefs of Vallow and Daybell that justified this tragedy. In a Reddit post from 2020, it is mentioned that Dan Judd recounts meeting Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow at a camp in Utah in 2017. In his encounter with them, he brought up that he had the lost 116 pages. Judd describes that Chad tried to pressure him into sharing these pages because Chad wanted to write a book based on the lost pages to further his agenda. Dan Judd eventually cut ties with them because he felt they were disingenuous with the agenda they were promoting. Now, I want to make it clear, I'm not at all actually trying to imply that Dan Judd had anything to do with the Vallow Daybell Doomsday Murders, but I do just think that it's strange that the connection exists at all, in addition to all the other bizarre stuff that we know about him.
So those murders happened back in 2019. He kicked me out whenever I was 18, which would have been back in 2016, 2015. So I don't know too much about that. I do know this. I remember hearing Chad Daybell's name come out of his mouth at one point. I know that he has specifically tried to distance himself from those murders and everything. I also know that it is right up his alley. I do not have any evidence of any kind to claim or support the fact that he actually had anything to do with it. So
I see. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't think that he had anything to do with it. At least, like you said, I have no reason to believe that. I mean, if anything, like, they were well known in the Mormon community anyway, so it might have just been coincidence that, you know, he had an encounter with them like plenty of other people did.
Yeah.
From everything we know so far, it would appear that Dan Judd is a mentally unstable individual who has clearly been struggling with delusions for years now. The fact that he's allowing these delusions to affect the way he interacts with the girl in the Orbs videos, as well as posting those online, is extremely concerning. It's comforting to know that he isn't the primary caretaker of her, but based on what he has done already, it's fair to say that he's a very unpredictable individual. Dan, if you happen to be watching this, I seriously hope you get some help. Thank you for watching, and I will see you on the flip side.
Well, that's weird and creepy. Alright.
Oh, this.
I think I'm gonna go to bed now. I am kind of fucking tired. I've only been streaming for almost 7 hours. That's some pretty good time. But I will be on tomorrow night unless I end up taking an afternoon nap that ends up lasting 13 hours. But I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Nighty night.